Because you can't say, Mimi, you are this affiliate, right? And then you do decide to create 20 affiliates, out of that. He's saying that it's not a clever way of trying to organize, communication, or trying to, to propaganda. Because by the fact that you are now having these affiliates, you are going to create your own leadership, in those affiliates. And when you create your own leadership, Murima affiliates, maybe you're going to be picking on my fights in my fights in and now you are now creating something that is totally divorced from the main agenda of the main affiliate that you were born out of. So he was lamenting that. And then he goes on to say it leads to a loose, a loose. It leads to a loose thing in terms of management and messages that are not coherent, right? And even leading to messaging indiscipline. And then says where such affiliates pledge loyalty to persons other than the party. This is where now it got me. It got interesting. Could he saying, could he, yes, even though this is what you did with the people, with the sole goal of making sure that you are on the mission, you are on the purpose, you are on the everything. But now when you begin to be branching out, forming these affiliates out of an affiliate, it became problematic. Because now what you are now doing is instead of pledging loyalty to the party, you are now going after other people. You are now going after other persons other than the party, other than the president, and other than the government. And you are now beginning to be having multiple agendas and lead to loyalties which are injurious to the main line or to the main agenda, even as those loyalties and agendas make and the protestations to the contrary. ZANU PF is a unitary party. It has one president. The first secretary was Emerson Mnangagwa. He goes on to say that he is the only person who is the face of the party, and to whom all members and affiliates must pledge untrammeled loyalty for the duration of his mandate. Other than that, for as long as he remains in charge, for as long as he remains the top dog, for as long as he remains the main man, all the loyalties must be directed at him, the political party, the man himself. And with that, it makes ZANU PF this unitary organization, unitary party. Because without this cohesion, without you guys being together and towing the same line, then there's going to be something different. You are going to be moving out of what you're supposed to be doing. So that is what is lamenting. That these affiliates that have mushroomed, these affiliates, you are losing the purpose. You are losing sight of the mission. You are losing sight of the mission. So that is what that is what he said. And then he then goes on to say, there's no other person who enjoys such a status. No other person deserves support of defense approximating what he gets or he should get. Above all, only he and he alone makes keynote addresses and pronouncements zvokuti izvoningi takuzoenda kwakati, uyu achauya achita zvakati, uyu achauya achitaura about command agriculture, kana uyu achauya achitaura about the tenure chakuti, uyu achauya achidai, uyu achauya achidai. Hazvisi izvo zvakukuitai kuti izvo mupe loyalty yenyu kune vanhu vasirivo, instead yekuti mupe loyalty kune vanhu vanofanira kupiwa loyalty mimangoenda kwese kwese. Zvikanzi ndiye anodudza polisi negwara remusangano, nobody else. Zvikanzi lately I see with absolute consternation young Varakashi idolizing lesser officials. Hanzi makutonamata lesser officials, makutonamata. You are now you are now indulging in sin. You are committing achitema, because mahakuita idolize vanhu vasingafaniri kunge vachitwa idolize. These are lesser officials. And to make matters worse, all of these people, they are appointees of the president. Uyu wakutenya yetu, uyu wakulenditenya, he was appointed by the president. Uyu akufamba achidish out maru, he was appointed by the president. But you're now paying homage to that guy. Why are you doing that? And this is quite disturbing, for him. Right? And then he goes on again. He says, and these are all of them are appointees of the president, and even describing their run of the mill, but now pronouncements as policies or keynote addresses. Hands even vice president yaichaiwo havasitombodaro. All my officials express policies of the party and the president. They explain, expand, or elaborate on all of those. They don't create. They explain, they expand, or elaborate. They don't create. But you are now rallying behind the people who are masquerading as creators of policies. So can you stop it? What they're supposed to do, these people, is to explain, expand, elaborate on behalf of the president, who appoints and sends them. So if a thing if they are sent on a mission by the president, they're the ones who are they are given what if they are sent on a mission, their mandate is to just go and explain, probably expand, a little bit here and there, and then elaborate. But they're doing this on behalf of the one that has appointed them and on behalf of the one that has sent them. So as a pay someone that we need tidiness on that front. Please, there's quite some growing in discipline in our messaging, including expressions of little loyalties to mere appointees or emissaries of the president. That must stop forthwith. So that is what Joe Charamba is saying. So this is a message to Arakashi Kuti. This is a riot act. I'm reading to you. You got to toe the line. You got to go back. Endai kumavambo kwazvakatangira. You see, the beauty of going kumavambo kwazvakatangira is you get reminded of your purpose and why you were born. When you go on that journey of reflecting and reminiscing about the things that you used to do right in the beginning, you can begin to understand where you are going wrong. You can begin to understand what you need to do right. You can begin to understand the reason of your existence. Ndofunga manzwa Chris Mtsvango aitaura nyaya yemari kuti when it comes to money, we create money for you. Money is created here in this building, and we can uncreate it for you. It's just like you telling your kid, your kid could, boy, I born you, and I can unborn you. You understand? You are not too old for. I born you. And it is not too late for me to have an abortion again. You understand? No message. But anyway, that's how it is. There's other champion. What is it?
Hello, mkwasha wangu. I love you so much. I love you so much. Wasura say. Ndiri right. Aiwa, hapana kuipa. Because one of the things that you have to look at is that, remember, when you create an organization, you should be able to give it what we call internal protocols that must be followed. And if those internal protocols are not being followed, what is the purpose of you creating that organization? It means that organization does not exist. So the issue that is there, Varakashis have become a loose cannon, right? With no purpose in the eyes of George Charamba, not in the eyes of Champion, no, in the eyes of George Charamba and what he represents. Here is the thing. Muchangwa, as a spokesperson, he is speaking what the party stands for and what the party is. Now you find some people, because they are now trying to create heroes, not only creation of heroes, but also praising some people who are not even known in the party. What would you think you can do, right? Whenever you become a bearer of a political party, whenever you represent a political party in any circle, one of the things is to adhere to its protocols. So here is the thing. The loose cannons that we have here on this Twitter, I always say this to say, you never been in a political party. You were just fished from somewhere to fight battles that you don't know. And you start to think and feel as if you are a member of a political party. What does that tells you? Right? When all these things, I really want to look at the critical analysis of an organization to say, you can find that there is a weakness. When they created the Varakashi group, what should have been done? You have to orientate everyone who is supposed to be in that group. After doing so, what is the next approach? Anyone who comes must be recruited, given party policies, and sign something, or even are trying to adhere to something. Here we have got people who are coming from different political parties and come to join ZANU-PF for the sake of their stomachs, for the sake of tractors, for the sake of receiving gifts. Now, when you are now in that situation, you have to know that you automatically lose loyalty, because loyalty to you is what speaks to your stomach. Loyalty to you is what comes to your pocket as pocket money and so forth. And this is the major problem that a political party like ZANU-PF has, because if I can tell you Z is here, he can tell you the year on Spaces, there are only 3 people, if I'm not mistaken, who are pure ZANU-PF and who were sent by the party. The rest are just people who are coming from Norway. And it vana gunda musaira. And it when you were presenting Mkwasha, I was even thinking about this kudzinzi pakata akusi kureva kuti ridza. And these guys, they have to learn one thing. Kana wanzipakata hauna kunziridza, wanzipata chete, ramba wakabata. Saka iwewe somunhu wabva kunze uko usingazivi party protocol yeZANU-PF. I'm not a ZANU-PF person. Usingazivi party protocol. What is the next thing? The next thing is terera gwara romusangano. Iwe hautereri gwara romusangano, unongotosvika uchitongoti indiri kuda tractor, indiri kuda chakati chikati. Haisi nyaya yekuti unorambidzwa kuda tractor, haisi nyaya yekuti unorambidzwa kuda chipi chipi. Here is the thing. Uri kutevedzera here nzira dzamasoja, nzira dzomusangano? Hapana. I still remember my grandmother used to say, hanzi kwai chati homu chahomura. Handiti kureva gudo ikoko. Saka munhu anofanira kubehave as a person when you are in a political party. That's why most of my time I always say this, Mkwasha. You still remember giving people to say, okay, what is the mission statement yaningi? What is the core values yaningi? Why I am bringing this? Because core values defines the way how you should conduct yourself in public, right? as a person from from a distinguished political party. And now this is the thing that is there. And you find to say, whenever all these things are not there, there is no organization, there is no group, there's no whatsoever. A group is defined by norms and values, right? Even if you want to go to a peer group is a group of same interests. Now, what are their interests? Their interest is their stomachs. So these
Mm.
people, what the reprimand they are getting today, I feel and I applaud it. Why? Because they deserve it. The way how they conduct here, right?
Mm.
Scaring people, doing all sorts of things that are against the norms and values of a group of a political party or a group that represents a political party. This is where they belong. They are. I don't know. Maybe it's a heap of bricks, or it's a no. It's a heap of bricks, because if you can't follow the party protocols, then you are nothing. You are not representing anything. So these guys, what they are getting, it's what they deserve, because that's how they have conducted themselves in the public, and they should get it the way how George Charamba is describing. Because you can't even come to a platform and start to badmouth a Chris Muchangwa. Who is Chris Muchangwa? He is a former ambassador. He is a party spokesperson. He speaks what the president says. Now, who are you who comes and badmouth Muchangwa in public? You are just nothing. I,
Right.
I, I think a sense of respect should come from these guys, not only, but remember, respect in what way? Respect in party protocols, respect of the person, respect of the president. And they have failed among those three things. What are they? They are a heap of bricks. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Right. So it began in the morning by George Charamba reminding folks that in case you missed this, and then he posted what I read, yesterday, which was a press, release that was put out, yesterday in response to this so-called meeting that was, or this so-called dinner, material business dinner that was supposed to be happening, yesterday. I mean, that is supposed to be happening on the 25th. Whether it is going to go ahead or not, I'm not quite sure, because out there already there is a full program of that event, who was going to be speaking in that order, in everything. So, but what was quite interesting is the wording of this press release, as I mentioned, yesterday, to say that there's a group of persons that have been flighting advertisements on social media purporting to announce a business dinner dubbed Matabeleland Business Dinner. When you begin to describe people using such characteristics to say, "Well, just a bunch of people, or a bunch of persons, or a group of persons," that is not that tone, right there. It tells you, quite a lot. It tells you that there's something, that is going on, right now. There's something that is happening. That this group of persons, you're touting, the vice president as the guest of honor, and yet the vice president does not even know about this. And you, Rakashis, you're busy out there promoting, this message, promoting, this thing. And you are now even creating fictitious stories that seem to be saying kuti handizo yemimi muri kuti vanhu havawirirani. Look at what is happening. The 2030 agenda is now in full force, and Vice President Chiwenga is now fully on board with the 2013 agenda. And you're putting somebody in a predicament, or I mean in a position of wanting to push back and distance themselves away from this nonsense. And it is not surprising that he would come out and say, I'm disassociating myself, with this event. My office is disassociated. Nobody's going to be coming from my office. I might be the guest of honor, maybe I might send somebody to come in and represent me, but I'm never going to be doing that. From the office is distancing itself, from this. How can okay? So now you were saying that or it's fake. How can something that is fake will never violate any government, protocol? Never. Anyway, ndaona anonzi ngimfekane uyu wokuzopiwawo motikari after atambudzika uyu nekuda mota uyu. Hanzi izoni ane bhora ndianomakwa. Who are you directing that message to? Ari kumbomakwa nani iye Tagwirei uyu? Ndozvokutaurwa nengina Joe Charamba izvi kuti makutoisumudzira vanhu kuvaisa paposition isiriyo. Makutoti hanzi ane bhora ndiye anomakwa. Ari kumaka bhora racho riri kutambirwa kupiko? Inhandare ipi iri kutambirwa bhora? iBaba Fields here, Rufaro Stadium here, kuGwanzura here, kuSakubva here, kuHwange Coal Mine here kuri kutambirwa bhora iri kwamuri kumakana? Kunzi hanzi ane bhora ndiye ari kumakwa. Ari kumakwa nani? Ari kuchindunduma stadium bhora racho. But anyway, brother Zeti, how you doing?
I'm good, uncles. Hope you good.
I'm good, my brother. I'm good, my brother. Right. So this is the story, that we have. I hope I've done, I've done justice, to the introduction, and folks, are clear on what we're talking about. Do you want to share your thoughts?
Oh yes.
Please go ahead.
I think you done very well, uncles. Truly. Sorry guys, my voice is a bit on the crazy side today. But you see, uncles, what you are dealing with, can we call it a pandemic in ZANU-PF? I don't think we can call it that. Can we call it indiscipline? I don't think we can call it that. What you are looking at is born from 2017, is born from 2016, is born from 2014, is born from 2013, is born from 2010, all the way down, whereby how the party called ZANU-PF started to dismantle and take over the nation is how now it's being taken over. Maybe all this time we could not see it because there was a strong man who kept order in that party for 37 years. I hope you are following. Maybe it's because there was Mugabe, the founder member, the one that ranks everyone, the one that was part of the founding, the one that was sitting, that could say, this is how we formed the party from day one. So you, champion, you can't tell me anything. The one that turns around and breaks out and does the coup from Stole, can say that from this revival, after we done the first coup and I became the leader of this party, you can't tell me anything. Everyone else comes underneath them. And whatever feuds that will be happening, he can easily control because he was there in the beginning. And he was able to minimize to the eyes of the public the true chaoticness and disorganizedness of ZANU-PF. And he's managed to do that since taking over in the 70s, mid-70s, and then from 1980 to 2017. Now, we start off and look at 2017. For the political party and the members of ZANU-PF, for them to be able to remove Mugabe, who is all these accolades of the first, they had to disrespect every single fiber of illusion that he was protecting. They had to. In other ways, they had to turn around and go through the bonds and the history and the protocols of ZANU-PF and pee on them. They had to do that in public. And they were encouraged to do that. By who? By ED. By who? By Chris Mtswanga. They had to be encouraged to be disrespectful to protocols that were set down as an illusion from a kleptomaniac called Mugabe. But now we're not looking at Mugabe from a national point of view. We're just looking at him from his own political party, so that we look at him with all the glories put in by his own political party, even if they are illusions. They had to break every single law that is there for them to be able to remove him from a seat unconstitutionally according to their own party. They have to remove him like that for them to remove him from the position that he turns around and argues against. They had to turn around and do that. And there is where now it first pronounces itself not as a feud that Mugabe was able to turn around and quiet down those fires, but as this thing that turns around and actually turns around and does a coup in 2017. And one of the financiers, we have to be honest with this so that everyone knows, one of the financiers that put in personal money, that is got from corruption. He's got the money from corruption. He puts it in his account, that becomes his own personal money. But through corruption was TAGWIREI. There is no one who in ZANU-PF today can stand up and say he has put more money towards the 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, all the way to 2025 that surpasses his money. That is recorded by ZANU-PF, appreciated by ZANU-PF before this day. He has been the financier. In other case, we can say TAGWIREI is the Sisu John Rhodes in that party. He's the Sisu John Rhodes. So this revival of the Second Republic is held only by the power of ED as a personality, but the finance muscle is TAGWIREI. And they work hand in hand. When the party needed cars, them two are the ones that actually turned around and donated over 400 cars, brand new, because no one else could do that. Financially wise, it is his party. Everyone who's worthy a position in ZANU-PF in the realm of the Second Republic, TAGWIREI has turned around and fed his children through him giving them money and they receiving it, basing it that he is, as much as there is structure for the party, DC what, chairperson what, all that does not exist in ZANU-PF from 2008, from 2017. Even the illusion now that ED wants to reinstate that, let's say in 2017, is only an illusion. ZANU-PF people has shown for the first time that they do not therefore turn around and pay loyalty to the political party called ZANU-PF. They do not stand on the principles of the political party called ZANU-PF. 2017, they shown that they go with the power. Either it is power on a personality or power on a finance, but they go with that. This is why they were able to turn around and leave Mugabe and move with it just like that. They have and what we are seeing now are the pronunciations that turned around and went out to the screens in 2017. And this, Uncle Gerald, is not a riot act being read.
Mm.
No, it's not. It is a
Right.
cry of help.
I was crying for help now.
The ones that are starting to see the power turning around and slowly moving away from them.
Interesting.
It is a cry of help to say, let's go back to what was an illusion before 2017. But who are you telling? You are telling the new gods of this entity. And these new gods have power that is beyond the seats that you sit on. They are even financing the seats that you sit on. They are financing that.
Right.
So you can't tell them anything. They are fitting you. They might be not fitting you personally directly, but rest assured, anyone who's a secretary, anyone who's working out here while you're asleep, they are fitting them. And these guys know who is fitting them. This is why, even when you turn around and say, go back to the protocols of the party, these ones laugh at you and say, what protocols? Can you fit me the way that you have been fed by this? And the ZANU-PF is actually starting to see the true power of what it turned around and lost. It is starting to see itself being captured.
Right.
Yet it had already been captured in 2017.
So it's like
They are starting to
they created a monster that is kind of, that is now devouring them. Devouring them.
they created Cecil John Rhodes. They created Cecil John Rhodes. At the time that when Cecil John Rhodes was being turned around and used by the Queen, it was nice. Until Cecil John Rhodes said, I want my own country.
Right.
And the Queen turns around and says, what do you mean you want your own country? He says, I want my own country that will be called to me, called Rhodesia.
Mm-hmm.
This is when Britain woke up to a new superpower. This one, it was good when it was being used to balance campaign. He was good when he was being used to actually turn around and balance the nation. Now he controls supplies of the nation. He is the first Zimbabwean. Because we need to be very honest about who we are dealing with here. Who ZANU-PF? Maybe ZANU-PF do not know this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they know him from a point of view of their member. They do not know him on a point of view of his ruthlessness.
Right.
Now they have to look at his riches that they were praising last week. They have to look at it differently because now they are being used against them. This is a guy that he has turned around and got so connected that he ended up borrowing Zimbabwe money.
Mm.
He ended up borrowing a country money. Now he's taking over their political party. Let's not say he's taking over. It is his political party.
He owns it.
He owns it because he financed it in 2017. And he's been financing it every day.
Yeah, babe.
No one can come here, uncles, and say, so and so member of ZANU-PF donated 100 cars, only TAGWIREI, every single year.
Right.
So unless they are wanting to come away from TAGWIREI, they need to stop driving those cars because there is. In a bit, I'm going to send you a screenshot of the 2022 committee report. Because every Congress, they have to present a committee report of the state of the party,
Right.
where they turn around and point out how many cars has TAGWIREI donated and how many cars has ET donated. Those are the two names that are there. Chris is not there because he does not have enough money to put into the project. Only TAGWIREI has.
Right. Bakaiba. So could that explain, the kind of beef? Because when I looked at Chris Muchanga, right? Okay, fine. He was trying to say, okay, this is what is coming out of the party, but you could sense a personal vendetta, in there when he was saying whatever it is that he was saying yesterday.
Angles, that is not a personal vendetta.
Mm.
You cannot fight someone that makes it rain.
You
TAGWIREI
make it
makes it
pour.
rain.
You make it pour on you.
Yes, TAGWIREI makes it rain. He is the raincoat of ZANU-PF. What Chris is pointing out, this is why he could not turn around and come out straight and talk to a member of a political party. TAGWIREI is still a member. He's underneath Chris. This is why he could not call him out straight. Because he cannot turn around and call out a God that makes it rain. He is scared to do that. He turns around and if you listen to his speech, he puts innuendos of who he's alluding to.
Nobody was responding to questions that he would have been asked, with the name of the individual. Because if you look at the question,
Yes.
you've got, this issue of TAGWIREI, who on social media there are reports that he was charged out of a ZANU-PF Central Committee, meeting. What is the status? What's up with that? And then one explains.
But he is not responding directly, he's responding to the question, but not in a point that will turn around. You know how these politicians work. The question is asked with me, I was just answering the essence of the question, not the name.
Right. So now, on that point, there is this presidential and tenure program handle. Yakanzi at elder, TAGWIREI. Most people are saying that it is his handle is the one, is linked, to that handle. And on, this
No, it's not.
handle,
It's not actually.
huh?
It's not. That's not his handle.
And this is linked to that handle.
No,
Is
that's not
linked.
it.
He's
No, it's not.
linked.
Yeah. Okay, let me tell you, it's not.
Again.
No, but are you here to discuss? There is talking his own facts. I'm telling my own
No, these
facts.
are not
You're getting
on
angry.
facts.
You're getting angry.
Okay, fine. It is not, his handle, but still that does
The
not.
angering
Yeah,
you.
but still,
When I confirm it is not.
I
What's angering you?
kuchiko futhi.
Ndikuzwaona utsango kuti izvo that is not. Utsamirei.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Okay.
But the point, that I wanted, to put to you that, is this. That handle, the way that it is responded, right? Is responding not directly again to Chris Mutsvangwa, but instead they are phrasing it as if it's the opposition. To say it's the opposition that is not panicking.
Oh, yes.
Are they afraid of each other? If that handle is, if whatever it is that has been written there can be said to be aligned, to him. Because are we
There
ever
are,
going to see him, himself, coming out as well and pushing back against what Chris Mzwangwa, said directly, at Chris Mzwangwa?
no. That's not how TAGWIREI works. TAGWIREI works in influencing other people
Right.
to do the pushing. TAGWIREI does not work like that. Now, Chris works like that. Chris is direct.
Right.
But in this time, Chris cannot be direct.
I hear.
Remember who we are talking about. Remember, Chris is speaking from a point of view of a seat holder in the party.
Mm-hmm.
He's speaking from a point of view of the constitution of the party,
Mm-hmm.
and he's speaking to a member
Right.
that comes underneath him. Yet he can't even point out to the member because he's afraid of what will happen.
Right. Yeah.
He's defending the letter and the rules of the party. But he's defending the letter and the rules of the party to a member, and that's crazy. Because the member value is nothing. Disciplinary committee sorts that out, be suspended.
Right.
But you can't do that with someone that makes the party reign.
Ah, okay.
You can't do that with someone that has a branch of power that is not constituted in the party.
Right.
And this is where now the defense comes in to say, because it's a moral dilemma for ZANU-PF members, whereby you belong to a party, like I belong to a party. You have to defend it. You have to defend now the what? The protocols and the rules of the party, despite of who the person is.
Right.
You have to defend the party. It does not matter whether the person is a vice president or not. Here it becomes the moral dilemma how they set up the argument. Are you defending TAGWIREI as who's not following the rules of the party? Meaning that whether you've already chosen a camp.
Right.
Because if you're not chosen a camp, you stay with what Chris has said. And say that what this guy is doing is wrong and call him out. Yeah. But unfortunately, you can't because you know the influence that he has because he is the financial power. He's the Cecil John Roth of this thing.
Right. I hear you. Zed, thank you very much, for that. Stay there. I just want to hear thoughts, from others. But thank you very much, for that, for that, discussion. Because it is so enlightening in terms of in terms of your understanding of what you consider to be happening, especially with the statement and with what is happening with the man himself, Kuda Kwase TAGWIREI. But anyway, I want to bring in Baba Juju. Baba Juju, do you want to come through?
Yes. Host, thank you, Murisei. First of all, nezuro pane zvinhu zvakandibanakidza paspeech yaComrade Manize. First of all, last week paitrenda Garo achiti 2030 zvakavharana. 2030 Mnangagwa anenge aripo. Then nezuro Manize was adamant kuti 2027 kune Congress, 2020 elections, ZANU-PF da leader asiri Mnangagwa nesupport yevanhu. And someone is the ZANU-PF chairperson, is the honorable minister, then who is the spokesperson of the party. Are we having elections in 28 or vakapedza kusvika 2030? That was interesting. Then number two, kune munhu ainzi Mutumwa Mawere, vanhu munokanganwa. Mutumwa Mawere 96 akapuwa magarantees negovernment 60 million kuti atenge mashares inonzi Shabani mine. But in 2004 vakapandukirwa neZANU-PF. Hamana ZANU-PF inokupa mari but ukafarisa, and that is the exact warning yakapiwa nezuro naManize kuti iwewe mari yauri kutaura shamwari yakagadzirwa pano Shake House and ukada kufarisa toitora, which is very correct. Uye anonzi TAGWIREI problem vari kunge mukwadzisa varakashi ngavadzikame sana kudzimtisi nahanza narutendo vachiti Zimbabwe yakapiwa 1 billion naTAGWIREI tatambura machichi amana musakwidzi musasema hiro mustreets zvakataurwa ndosaka zvinotofungaida uchida kudanza. Seriously, they were saying that and their arguments takapiwa 1 billion naTAGWIREI tapindwa masanctions command agriculture this and that. Vakomana musadaro, ZANU-PF iri kuona ende ari kukwadziswa nevanhu vari vamabutlika ake ana rutendo kudzimtisi. Those guys vanomunyudzisa. And he was given a warning. And I told him nezuro iZANU-PF as Manize is the spokesperson. Saka zviri kutaura izvi ndiri Mnangagwa because Manize akataura nezuro akati everything muZANU-PF ndi Mnangagwa. And of that point vanhu munodherera chamisa nezuro ZANU-PF yakati zvoni everything muZANU-PF ndi Mnangagwa. Government chaiyo ikauya muka nhasi ana Charamba achiti everything muZimbabwe ndi Mnangagwa. But MDC opposition muri mabutlika muri makauti chamisa chete ko zvakunzi ED chete wani zviri kunzi nyange vice president zvanotaura as police hanzi zvinotaurwa naChiwenga hazvina basa, zvinotaurwa naKemba hazvina basa because zvese munhu anoseta direction, anoseta strategy, anotaurira ZANU-PF ndi Mnangagwa. Saka Mnangagwa chete saka muri makauti here kana padare muri makauti here muri mabutlika here saka tichamisa uitonzi muri mabutlika muri makauti maudzwa kaizvozvi naManize kuti vamwe vese havana basa muZANU-PF everything Zimbabwe Zimbabwe cricket ikawina, Zimbabwe rugby ikawina, ndimi nangagwa. Chingwa chakaita dhora ndimi nangagwa. Zvinhu zvese muZimbabwe ndimi nangagwa. Mari yaunayo muhomwe ndimi nangagwa. Saka izvezvi musakwadzise mufesa anonzi uyu. Because I want you to see something in the history of Zimbabwe. Munhu anonzi General Chiwenga has been involved in all the power transitions in Zimbabwe. Kuhondo pawakaita mugagawo, you know only of General Mjuru, but no, anga aripo ana Chiwenga. Then 2017 Mugabe akati okay, iwewe chitora ndoda kusira iwewe kwete Emerson. Oh, akati no, inini no, regai nditoti Emerson aite president. And even tarisa George.
Wakataura wakanzwanani izvozvo?
Padari, can you allow me to solve, please?
Sorry.
Now look at George. George Charamba was very pro Mugabe, but something changed paka joina Lacoste, and he was involved panyaya Sunday sana vanga team Lacoste bye. And even Grace Mugabe knew that famous speech. Even George, if you remember politics, I got just go down and Grace. I want to how we are threat. How good use. And Tarisa, and in Kanamaka Tarisa, Tarisa how Tambira Amazon. George is now team Soko. Everyone knows that. That means the next leader of ZANU-PF, Uchida Wasingade, Nyangwe Makawaya na TAGWIREI, Nyangwe Makamutsanani, the next leader of ZANU-PF in 2028 is going to be General Soko Chiwenga versus Webi Isusu yedu pastor tisiye, pastor yedu tengeti nawo 2028. Uchida usingade, saka uchaita sei, zvamunogara kutivhairira napadare, uchaita sei, zvavasina kupinda muCentral Committee, uchaita sei zvadzikamiswa naManizi, ndapedza nemi.
Right. Okay. Right. Can I bring in and when an order you're now pinza guys? Can I bring in Tubo into the conversation? Right.
Yes, easy. Pachanakidza paZimbabwe. But the first question Chris haasi confident kana achitaura nokuti Chris anogona kutanga kubvunzwa kunzi iye akapinda sei muCentral Committee.
Right.
That would be the first question atanga kubvunzwa iyoyo. Kuti Chris akanga asiri muCentral Committee nokuti akanga arwa marata. So haana maground. Saka unoona maanswers ake haasina so confident nokuti akutoziva kuti he cannot start throwing stones when he's in the grass house. He can't. Nokuti kana akapinda muCentral Committee neback door. I love what my brothers said. Kuti ese marules ese ZANU-PF vakamboakanda panze vachita chakatangira muZANU-PF chikazozoya kugovernment kuhurumende. Saka idi anoziva kuti paakatsika basi right. Nokuti ana Chris kona musi wa19 November vakanga vatodzoswa muZANU-PF. Vanhu vainopinda sei muCentral Committee ZANU-PF. Ivo vanga vadzingwa vakapinzwa nekupi.
Right.
But zvinongoonesa mukwasha isi vanhu vatema zvedu togona kunge tagara kunyika dzinobva chivanhu tochiziva. Mubva ndiripo mukwasha, mubva ndiripo ukamaona ukatora hanzvadzi yangu akanga aine mubva ndiripo. Mubva ndiripo yakaita mari mukamuchengeta. One day anotora mai vake mboda ngwambonoatenda rufu rwaitika kumba kwavo. Ende hauna zvaunomuita nokuti chipanzi chenyu chaapo. Zvafanana naTAGWIREI mubva ndiripo akasiyiwa naGrace Mugabe nababa Mugabe. TAGWIREI anogona kutombotora ZANU-PF kutoti chimbonochemai kwakarambwa amai vake uko. Vese ana Chris Mutsvango ese nana Idisa vanotenda nhamo. Yemurume akaramba amai vake vakatombonodya sadza kurufu ikoko vozodzoka voita zvokuZANU-PF. Saka TAGWIREI chinhu chakachibata guys nokuti keshi yacho anayo. Nokuti ukaona bootlicking ichiitwa muZANU-PF wemeka it's dangerous wangu. What about TAGWIREI mangwana akafuma kuti akufuma chake?
Right. Saka anogona ngatori Elon Musk.
Yeah, akangofuma kuti mangwana ndakufuma changu.
Kuti I'm forming in Zimbabwe party.
Anogona kuitika naZANU chakuti vese ana maofanaro vese anenge vanochinja magedha. Mubva ndiripo haachekerwe stendi pamusha.
Right.
Ukamuchekera stendi akaita Elon Musk. Iwo anotokuudza baba, imimi munotodzi baba, imi mutoziva kuti handijeni nhasi chimbodzokera kwachampion koma makarorwa uko kwaitika nhamo vanoenda kanotsunga dhuku kanochema vakatochera mvura iko kwakambaira imimisano muchidipi muchidya sadza reipapo kubva ndiripo zokudza kuti anhu asi takudzokera but family yenyu yese inenge yanovatenda rufu kwababa wake ndo zviri kutoona Tagwirei zvinezvi ende pachanakidza
Right.
nokuti hamuchengeti nokuti I don't know. I don't know. And I love what my brother Zedi said. Izani PF yakaenda naMgabe. Izani PF yapa haita Izani PF.
Yeah, ZANU-PF 2.0.
I would love to know kuti kana iwo general yechiwa vakapinda sei mucentral committee.
I wakabati niki general ka he had to go in there because he became the vice president.
That is not rules of ZANU
Ayo but
PF.
kamba you know good back then things were no longer they were no longer they had to rejig this jigsaw.
But was he a member of ZANU PF?
No guy, and he was coming
Which fell?
he was coming from the army. But
So is the army ZANU PF son?
No. He was coming from the army. He retired from the army. And we all
So
know
he had
how
an automatic ticket.
we all know how he got to be vice president, right?
ndakubvunza iwewe Gerard
Aiwa kakwengwa nini ngikupindura wani?
Boy, move bvunza
Aiwa
futi kwacho wako
bvunzai
mubvunzo
am I
wabvunza
running away from the question?
Mkwasha, what I'm
bvunza mubvunzo
asking,
wako mukwacho
you Gouveia or you
Guvea handiti anga ari mukuru ngiwe masoja here.
akanga ari mukuru wemasoja akanga ari member yezanu PF here
Ipapo ina handizive.
saka akapinda sei mucentral committee
because
Izvozvo
there's a procedure
inini ndatizoni
which
miraika
munhu wari
mira
zvaatauri
miraika
akatatonda
inini
default
handiti muri
default
kubvunza
yakausha
inini.
hamene ari
enda
kutaurawo
wako
sei
Gerard
Guys, vharai
secretary
mamaiki enyu.
default
Vharai mamaiki enyu. Handiti. Uyu munhu handiti pacoup which was not a coup. We all know Ningi what transpired. We all know what happened. Handiti. This guy is the one angari involved in that coup which was not a coup. He was there. He led this thing which culminated in the return of Emerson Mnangagwa. And when Emerson Mnangagwa returned, he became the president of the country. After they did reconstitute, their party again, bringing him back to be a member of the Central Committee, bringing him back and making him the first secretary of the party. And then he became the president. And as a person who, right, who had powers vested in him to choose his own vice president, he decided to reward the general because of what has happened. Remember, that was a volatile, period. Saka it
but
means for this guy, Mirai, these guys, ndo inonzi art of war inogara yakataurwa ningina dare. Kuti zvinhu zvanga zvisina kumira mushe, saka you are bending, the rules. The rules of engagement, you're bending them to
so
accommodate.
it's okay to bend the rules, so which means the card it has got a different way it is.
No, I'm not saying with this way it is okay. I don't care, what happens, in ZANU-PF. I'm not even bothered what happens, in ZANU-PF. I'm not saying with this way it is okay. I'm just describing what is there. Whether it is okay or it is not
Uncle Jed,
okay, that is up to Van ZANU-PF, to fight, that battle.
But I would
you
love,
engaged me yesterday. I'm
I, I
going to
would, I
Jawan
would
Fuji.
love, I would love Tagwirei mangwana akati akufuma chake. Then ndo patinoona siso ipapo.
Atikuenda ikoko.
Apadare
Ndakambvunza
nyamba
Mumirai mhoko kana
apadare
munopiwawo
atakunzwawo.
mukana, munopiwawo mukana. Because kwazviri kuenda kwacho hakuna kumira mushe. Right now even muzanu PF kuti vazive kuti 2028 iri kwere or 2030 iri kwere, they are more like in a dilemma. Hapana chavari kuziva.
Right. Saka point yenyamba ba mofa apa ningini apa tezvara apa ningini ipapo.
Point yangu yekuti even kana Chris haasi sure kuti mangwana is this thing not gonna backfire to him.
Right.
Nokuti paakagara paya paya anoziva kuti pari kupisawo futi.
Right.
Nekuti haangagoni munhu kurambidza uyu kupinda central committee ka iye akapinda sei.
No, but
Haasiri
no.
case
But
chetu.
is it him akamurambidza? It's not him akamurambidza ka. Imwana ataura wani kuti izvo as central committee yakasita ikatarisa maboxes. You said it, the video is there.
Mukwasha pamutanzwa central committee yakasita ichigadziramo vanhu. It was not the central committee of ZANU-PF. Just because don't forget 2016 2017 akanga ari chairman weZANU-PF ndiani?
Ndika anzani moyo anzani Simon
No,
Kaya Simon Kaya
haasiri.
angarani
Bento anzani ko padari anga ari chairman weZANU-PF 2016 17 ndiani?
Asi Obete Mpofu.
No,
aiwa uyo ndiri secretary for administration.
Mofu padari taurai anga ari chairman weZANU-PF ndiani? Manyara rezvinezvi but ndimune muchiputli
mina ndikutsvagira
makuda kutotsvaga
autotsvaga mofa
chimirai
vachienda
tikutaurira isati matsvaga.
ndakasvikako manje
No, mirai tikutaurira isati
So
matsvaga.
Simon Kaya moyo guys ingwani ndingataura wani.
No, he was not Simon Kaya
mofa
moyo.
dare izonzwai kuna angojeti imi hamuzive
Amana
Sano.
angari chairman mutara angari chairman weZANU-PF here bye.
Angari chairman weZANU-PF pakaitika kuyaya from 2016 to 2017 ndiani?
Asi Simon Kaya moyo here.
No, haasi. No, haasi. No, haasi babashona.
Mofu mbomira kuita noise kati tikupindura.
No, adusta noise. Aureta noise onjiwe nokuti ausizwa zvari kutaura.
Alright, chinzwai mofu. With all due respect. Ndoda kupindura mubvunzo wenyu vandadzokera pasi kuma listeners. So in 2017 mofu musangano weZANU-PF anga akamira ari chairman
Pakaitika kuu vasati vagara committee. Handisi kufunga zvakawanda izvo vashona. Vasati vagara central committee. Pakaitika kuu akanga ari chairman weZANU-PF ndiani national chairman.
ndopandikupindurira mubvunzo uyu makambobvunza nezuro ndikakupindurai zvakanaka. Makuramba muchingobvunza zvenyu futi. Pandakaupindura zvakanaka. I think wabuda kubvunza kuti ndiani aicheya musangano ndo pane question yenyu.
No, handisi kubvunza izvozvo. Iwe kutobvunza mumwe mubvunzo.
Because this same question you asked me yesterday and I responded to you.
Handisi kubvunza wakacheya. Handisi kubvunza akacheya central committee babashona. Ndikubvunza kuti akanga ari chairman weZANU-PF ndiani?
According to this, was a Zimbabwe and the chairman. Okay, angari chairman.
The Robert Mugabe.
Thank you.
No.
Case closed. No.
Robert Mugabe and chairman.
No. Ndiye akanga ari first secretary. Ndiye anga ari chairman. Okay, go back to the results wangu. Thank you more for
Chimera ndikudzeka. Comrade Simon Kaya moyo was the spokesperson of the party and at the same time was acting chairperson of the party. Right? Because the then former chairperson of the party, Angafa. Right? Remember when Comment London Nkomo was promoted from the chairperson to the vice president? Right? So we
Bashona. I'll put the structure. I'll put the structure of ZANU-PF there. Thank you. No, we can't argue Bashona as this is black and white. I'll put it down up there.
But you cannot refuse Zita. It was in a start.
No, that's why Akangari first secretary, the Akangari chairman is written.
Unless I guys mira unless kana banga find something chakaitika.
It was the chairman of ZANU-PF in 2017 he made chairman in 2014 and his tenure ended in 2017 when there was Operation Restore Legacy. His successor became
and you know what I'm told. I worked in the office of the ZANU-PF chairperson. Simon Kaya. My office was Pasisu House, between third and fourth. That's where I was working.
What was your role?
That period, yes, ndishanda kunonzgo Olilima Mangwe under the chairman's that ZANU-PF chairman's office.
Maite Baba Shona Mainzi.
Akwandri mwana mzangano.
But Maite, what was your role? Aiwa, but mune roka. Handiti kutaura zvachairman. Imi mamune ro. Ndangoti
All right,
maintai.
guys. Okay.
Regani mukweza wangu mofu naiti hadi asimakadiko na mofu makadi masango.
Nofara bashona.
But I think when I change your
That's
was the
mati
chairman.
mukira
I
kuti
think
zuzuru
let
zvawo
us
mana
kill it.
tapareko.
Let us kill it at that.
Let's go ahead.
Right.
Next.
Ayo, mire. Right. All right.
Ayo,
ndikukupinza ine order yenyu yamapinda. Azvino kuti inini ndiri kuona. Saka you better pay attention to me. Ndini tagwirei make it rain yakarwara.
Ndimururira.
But nyamashi zvamaita henyu kutaura chokwadi pamberi paMwari. Denga muchata ari kugoogle adi.
Ndaita sei?
Aiwa mungamboti mukiri kubva nezuro muchingotishanda. Ndo zvamakuita paTwitter izvo. Ikono l'instance ari kuita akakonekitwa pamagetsi.
Muri kuzvishauta mega.
Ngawani ndingendazokuza iwani kuti fambai nacho chibhora ichi, fambai nacho.
Aiwa muchaona katambudzwa katinodzora zveshuwa.
Information nevanhu.
Fambai nacho bamini, fambai nacho chinichi. But anyway, more taita zviri sei?
Ndiribo wangu muri sei?
Ndiribo chokuti seiko.
Amuna kusiya kuisawo general here patopic apa ndaona vana TAGWIREI naCharamba.
Akuisa chi?
Kuinclude general. Kana kuti vakatongobatwa pasaga dzaTAGWIREI baba.
Is a non-entity now.
General Ningi. But I don't know how can we dismiss him as a non-entity at the present moment?
I wouldn't say so.
Because he's making some boss moves. Although they are not like bam bam bam. But some some of the things that are being attributed to him like that, he has done this, or he has done this. Like on this one, distancing himself from this one last week, or the week before, he didn't attend that thing where they were praying, etc, and he's out today.
Even Central Committee
yes.
Decision Central Committee and general vakataurawo zvavakataura kuti
yes,
ngambomira mukomana.
Exactly. And out today is the one, who gave us the term, Zigananda, and is hammering, on that. That time that he was in Victoria Falls, he's hammering, he's making, these boss moves. I don't know where they're going to take him. These, boss moves, but he is, he still has got his hand in the game.
Angus,
and he's still on the table.
100%.
TAGWIREI holds something that no one has ever held.
Mm-hmm.
He holds.
But guys, Jet, when do we get to respond to Zeti? Because he's already on another tangent now. Before we even respond to what he said earlier.
No, I know you're going to respond. To him. I'll give you the opportunity, to respond.
He holds the land. He holds the land tenure, the land title deeds program.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean, Angus? For you and me, it is just those little plots. Yes. For the big boys, it's the big farms. The ones that will turn around through the program will calculate hundreds and thousands of US dollars.
All right.
He holds that in their hands. Some of them have got multiples. Some of them have got 5. That when it comes to them, they have to pay almost $500,000.
Right.
He holds that. He holds the ability now for those ones to come and beg underneath him to say, if I've got 5, can you please on your book put 3? Or put 1, so that I can pay for 1 and the other 4 I keep.
So do you believe that is where some of the resentment is coming from?
Because look at power. He's the only one left with the same power that he had in 2017. General was in the army.
That's what you are wrong.
Hold on. Again,
guys.
Listen.
Zeti, don't mislead people.
Now you're just making noise.
General was
in the army.
Hold on. Right.
General. You don't want to hear. Generally, Angus was in the army.
Zeti, 2 minutes. Make your point, yes. And then I'll bring in, a new speaker.
Okay, General was in the army with the army. That's what his power base.
Mm-hmm.
He's been moved from the army. Now he's in politics. Yeah, he's lost connection with the boys. Opposition is in disarray. Are we in agreement?
Yeah.
They do not hold the same position. TAGWIREI is the only one still holding the same position that he used in 2017. He's still holding money. He's still holding business.
Right. Okay.
None of his things have actually turned around and were reduced. They were all multiplied.
Right.
Him and it are the only ones with an improved position.
Right.
Yeah.
But Zeti, does General lose that connection with the boys? I thought kusoja kune loyalty yekutoti zvakatodaro.
That's how when you do a coup, Uncle Gerald is a general. The moment you remove him from there, you are removing him so that he loses connection. This is why they moved the SP from the army and put him in foreign office. The day-to-day running you are hearing on WhatsApp.
Because his tenure of service, his years of service were
You are
up.
not wanting to see. You are not wanting to see the fight that is happening here.
No, you carry misconceptions.
No, but it's understandable. It's your party. It's under. You are feeling a pity on the weight side because you have never been taken over before.
No, Zeti.
Okay, can we hear you then? Can we hear you until the push back? And then push back.
Yes. Oh, it's okay. We've been listening to, thanks Jet for this. I've been listening to Zeti saying some very strange things and interpretations of what he thinks, is what he would call ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF is a de facto political system with institutional entrenchment. Right. Do you understand? When you talk of ZANU-PF, you're talking about a political party with a self-correcting mechanism. ZANU-PF is a self-writing vessel with ideological. It's ideological. It has ideological clarity. Yes, and it has controlled democracy. It's the dispensary of the democracy that happens within ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF has achieved control over these faculties. So when you try to posit political power against financial power, you have to look at historical examples of what has transpired in ZANU-PF over time when money has tried to influence. Or politics has tried to influence money. I would like to first reference something that Jonathan Moyo said as a word of caution, even though people chose to ignore him. He mentioned that there are two things that money cannot buy, and these things are intricately connected. Money can't buy power, money can't buy love.
Money can't buy power, money can't buy love.
Money can't buy love. Right? This is why someone gave the example of the likes of the Mutumwa Maweres and the people who came into ZANU-PF and
oh no.
Money can't buy internet as well.
I also wanted him to clarify.
You guys need to
be telling us lies here.
Not only ZANU-PF.
Untold. What did you want to clarify?
Untold. But stop telling us lies that SP Moyo was retired because his tenure expired. You mean they were waiting for 2017 to retire him?
Can I say something? This is why I'm pushing back on what Zeti said, and I'm going to address that issue. Consider pertaining to the generals who left the army and the circumstances around most of them departing
the army. That their tenure had come to an end.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay.
My brother. I want to talk about, what Zeti was saying, that this guy is captured ZANU-PF and ZANU-PF has nothing to do now because ZANU-PF has gotten money and cars from him. In 2013, all of you remember this, the Bola Getini election. ZANU-PF received significant amounts of financial support from the Billy Rottenbergs, Brian Kemps, John Moxon, to mention but many other players. The funding that was poured into ZANU-PF by these private players, private capital, was significant. But after that election in 2013, going into 2018, you probably have new names giving ZANU-PF money then and maybe previous names giving ZANU-PF less or whatever. This is a trend within ZANU-PF, but there is something that ZANU-PF does that a lot of people don't know. The people who fund ZANU-PF don't fund ZANU-PF in the open. They fund ZANU-PF in their support in ZANU-PF in the boardrooms and behind closed doors. So when you try now to transfer things that happen behind closed doors and try to bring them to garner political capital in the open, that's a different story altogether. This is why people like Jonathan Moyo, like I continue to say, gave a word of caution to say that you need to understand the environment in which you're operating in. Some of these claims that people are making are very superficial and are based on excitement. And I'll explain to you why. No matter how much money you have, the power in ZANU-PF, the majority of the power in ZANU-PF did not come from money as an institution. It comes from people who have generated political willpower. Some of them are not even rich. If you see some of the cars that are driven at ZANU-PF headquarters, you understand what I'm
Not
talking
deep
about.
state.
The people
Not
there
deep
are not.
state ZANU-PF in a deep state.
Yeah, you want to sort of like link what I'm trying to say indirectly. You're not dealing with people. You're not dealing with people whose power comes from the money that they have. You're dealing with the people who have entrenched themselves in institutions, who control institutions that you need in order to sustain your financial capacity. You're dealing with people who can wake up one day and simply tell you that, you see, the statement that was said yesterday is a statement that people are taking lightly. When we say that ZANU-PF is the biggest business and the reason why people are a success, that's not a flying statement or a sweeping statement. It's a reality. Because the policies that are generated by the people who have entrenched themselves in the institutions are the reason why you are where you are.
So these people that still have got the Dansan of 2000 of 1999 or the Angria of the 1987, when they see these ones now with flashy cars, etc., how do they feel?
Exactly. That's the point that I wanted to say now. Thank you for raising that point. If you have money, let me give you a typical example, Jed. If you have money and you walk into an institution like ZANU-PF, you need to have dabbled in ZANU-PF politics to understand how it works. People who have built political capital from building political capital without financial resources and command respect within the party, when you try to overtake them with your money or try to show that because I have money, I can get ahead of you, naturally they resist you. Someone mentioned the issue of people who prop up someone with their propaganda, like a propaganda cartel around someone, trying to make it seem as if his money has now made him the biggest political player. Imagine what happens when people start to believe that you are trying to replace them because you have money. You generate enemies which you can't see. You generate resistance in places that you can't imagine resistance ever came from. A lot of people like to discredit the ambassador, what do you call him? The spokesperson. But Jed, you know politics, and I want to ask you a question. In terms of political capital, is the name Christopher Muchangwa a small name? Let's be honest. So when you try to, people need to be very careful. You can, I may not agree with him on many things, but I can tell you one thing. When you go in ZANU-PF grassroots structures, and the people in the party are told that there is Comrade Christopher Muchangwa here to address you, everybody there says, Chef Warban. It doesn't matter which corner of the country that you go, because that is called political capital. But when you mention that there's a very rich man or a wealthy man, it's one thing being known as a wealthy man, and
but we are
another
seeing
thing,
this guy addressing multitudes of people. What is it that is attracting these people to this guy? No, we are seeing him.
They are not attracted to
he went
anyone.
to Nasty, he addressed a crowd. He went to Epworth, he addressed a crowd. He was the star of the rally in Epworth, where by-election is going to be held. And you've got but so what is it that is driving the people to want to come and listen to him, and yet he doesn't have much in terms of the political capital because he has got money. But
that's what
does political capital
does
political capital still work in this present day Zimbabwe?
Thank you very much.
Antonio, let me try to answer this question. Just a second.
Wait, Bashona. ZANU-PF is something that is called, ZANU-PF is something that is called non-market authoritarian power structure, or a non-market power structure.
Okay.
Where the yes, where the support base of the party is not driven by the policies that are made or primarily by the policies or the functions of the economy or anything, but by ideological inference. So when a ZANU-PF event is called for, people come to a ZANU-PF event, they don't come to see a person.
No, but
If you
people
are
not coming
invited,
to a ZANU-PF event because they know at the end of that event there's going to be a track of bread. At the end of that event, there's going to be
no,
somebody holding my buckets and jomvura. At the end of the event, there's somebody that is going to be giving them two hove. At the end of the event, there's somebody. Because we are seeing these things at play. Or a true
no,
picture.
Jet. If you want to ask what happened in Epworth, if you want to ask what happened in Epworth, there were 2 events in Epworth. All of the events were hosted by the party. If the party invites a personality within the party, a member of the party, for example, he is our comrade, like I mentioned earlier on, for him to be part of that event and for him to speak at that event, those are things that are known by the
And now you're
people who are
bringing
doing
in
so,
a
but they are doing it in
dance
the
or and stuff like that. I mean, there are so
yeah, they
many
always
factors.
come. No, they always come,
there are so
Jet.
many pull factors.
No, Jed, they always come. It's just that this time they always come, Jed. There are many events that are done all over the country, even during Mugabe's time. You used to remember
I'm
Japreza performing
saying,
in
but there are so many pull factors because
those are not
no,
pull
it is a pull
factors.
factor because kana always ziya kuti kana kune rally yeZANU-PF soja lava anenge achirova kana kune rally yeZANU-PF winki ari kurova Japreza ari kurova chimusoro ari kuridza.
That's a campaign strategy.
I'm saying kuti so that can be lure. That can be something that attracts people to want to say kuti arikatingoenda tezopedzera takujamba nemaspika.
That's correct, Jet, but that's a campaign. That's a campaign too. Is that wrong? Because if you come to listen to a performance by Soldier Love because you can't afford to go to his concert, you are also afforded the opportunity to listen to the message that the people who have hosted this event are doing. It's the same thing with supermarkets
I am
or
pushing
any.
back. I am pushing back at your reason. I'm pushing back at your primary reason you did put forward is the reason why people attend in multitudes. You gave this term. You said ZANU-PF is not driven by marketing. What you said?
It's a non-market power structure.
A
It has a non-market power structure.
Maybe if you can, can elaborate on that. What does that mean?
Can you elaborate?
A non-market power structure is where the political will supersedes financial influence, traditional economic leverage, and fails to alter those things.
Whose political will? The political will of the people.
Saka, you are eroding my institutions then.
This Titus, when we ZANU-PF calls for a program in areas where ZANU-PF enjoys support, each and every political party enjoys its support. This is something that cannot be dismissed. They have areas where they enjoy their political, they have people who support them. When these people come out to events, you are calling them in the name. My point was, you asked, why are these people going to see TAGWIREI? And I said, he's a ZANU-PF cadre. He is a comrade within the ranks of the party. If he is speaking at a ZANU-PF event, it is not to say that people have attended his event.
Let's engage Untold. I like engaging you. You say people go there because they love the party or whatsoever. They use such gatherings as campaign tools. What were they campaigning for in Epworth, since we know there are no elections?
Are you not aware that there's by-election Epworth? The reason why you're asking this question is because you don't have a political party or a candidate. You should know this is Tejar.
No.
There's a pilot.
But we saw TAGWIREI pushing the land tenure program at a political rally.
This is job.
I think if you give yourself time to listen to what Untold is saying.
That's a national program. We don't want our resources for political mileage.
Listen, Tejar. If you give your time self to listen to what Untold was trying to explain to you, Dr. TAGWIREI, he can be called by any party officials to address any party program, because what he's doing is addressing a national question, and the issue of land tenure is not a ZANU-PF issue only. Even people in opposition, they're allowed to come and address, to call him to address them
But
and talk about
now
this
you are
issue.
willing
Mira
secretive
nipedze
people
katezvara.
in Epworth to come and listen to your Pamberinde ZANU PF when it's an
People
tenure
in Epworth,
program.
the problem is you think Epworth is still Epworth of 1980. Epworth
No, but there are
let me
still
answer you.
pockets of
Don't
opposition
say
in
no,
Epworth. I'm telling you.
don't say no, because what happened is Dr. TAGWIREI, he was addressing individuals or a group of people who reside in Epworth, and those individuals, some of them, they are farm holders. They've got A1 and A2 farmers. He's got a right to address and talk about the issue of land tenure there. It's part of ZANU-PF programs. It's part of government programs. He's allowed to use that gathering and address the people. There's no harm there. But the
Who
problem
is
is,
using that gathering? Is it TAGWIREI or ZANU PF?
no, right now, if Jed he can call Dr. TAGWIREI to come and
No,
address us
answer
about land
me.
tenure here. He can do
Was it
that.
ZANU PF which used that gathering? Is it TAGWIREI or ZANU PF?
ZANU-PF is the leading party or is the ruling party at the present day. So he's allowed to call him and address.
But Bashona, you are weakening your internal party legitimacy.
No. There's no weakening.
No.
Chris, I think the way guys you are doing it, or Charamba was steady. Because I think what you are doing, my traditional values, the annual liberation, whatever, all credentials, the grassroots, yes, ZANU-PF. I think about yes, ZANU-PF, involve my business tycoon. But I think first track, the so-called big chicken.
No. There's no fast track. There's no fast track. There's no fast track. We cannot allow Lina Chimanya narrative to Peter Maoko when one of our comrades is on top. That one is our internal process. Comrade Charamba, you said this today. You will be shocked tomorrow. You'll be saying something. Both is our internal processes. But we are not going to allow our opponents moving around with narrative against us.
Titus, it's not a narrative, guys. Let me show you. Uncle Ted, I sent you two pictures of a report in 2022 by the committee of ZANU-PF.
Let me open it on.
Can you read the paragraph of the first, where I highlighted the vehicles, and read the last paragraph of the second, and you understand that this is not a narrative created by the opposition. This is something that they already have.
Okay. It says as of January 20, as of July 2017, the party had 45 motor vehicles and 3 buses. In 2018, the ZANU-PF party acquired an additional 438 vehicles, new motor vehicles, bringing the fleet size to 486. And then the other one, reads as follows. Caution will be taken to ensure that the sprouting of these vehicles are not designated for self-interest and that they do not lead to the party's disrepute. Yeah, so that is what you sent me.
Yes, you see that there's an idea that you've got this. When we talk about ZANU-PF donations, you've got donations that come through the party. And then you've got donations of members of the party known to have donated things that donate, and then it comes through the party. Now, these members are the ones that they're talking about that moved the cars from 40 in ZANU-PF only, from 40 to about 500. And these were 2 people. This was TAGWIREI and ET. The party knows that. Now, when the gift was coming to be given between 2018 and 2022, and the report was written, because the report is for 2018 and 2022, when the cars were being given, the receivers of the cars understood who bought the car. And then this is when the community department is speaking to say, can we please make sure we hope that these things that are given are not going to be used for personal interest, because it will cause what? A dispute in the party. They're giving a warning here on the report.
Yeah,
Now, this is in 2020. Hold on. This is why we're bringing evidence. This is why we're bringing evidence.
I want you to see something. I want you to see something.
It's a report of your own party.
Yes,
hold on.
That I agree.
There's more.
I'm not in dispute with that.
There's more.
Yeah,
there's more.
Hold on, Tejara. The issue here is one thing that you want to run away from is to think ZANU-PF doesn't have laws or any procedures that we are supposed to follow. Let me make it clear. Those cars that you're talking about, of 2018, they were donated to the party and they were put in the books of the party. That's the reason why you are reading that report.
No. That's not what my explanation is.
Yeah, but I want you to see this angle.
No.
Tejara,
The angle is there.
Listen, Tejara. Listen. I
But
want you to see this angle.
guys, give each other, the opportunity,
Yeah,
and then
okay.
move on to
So Tejara, my point here is, when Dr. TAGWIREI, for example, donated vehicles to Harare province, those vehicles which were donated to Harare province, a provincial structure, it's not for individuals' use, but it's for parties' use. If you go and listen to what he said in that video when he was donating these cars, ndauya kuzokupai motikari kuti basa redu remusangano seHarare province tidzose masitsi atakajiwa ndo basa rekuti motikari dzinoshanda nokukambeni. Hadzisi motikari dzokuti dziri kuenda kumba kwabashona kana babashona kudhivha motikari chienda nayo kumba. Motikari dzinoita basa remusangano so that we can improve the status quo that we have in Harare as a party. That's the position. And those assets, they are going to be put in the books of ZANU-PF through the Office of Secretary for Finance and Secretary for Administration. Right?
Okay, I hear you.
Yes.
Now, this is why I go back to Uncle Ted. To say, Uncle Ted, can you please read the last part so that he understands? No one is questioning where the vehicles have been donated to the party. There is a link here that the community itself, the commissioner's department, puts in a warning to the party. This is why I put it in the report. To say the link between the giver of these cars and the recipient of the cars, the receivers of the cars, even if it's through the party, because the giver is known in the party, there is a possibility that you will use it for self-interest. The same thing that Chris was talking about yesterday.
No.
Again, hold on.
No.
Hold on.
Let me correct you there.
Hold on.
When John Moxon donated vehicles, when John Moxon from Miko's Hotel donated vehicles in 2013 ZANU-PF, a donation, to found each to
let's read the part again.
We cannot take a donation from
right. Okay. Because we've got so many people, that want to speak. But I want to raise, this point. There's an article yakaburitswa neBulawayo 24 where they said Gutizo ZANU-PF Harare provincial chairperson Goodwills Masimirembwa has come under intense scrutiny following allegations that his executive accepted a fleet of vehicles from TAGWIREI without adhering to proper party procedures. And it's being said that this donation which came shortly after the province recommended TAGWIREI's co-option into the party central committee has triggered concerns over transparency and potential procedural violations. So what if what Babashona is saying is true? How come these concerns arose?
Tejara, my journalists remembered they look for Nyaya to market their newspaper.
No. But no.
Yeah.
No. But that is not the reason why journalists write.
I'm responding. I'm responding to
No,
your question.
No. I want to push back. With my journalists writing Nyaya to sell a newspaper because that is too pedestrian.
It's one of their major priorities.
But they're out there to tell the truth about what is going on. This is Bulawayo 24.
On this one,
yes, but if that is the case,
it's a false narrative. I'm telling you this for a fact.
If that was the case,
that one it's a fake.
Yeah,
because what happened is if you go and check the province itself, right? They cannot do anything without writing minutes and put everything into minuted position. And when they present these vehicles, remember everything was done on public domain. When this is done, they go and report it to the Politburo, right? That we received a donation of these cars so that they can be put into asset book. So we cannot honestly argue on that in Nyamashisha with all due respect.
But if somebody donates, do you accept first, or you first go to your party to say this is what is coming through? You then accept and then you follow. I mean, I don't know,
So
because when Farai
fortunately,
was asked about
what
it,
you're saying,
when
Dr. TAGWIREI
Farai,
is not an outsider. Dr. TAGWIREI is a member of
guys,
ZANU-PF and a member of Harare province.
so how come
So he's not an outsider.
Okay,
Sorry?
how come? Okay, your argument was to say we want to win Bekma seats in Harare. So you guys have these guys. If he's so interested in wrestling urban areas from the opposition, why didn't he go to Blawayo? Why didn't he go to Unitary?
He's a member of Harare
in
province.
the
Like I
urban
say,
areas?
he's
Where's
a member of Harare
ZANU-PF?
province.
Urban areas.
Exactly.
Let me give you this.
We are talking in terms of
Listen to this.
donating.
We have got a businessman by the name Deputy Minister Mod. He's a businessman,
Yes, Blawayo
from Blawayo.
Yes,
He's supporting all the ZANU-PF programs in Blawayo because he's a member there. We have got Chiwenga, who is a member of ZANU-PF, is a businessman from Marsh West. He's supporting my programs in Sangano there. We have got so many business people in Midlands.
But
in
the
Midlands,
point, okay,
James
the point
James Makamba as well. So my point,
do you agree?
My point in Yamashisha. Just a second, I'm point down. Point down. In province yega, the first mandate yavainayo, or an individual with the first mandate yavainayo Msangano, is to defend, support, and recruit people Msangano.
Right.
So kana uri member yeseu muharare, uri member ye village muharare, uri member ye district muharare. Basa rako uri momo ndere kusupporta, kutsigira no kudefenda ma interest emsangano. And number one thing to defend my interest emsangano, who win my elections.
From the back or from the front?
I want to then also raise this point. When you're looking at this individual that we are talking about, a larger than life, some people refer to him as larger than life.
Yes.
See, I'm often you've got this individual. Oguti Arundizo is the richest person and then when you're looking at my programs, you are finding Kutizo, it is the same faces that are always touring the country with him. And then when you're looking at these things, don't you think Kutizo is not going to create a disharmony within the political party, especially when it comes to this culture you're giving, because Mato Jaira my handouts. Don't you think this it can create commotion, and also it can create this godlike elevation status yarupiwa yazosakisa kuti izo Charamba azonyora nekizvanyora, because if you want to then look at,
I think
at the bigger picture,
let me
those
give
concerns should arise.
Yeah, I'm saying I
what
think
happens,
that one. Let me give Anton to answer you, because
Oh,
I don't want to
Bashona, sorry. Ndangowedzera pa Uncle Jet Mama ngo answer kawani. And imimi futhi, don't you think kuti mkomana wathu kutarwa is not that popular figure among my ordinaryism, whether he's ZANU-PF or not, has another that popularity, another that history, for political, organization to know that mobilization or kuti akambowina my election. On top of that,
it's not
he wants to be the president of the party. The issue is not popularity yet. The issue is about working for the party.
Chris Mchangwa. I heard him mentioning kuti we've been in these trenches for white, not all my premiership positions, but it's Chiwenga. Don't you think also this is going to disrupt, your succession hierarchy?
No, you're making a problem there. The issue is not about succession. The problem is succession in the question. The issue is not about succession. The issue is about working for the party. And what do we want to achieve as a party? That's what is more important.
Can I just present control, please? I think the biggest. Can I
they
just
affect the
Todd,
party
please? Can I just present to the African Americans, please? But that's why Tata brought me
from that
because of
angle.
that. I've been dropping and dropping because of
And
network.
entirely
Okay. Um,
where
the
you
the
really say
the
that
the
is
thing
not
is,
it's
potatoes,
going to
when you
allow
look
you
at this,
to
I
override.
told you I'm breaking that there is three ways of listening to information and information dissemination. And our Zimbabweans needs to do that, because the reason why most people don't get it right is because when someone comes to them and presents something to them, they don't know how to break the message apart to truly understand what the message is intended and how it's being given. I'll break this for you, Taters. What happened during that presentation, because there's three moving parts to that. There is a point at which the press is, when the person is giving the information from the party, he briefs you and he tells you, you sit down, they tells you the information. This is what we've discussed. This is what this is what, and they give you what it is. And then there is a question and answer point. And then there is another position where the person can move on to another position of opinion, because they have that political opinion of the drive or the policy in which it is told. We were told about TAGWIREI's not making it in this time, or from a professional standpoint of voice of ZANU-PF, and there was nothing wrong with that, to that point, and say, this is what it is, bang, bang, bang. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And then there was the question moment, right? They went into the questions, and you could see, for those that have been in these spaces and understand what we are talking about, we've done dissection. ZT, you have done this with us for many times. That moment in time when the questions were being asked, they were synchronized. They were very thoroughly checked and actually put in place in the manner that they were. What would have been the intentions of those questions being asked to that, in regards to that, and the way and the manner at which the person then who was actually answering to those, from the point of the question moving forward, that is not the position. I don't believe, and don't strongly believe, though, that is what the party stands for. That became an individual who was telling of his story, of his greatness, and getting back to something that we probably do not know. There are further conversations to this than what we probably see and understand. So, from that point of questioning moving forward, that platform was used to launch something else that is not what is supposed to have been used for. Wait, please, please, please,
But
please,
that's not
please,
true,
please,
guys.
please,
That's not
please,
correct.
please, please.
No,
Let me
that's
talk. Let me talk. Let me talk.
no. But you are
Let me
denigrating
talk.
the party spokesperson.
You are not Zanup. If you're a G40 guy,
Mirai kan
let me
guys.
talk.
Mirai,
Okay,
Mirai,
let me
Mirai.
finish.
I'm sorry,
I'm talking about
Banaba.
Nae.
I
I'm
know
not
what
talking
is
to
on
him
Indeed.
because
I
he's a
know what is
G40 guy. He's
I know
pushing
what
his
is
own
on Kobe
propaganda here.
Nyao.
We never said
Wangarekera
anything when
kwa
he was
movie,
talking.
but I'm sorry,
No,
Banaba.
no, no,
I
it's
want
cool.
people, that
Eh,
don't lie to
He's
Badare,
candidates.
pushing his propaganda
Badare.
here, but I never listened. I never
We
refused
are
to
not
what he was
fighting.
talking about. Okay, there
Ngawamboresta
was
wa.
four times. There are four times.
Badare,
Wait, wait,
listen
wait,
to the
wait, wait,
professor.
son.
Listen to the professor of
Listen.
the School of
There's four
Theology.
times a person can go into a committee of NPF. Whether you go through the structures, you become a junior secretary, a chairperson of something else, and go that, or you can be chosen by, put it by your people forward, or then the presidential powers that you spoke about, right? There are ways of getting into that. Co-opting has been happening in ZANU PF for the longest time now, especially when there's so many young people and other leaders that have gone into ZANU PF who have been co-opted. The president is what he went back to the party and actually asked and actually pushed that as an option to co-opt people, but not what the G40 guys are talking about. It has been happening, the co-opting. So listen, the mission of Tagwirei saga and warnings from Charamba, and what Charamba has literally said. He said his own opinion from what he said. Okay, create that change. So I did not know it. This Barakashi plays a very big role in the warfare, the media warfare of the party. Believe me, he does. Even the EU wrote a report about this force that there is that came about and actually fought back the narrative that was wrong about ZANU-PF. It actually did so, and it won the battle. So, for moving forward from that point of actually putting restraint, I don't think the people who came about to push back were pushing back just because they are bought or they are on the side of the elder. They are there, Marakashi. One thing that I know about this team, we were the pioneers of this thing. We understand one goalpost. One goalpost is to defend the party and the president of the country. The party and the president comes first. The president's mission is to push the developmental programs that are going on and the vision that is moving on with the with the party, and that is the mission. So when the Wanagesh saw the battle which was coming from the ground, which would have put and is put right now, we're discussing about it, the party into some disrepute. It might not be on the ground. This is a live constituency that most people have to understand it exists. This internet base, these people talking here are people who are supporting ZANU-PF, people who are members of ZANU-PF. It's a constituency that probably might not even be recognized on the ground, but it does work. And it also stands for the voice of ZANU-PF. So when they went onto the attack, they were not saying we're not listening to what you're saying. They're saying that was the wrong battlefield of you sending the message to another comrade. They actually did. I will tell you for one, I have so much respect for Charamba. I like it when he attacks people from the opposition in that platform. But that platform was rolled in a very wrong way, in a derogatory way that puts everybody not at ease. Because why do I say so? You are giving the enemy.
Please,
Okay,
chinja
I'm gonna
around
learn now.
put artists
You are
please.
giving the enemy and you're giving the G40. They are coming now and telling you what ZANU-PF.
Padari.
They are coming
Guys,
now
Don't
the way
denigrate
it's
the
being
party
painted.
leadership
They are
and start
coming now.
labeling
They
people.
are coming now. Okay,
guys.
they are.
No.
No, don't
I
do
try
that.
to move on. I move on. I think I know. Hata udizvo hapana hanzizo even mavashona mhinduro yenyu yamapiwa najujiyo vainzwa hanzi hapana chausina kunzwisisa chiripo ndechekuti haudi kutsurwa. Ndo dambudziko renyu imi vanhu imimi, hamudi kutsurwa, hamudi kuudzwa, hamudi kuita sei, munongoramba mangosona. Aiwa, regai ndimbopinzawo nemumwe munhu chimbomirai makadaro. Handei kuna atatenda followed by ometa.
Aiwa, ndaida ngoti yangu namukoma George haipindigwe.
Let me just land and say,
Thank you, Uncle
TAGWIREI is unstoppable, just like anybody with their interest. Yes, you
Yeah.
can say to you.
Can you go and tell? Yeah, can you go and tell George Charamba
Let me tell you.
yeah,
I'm
you
not
can
talking
write your
about
English,
presidential
you can
leadership. I'm just
see
talking
that
of the
who is
way ZANU-PF.
unstoppable, and we are going to continue. I want Badari, go and tell George Charamba, we have heard what you wrote, I've seen what you wrote, I've read what you wrote, I've understood what you wrote. It is your own opinion. It does not matter in the grand scheme of things. Kudakwase TAGWIREI is bigger than everything. He is unstoppable, and there's no amount of words in literature that you can come up with. There's no amount of words in writing that you can put together. This man that is called TAGWIREI is unstoppable. I think that message should be best be delivered to George Charamba. And can we move on, please?
No, sir, I've already written it so many times. You've seen it, and I've taken you some of the posts.
Yeah,
I've told
okay.
you. Listen, I've been telling you the prediction since 2017 of the next wave of ZANU-PF, and it's part of that leadership that is going to
Stop
come. Those
denigrating.
are not
Right.
G40s. Don't be excited with
But
nothing. People have got
Stop
nothing to offer
denigrating
You
the
guys
party
are
leadership.
we are not
inaptituous.
excited with nothing.
Yeah.
imimi ndimi munorwadziwa
No,
nechokwadi
kana
chamapiwa isusu handabata
we love
nazvezvo
everyone in leadership. It's nice to see
imimi
them.
ndimi
No,
mamurwadzi
but
but
I
anyway
just
guys
need to understand.
ngatenderai mberi
Usateerere zvekutaurwa
ndatenda do
nechipo
you want to come in
chanatoda. Okay, ndanyarara.
Ango Jedi ndokumbiro silence ana padare vane avo achitaura.
Izvo,
Ah,
una waipi
tokum-
kwandishitaurei?
toku- Tokumbira kuti tichitaura tambonyarara. First and foremost, Ango Jedi,
Mm.
I'm not ZANU PF, but I wanted to respond on an issue of how General Chiwenga became a member of the Central Committee. I will respond by asking a question. How did General Vitalis Jinawashe become a member of the Central Committee? How did General Mujuru become a member of the Central Committee? The answer is one. Those guys, they were member of the Central Committee before independence. Because if you trace all former generals, they end up in the Central Committee. When they are serving in the military, they are serving, but they don't denounce or renounce their ZANU-PF memberships, and they will be involved in the day-to-day running of ZANU-PF, because you cannot separate the Zimbabwe Defense Forces from ZANU-PF. And people can want to write any narratives or books to say how did Chiwenga become a member of the Central Committee. First, they have to answer how Jinawashe and how Mujuru became members of the Central Committee and Politburo. That's number one. Then number two, tichienda kune the current saga at TAGWIREI. It's hard, when you had put your eggs into something and you see yourself on a certain platform, kuti mazai angu akupadhuze nekuhecha, then mazai iwawo huku yobva yangodhiniwa yobva yaragera kurara pamazai, mazai obva aora. This is the current situation in ZANU-PF. People, they may say TAGWIREI is bigger than ZANU-PF or is bigger than anyone.
Nobody says
ZANU-PF is the way you respect me, you rebut what I say after I'm done. Because the moment you start bringing your points, someone will pop in with their points, then I won't be able to put my point. There have been billionaires or people who have got had money before, who have had influence in different demographics. And when you are made by the same institution, it's the same institution that can cripple you. Why I'm saying so? Vanhu ava vane zvimwe zvinhu zvavanenge vachiita zvinenge zvichibreacha mitemo nemalaws, zvavanenge vachikavhirana. That's why you had Chris achitaura kuti it's the same ZANU-PF that made you to be where you are. Matenda ese aiwana akamawana nekuti ZANU-PF yaida. And ZANU-PF yachona inenge ichitaura, those are the people in Central Committee and the Politburo. Tinozodzika kumasero kumachi, but those people, those are in those two institutions, are the ones that determine, because all of them, they will be having my business interests. Nevamwe avo vanozotadza kuita run my business avo. So for TAGWIREI, the remarks, they were genuine, and there's nothing Chris did that was wrong. And Chris was speaking, are clothed with power vested in him as a spokesperson with ZANU-PF. And for Charamba to come out, they've realized whatever they cooked or formulated in the form of Varakash, somewhere, somehow will give them a problem. If you have been recalling, on the previous spaces that we have had, I emphasized on the noise that was made during the time of Anna Reika Kondi. I also am I also emphasized on the noise yaitika going to that Lupani or whatever Cholocho Cholocho declaration uko kwakano biringidzika zvino nana Jonathan Moyo. There were people that had the influence, and Tagwirei is not the first billionaire to be involved with ZANU-PF. If those that wield power no longer want him, they will vomit him. No matter how much Zvigananda, Varakashi would try to defend that position. Currently, I will tell you safely so. Tagwirei is riding on the mercy yekuti Emerson is in power. The day Emerson is no longer holding power in that party, Tagwirei will lose a lot. Because there are a lot of people who are in the queue. And the issue yekuti vanhu vane 45 years and other years dzekurwa hondo vochitanga kuudzwa one man saved the country zviri kutora dignity away from them. So they have decided to curtail kuti hatinganzi isusu nyika yakasevhwa nauyu. So what are we? We are stooges. Yes, he might have put the man, but it's us who might have brought him to be in that position that he is. So it's now an issue here. The original ZANU-PF nema egos ayo kuti we cannot be reduced kuti vanotanga kupusha in agenda someone. He might have been in ZANU-PF, but was he involved day to day? Because my business men akawanda ese globally, they align to my political parties in their country. They know one day or the other they will need political protection or political favor or a favor that comes from people with power. So the phenomenon is not starting with the Tagwirei. They've been billionaires that came and go. Zvokunzi vanhu vakanoviga mai vake or what ingari close proximity yemukadzi wake nana Grace Mugabe, and now it's close proximity na E.G. Mnangagwa. But other than that, he is just like any other business person wekuti anokwanisa kuita vomiting. And no matter how these Varakashi would want to defend their position, what is happening in ZANU-PF is bigger than what they write on Twitter, because those that undermine General Chiwenga, they should undermine him at their own will. I'm not ZANU-PF, and I want that confusion because they are undermining a man that has got power.
Just a second. I'm awful. I'm room with that spout after a few minutes.
Not a problem. Go on to tender famba.
They are undermining a man that I think because you know that quit an army general kulida mauto, you are a tactician. Vanhu vaiseka Jacob Zuma kuti hana chikoro hana chi, but that man during his time of peak he calculated moves akawanda ekuti he achieved more than vanhu vainzi vari smart vari educated vane mari vane mabusiness. He outmaneuvered them. The same with the General Chiwenga. People, they might look at him vachimuona someone who is not having an interest, asiri kuona zviri kuitika, ari kuonera zvinhu kure, or he has lost power and authority. That man has not lost power and authority, and all these events that are unfolding, they started unfolding the moment akasanctiona vanhu kuburitsa Tagwirei mu Central Committee meeting. And more are going to unfold. Makaona ana George ava kutaura vanenge vatombopiwa mawarning behind closed doors kuti zvinhu zvako zvawakagadzira izvi usungirira imbwa dzako idzi, otherwise iwewo nembwa dzako tinokuisa pasi. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Tatenda. Yeah, I like this.
Can I rebut
No,
Titus?
hold on, untold. No, let's give others. Bomera Tumbo Famba Michana never Sarvataura. You can come in afterwards. Ometa, Tombo from you.
Thank you, Titus. Ndiwo padare usandidisturbe kana ndichitaurawo. Right. Panapa tine zvinhu zviviri zvatiri kusangana nazvo zvekuti ZANU-PF haitengwe asi inotengerwa nekuti kurumwa nechekuchera. Right. Ndikudaro panyaya yekuti Manhize nezuro akabuda achitaura. Zvaaitaura zviya zviya. Some can interpret it as personal. Ane grudge nauzvo. Anga akagara namarapiro vari vairi. Ndo vanonza information yezvinhu zvinenge zvataurwa kuseri. Handiti. Pochiita murume uyu ari kutaurwa anonzi TAGWIREI uyu. Akanyuka ane mari iri kushamisa iri kushambadzwa panapa nevamwe vanomusapota. Kuti atange kuti anzi ane mari yese iyoyo zvakabva mubuilding. Manhize akazvitaura zvikanzi tisu panapa tinogadzira foundation yemunhu wese anenge achida kuzoita mari kunze zvinobva pano. Anga asiri kunyeba ipo paya. Handiti. Then mari iyoyoyo yatinokubvumidza kuti uite haubhadhare duty, unodada nekunzi unotikweretesa mari yedu, which is how the way it's supposed to be. Tikakuita kuti uite mari, you sit back into the party. TAGWIREI haana kuuya nemari achibva nayo kuAmerica, haana kuuya nemari achibva nayo kuJapan kana somewhere out of Zimbabwe. Oti aiwa ndinonzwo TAGWIREI ndine mari yangu iyi apa iyi. Ndanga ndati ndikubatsirei. Zvekuti tinochitarisa kuti ungabve kwese kuzotipa iwe uri munhu akanaka. No. Tisi takakupa opportunity. Asi waakuda kushandisa status kuti uchitanga kuchinja structure yatakabva nayo kuhondo. Usati watombofungwa kuti uchange uripo. Varipo vamwe vakauya way before you. Vakada kuedza kuda kuita dzungu rauri kuita rekuti waakukura musoro nekuti you are now a billionaire. Why? Because of proximity yako to Emerson. Chekuchera chiri kubva panyaya yekuti Mnangagwa in his quest to consolidate his power akatanga kupuruna mathreats. Uyu anozondinetsa. Vakomana vaakabva navo kure. Ndobva aunza vechidiki yanga ichitaurwa ichinzi ZANU-PF yaapo haisiri ZANU-PF yekuhondo. ZANU-PF right now is deeply divided. Ine mafactions akawandisisa within. Handiti. Saka now uyu manje aakuchiita maambitions. Tenzi wangu achembera. Hazvichaite manje kuti ndichiregerera ndega ndichitambira mudhuze. Ndaakujamba queue ndochiuya kumberi. Ndikatangira kuCentral Committee, I get first hand information. Ndiye ndirimo mumusoro. Ndine mari kainini. TAGWIREI has money to buy people, but he can't buy everyone. Pane murume ataura panapa akati, ZANU-PF unokwanisa kuti iwewe une mari, asi haukwanisi kutenga system yacho kana kuichinja nemari. Because the moment you set that precedence yekuti ukangoita mari chete nongopfuura yaTAGWIREI unokwanisa kuchinja zvinhu zvinoitika muZANU-PF. Hazviitike zviya. Hazviitike. Hazvife zvakaitika nyange udzi uri bhilioni vanotokutorera mari iyoyo kuti waakufarisa taakurumwa nechekuchera. Tisi takakubhridha iwo. Tikakuuplifta tikakupa maopportunities. He did not donate money yaakagadzira out of the country. All of that money was made because of ZANU-PF policies and government. Saka hapana chinoshamisira chaari kuita nemari yeparty. Inini I actually respect munhu aiburisa mombe dzake achitora chikafu kubva musitoro make nguva yehondo achipa vakomana vari paground vachirwisa Smith. Kwete uyu anonzi anzi akatenga mota. Unotenga mota saka chii chanyanya kubva chashamisira nemota. Ko uyu akasara achitambura mamutorera mombe dzake nguva yehondo. Ndiye munhu akatokosha iyeye. Izvezvi Manhize ataura a day later George Charamba abuda achitaura zvaataura ipapa akati makatanga muchiti the new theme is youth empowerment, varakashi zvapana zvamatora izvi hakusina gwara rekuti information kana ichibuda tinoziva kuti inobuda nestructure iyi. Angopiwo chimota akutofunga kuti vanondipa mota, meaning kuti I'm very important and what I say is powerful. This morning I'm going to wake up and just write something. You are losing control. Akazvikonzeresa izvozvozvo ndimunangako pakuti kutya vake vaaitamba navo vaakakura navo akatanga kuunza vanyowani vasina kuenda kuchitepo kuti vazive kuti aiwa unokwanisa kuita mari muno asi haukwanisi kuchinja constitution nemutemo wedu. Amasiko atakabva nawo kuhondo hazvichinjike izvozvo. Tinogona kuti uite madhiri ende mari unotoita, tinogona kukubvumidza asi hauchinje mutemo. You can't buy your way into that position in ZANU-PF. Manhize izvezvizvi havawirirane nageneral, asi ipapa pavanogona kuwirirana kuti taane common enemy. General akuti ndaakuovhatekwa ndini ndakaita kuti vanhu havapinde. Manhize ari kuuya achitaura kuti ndine 45 plus years ndichisevha musystem iyi. Handisati ndambosvika any position yekuti ndingati position iyi ine power. Asi ndaakuti zvambirwa kiu neuyu watakarera tikapa maopportunities. Saka for now vane common enemy. Tagwirei. Ava vari kutengwa vanoendwa navo kuna vari Tagwirei kwaanoenda achivatengera mota vanosvika achisofta zvimota zvaanotenga nemari dzeZANU-PF futi. Havana basa. Zvinodhailutwa zvese zvezvo, unovhariswa zvese zvigotorwa zvinhu zvese ugodzokera futi pazero. Mutumwa mawere ataurwa. Vakaudzwa kudhara ma80s vachibva kuhondo kuti businessmen tambirai kumabusiness, don't meddle in politics. When we need you tinokuudzai tipeiwo mari kana tibatsire vapo nepapo. Haufarise kuda kutoita maambitions ekuti pamwe vanenge vachinyeberana vari muchikona Tagwirei handiri kuona mudhara akura. Saka iwe uchitambira mudhuze. Iwo nemari kawagara une mari ende tamba mayouth emazuva ano havana gwara. Vakangoona kuti une mari chete vanojambira patrain yako. It doesn't work like that in ZANU-PF. And it will never work like that. Kune vamwe izvezvi vasina kana mari but vanoti vakataura zvavanotaura zvinonzwika because ndo vakavamba mhuka inonzi ZANU-PF. Hautenge ZANU-PF uchizvinyebera zvaunenge uchiita zvezvo. Never ever. You can buy things for ZANU-PF. It's okay, but you can't buy ZANU-PF. Once that precedence ikangosetwa chete kuti Tagwirei apiwa position of power, that's the death of ZANU-PF. Nemari yake iyo yamakamupa iwo kuti unopa munhu mari akuishandisa kukuataka futi iwewe. Disregarding ana Chiwenga vakabva kuhondo kunana Mugagao vese vanga variko. Haupinde general ukazvekungodzanzi kunongomukwa makuseni kuchinzi mafunga kuti toita ani general zvonzi akandai Chiwenga. No. You are just a mere ZANU-PF member wekuBorodale. Hausati wambotora kana ministerial kana kurana for MP zvekuti tingati awa handi MP ane macrowds. No. He's got a crowd of beggars. He does not have essence. Ndo zvaari kuudzwa izvozvo kuti that man ukada kungwarisa tinozvivharisa izvozvozvo. Because you made it through Zimbabwe and through ZANU-PF. So don't forget. Ndo zviri kutaurwa. George Charamba naManhize vari kutaura chinhu chimwe chete. Chinhu chimwe chete chiri kutaurwa izvozvo. Zviri kutaurwa izvi nana Padare varoda kuswera vachida kuda kutichinjurudza muonero uri pachena. Kuti hanzi information ikauya, it's how you then interpret it. What iwe zviri pachena zviri kutaurwa. Ngaazorore. Ramba uri businessman unozviurayisa nezvinhu zvisina basa nenyaya yekuda kuita makaro. Tambira kubusiness kana une association neZANU-PF nekuti inokupa madhiri. Ramba uri kukona irororo uchiita mari dzako wogara nemhuri yako zvakanaka. Ukada kutambira pachigaro chamambo ichi unokuvara. Ende unokuvara zvemashuwa chaizvo. Zvese nemari yako vanokushanda ende vanokushanda nemwoyo wese.
Pakaipa.
It's simple. Hapana kana kuda kuminza kuda he committee yazoda vese vakapinda mukomiti magenerals amataura vese ana anodzanani ava ana vanga varipo ava ana zvina vashi. ungavhunze kuti hanzi Chinavasha akapinda sei kana kuvhunza kuti hanzi Chiwenga akapinda sei. How stupid is that? Munhu akavamba chinhu ichocho unobvunza kuti hanzi wakapinda sei muCentral Committee, unopenga.
Right.
Tingatovhunza Tagwirei, who's just a white-headed billionaire, akaita mari through ZANU-PF, kuti kweyo unoda kukwana pakai. What boxes are you ticking iwewe? No, just by virtue yekuti ndine mari saka I think ndinokwana. It doesn't work like that.
Ometo, correction, Titus, please.
Guys, I'll give you just 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Guys, let's not be naive here. Let's not be naive. We were not talking about a billionaire. TAGWIREI is not a billionaire. If you are thinking that TAGWIREI is a billionaire, you are mistaken. TAGWIREI borrows the government billions. He is the only one in Zimbabwe with an individual exchange rate that is not given to anyone. The capture of a nation, he done it before coming to capture the party. He's already captured the nation. He financed. Let's not be naive here, Zimbabweans.
He has not captured the nation.
Hold on.
He
captured the nation in 2013 again.
Within ZANU-PF.
He captured the nation as a state. Again, your lack of information is what is problematic here. TAGWIREI captured the state. 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, he financed the coup.
Using what?
Using what?
Yes.
Using money.
From who?
That he was, hold on, from Mugabe.
Who is Mugabe or who was Mugabe?
Hold on. So that we won't make mistakes.
Unoshandisa mari yedu yoyo.
Hold on, Ometo, hold on. It's not your man. It's not your man. Let's be honest here. Unless it was it speaking to say, I know I brought you here, then we can keep quiet. We can say, okay, he knows because he was his partner. But if it's Mchwanga is never given TAGWIREI a single cent. It is not ZANU-PF as ZANU-PF collected card-carrying members. They are very specific people, and there are less than 5 that helped him out. And that's
ZANU-PF system implemented by the likes of Mutangwa.
You are failing to deal with the new power, my friend. You are failing to deal with the new power. This is the Second Republic. First Republic died. Get over it. The ones that brought these guys in, the ones that got these guys in, this is the Second Republic.
Right.
And the Second Republic has nothing to do with war credentials. The Second Republic has everything to do who contributed what.
That is what is going to explode or implode within that party, because there are those that are powerful that do not look at money.
There is no one
that are influential that do not run on money. That only run on principle.
Your ZANU-PF of the First Republic is gone.
Okay.
Get over it. We're dealing with ZANU-PF of Second Republic, what is driven by money. And the only one with money to spend is personal money got from corruption. Like other people's personal monies.
If that money is so powerful, why is it taking so long for him to be co-opted? Why is it going around in circles?
Exactly.
What you mean it's taking so long to be co-opted?
Exactly.
Why?
He runs at this moment in time. Listen, look at this. These guys, I don't know what they're
all right, hold on. Say your point, then we move.
Do you know anyone at this moment in time who's running a program that takes everyone's land that was given in the land redistribution and says, pay this amount of money? He's the one that is running it.
It's a campaign strategy.
That is borrowed power. He is on borrowed power.
Borrowed power, exactly.
It's borrowed power from a man who's not speaking out.
He wants to be the face of the program, so that when he in the future wants to run for president,
right. Listen, he is not speaking out because he's his friend. He's his business partner. The rest of the people that are making noisy have lost power.
Right. This is interesting. Oh, all right, gents. All right, gents. Let me do this. Okay. All right. Thanks. Thanks so much, and Untold as well. Right. Thanks, guys. I think there is a fundamental misplaced. No, I can't say misplaced. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the powers of what TAGWIREI can do. Was according to Zeti, Arkutaura, Neja Murkutaura, you two, I think it's different. Maybe Arguti are underestimating what he has already done and what he's on the way to do because of the power that he wields within. Because we've already seen that power through what he's done to the state. Saka
but he doesn't wield any power. You asked a question.
That's your point, right? Muruguti is different. When it comes to ZANU-PF, it's different. So
how many people does he
so,
control? How many people does the TAGWIREI control?
guys, you can come in. Mirando Moeda kuna Magneto. Magneto. Let's hear what you have to say, please.
Thanks, Titus. For me, I think initially when I picked up the mic, I wanted to rebut what this Baba Shona was saying. Anyway, if you read through George Charamba's message, what he is complaining about, he's complaining about people like Baba Shona. Those people who come on these spaces and claim to be ZANU-PF, they claim to know ZANU-PF, and when they're even answering people here, they will answer as if they are ZANU-PF officials or they are answering from Shek building. Going to TAGWIREI's donations, he was emphasizing, was saying, oh, TAGWIREI donated to ZANU-PF, no, blah, 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 of which is not the truth. It's a lie. TAGWIREI, when he bought Harare province by buying them cars, and when he went to the Central Committee meeting and he was chucked out, he went back to this guy called Farai Max, the guy who owns Faramax car sales and stuff like that. He said, take back your 200 cars and give me back my money. And up to now, that tug of war is still going on. If TAGWIREI donated his cars to ZANU-PF, why is he sending back the cars and he wants his money back from this guy? Why is he asking for a refund? This guy is saying, we did business. You take your cars, use your cars. I took my money. So simply because whatever you wanted to do failed, you cannot come back to me. they are fighting right now. Then still on that, like I'm saying, these guys, they claim to be ZANU-PF, but they don't listen to their purported leaders. If you go to Mutsvangwa's interview yesterday, try to listen from 1 hour, 2 minutes when he started talking about TAGWIREI. He was asked about the Epworth rally. He professed ignorance. He said, TAGWIREI having a rally in Epworth, ZANU-PF had only one rally in Epworth to correct the mess. And the mess he was talking about was the mess created by TAGWIREI. This is Mtsvangwa. Then on the cars as well, I have to go back to the cars. Mtsvangwa said, if TAGWIREI thinks he has got a lot of money to buy people in Harare province cars and to buy favors from people in Harare province, we will raise or we will waive the rule book to him. Then he has to go and buy cars to all the 10 provinces. And if he proves to us that he has got that money, we will again waive the rule book to him to go and buy money to all the wards. He went on up until he got to the sales. He was saying, if TAGWIREI thinks he's got that money, he has to buy us cars from Harare province to all the provinces to the wards and up until he gets to the cells. This is what Mtsvangwa was saying.
Sakutengera munhu wese weZANU-PF, in other words.
Yes, that's what Mtsvangwa.
You
That's
can't
what Mtsvangwa
afford.
was saying. If you go to that Mtsvangwa interview, I wish if you can play it right now from about 1 hour, 2 minutes up to the end. That's when Mtsvangwa was saying all these things about TAGWIREI. So this guy is talking here. It appears they didn't listen to what their boss was saying. Exactly. Who owns it? His car dealership is called Faramaxi.
Ndiye ari kunzi anzi akatengesa motikari 200 vabhadhara cash. Saka after madhira acho apotsa He then goes back to this guy and says, give me my money back and take your car.
Exactly. So if you replay what that Baba Shona was saying, and this, what does that mean? This is exactly what Charamba was complaining about. People who come in these spaces claiming to know ZANU-PF and claiming to know what's happening to ZANU-PF, but they don't know. And they speak in these spaces as if they are ZANU-PF officials, but they are ignorant of what's going on in their party. So for me, then we go to TAGWIREI. I'm hearing people are talking. TAGWIREI, he might have billions, he might have millions, he might have thousands. But TAGWIREI's money, it's true what Mtswanga was saying. TAGWIREI was used. Do you know before the Second Republic, TAGWIREI was aligned to the G40? TAGWIREI was used to loot. Like the way you got the Beira Feruka pipeline. It was handed on a silver platter to him. The same way Mtumwa Mawere was given Shabani Shamashaba mine. And those guys, they took that Feruka pipeline off Noxim. It was a government entity, but then it was given to TAGWIREI, and he's the one who is running it now. And whatever fuel comes into Zimbabwe, Zimbabweans buying fuel at petrol stations, they are paying TAGWIREI per liter a certain amount for the transportation of fuel, but that he is using a government pipeline. What business did TAGWIREI have? People who are saying TAGWIREI owns business billions, what is TAGWIREI's business other than government tenders? For me, maybe I'm ignorant on that. I would want people to tell.
No, he has other business interests.
Like,
he does have business interests in the banking sector,
which makes him.
He has business.
Which makes him billions.
Yeah, I'm not to say
no,
that it makes him billions,
no,
or I don't know his net worth.
It makes him billions.
I don't know his net worth, but he has other business interests, which include fossil companies like fossil, interest in the banking sector, interest in gold, companies that refine gold. He used to buy it in Syria. He has international business portfolios and other business interests that he has.
Thank you very much.
Here in Zimbabwe, do you know fossil?
No, listen. When you were talking, I didn't interject you. You are interjecting me. You are talking of fossil. Fossil is getting government tenders, especially, and they are doing a shoddy job, especially on the Harare Bridge Road. they did part of between Chibitenov and Nguntu. They did that job, and they did a shoddy deal. If you have driven along that road, you see from Chibitenov, anyway, especially just after the toll gate, going towards Nguntu, they did a rubbish job. Now again, they were given a tender to do the roads, the Sadig roads in Harare. Those roads now are breaking up, especially Harare Drive. If you drive Harare Drive from Warren News Golf Course going towards Loma Gundi, that road is falling apart. Who did it? Fossil. Who owns Fossil? TAGWIREI. He's surviving on government tenders. Now, again, he has been given a tender to do the Harare to Kirun Road. That's not business, that's tenders. He's doing tenderpreneurship. And when you say,
guys,
and when you say,
we have to be correct. TAGWIREI is not surviving on tenders anymore. TAGWIREI is not weak-nailed. TAGWIREI now makes tenders. Guys, we have to understand the level that he is at. TAGWIREI is not weak-nailed.
But he's making tenders, guys. Which are government tenders?
TAGWIREI is the water, is an individual. He's the biggest holder of bonds in Zimbabwe. Meaning that now he can turn around and create his own tenders, and he is in partnership with the person that writes the tender. And that is it. Not Mtswanga. This is why we're saying that TAGWIREI captures the state first.
So that's it.
And he works with ET to capture the state. And then now he's coming to capture the party. Party members at this moment in time, my friend, are nothing to him. Because he's already captured the biggest thing.
I think, Zeti, you didn't listen to what I said. You are exactly saying what I said earlier. I said TAGWIREI is being used to loot money. And we are now coming across saying TAGWIREI, he works with the person.
No. He was used in the beginning. Now he's the one that makes money. The entity, the corrupt TAGWIREI He has grown so big that now he only turns around and deals on a national basis. If you take TAGWIREI out now, if they try to take TAGWIREI out now, he can shut things down that will turn around and cripple a nation because he has that power.
Never.
There's nothing like that, Zeti. That's not true. There's nothing like that. The biggest economic vehicles in Zimbabwe are white capital vehicles right now.
He runs the
That's not true.
pipeline.
Zeti.
No,
Okay,
All
that's
right,
not true. The
all right,
biggest economic
Magneto. I
vehicles
think,
are
yeah,
capital vehicles.
Magneto. If you can
anyway,
maybe just lend your submission, then we can.
okay, Titus. I think I just want to ask one question. Then I will end. If TAGWIREI is making tenders and he is making tenders because he is working in partnership with ED, if we take ED out of the equation, will TAGWIREI succeed in his tenders?
How big?
No, is that yes
Yes,
or
he will
no?
succeed.
If we take ED,
Let me show you how. Let me show you how.
Approved
TAGWIREI
by
was
who?
moving with Mugabe. The move against Mugabe, he financed that. This is why he's the only one surviving. The rest of the people have reduced their status of power. There's
He
only
was
two
good
people
as
that
a
have
money
not.
maker.
Sorry?
He was good as a money maker, not these
But you
political
are not
ambitions. He
wanting
was good as a money
but you are
maker.
not wanting to understand what we are dealing with. TAGWIREI today
No,
hold
what you're
on.
trying to say is you're trying
No,
to
I'm not
establish a
trying to
relationship,
establish.
Zeti, between the
TAGWIREI is a
market
national.
and the political side.
Listen,
So you can't marry the two
TAGWIREI is a
very quickly.
national problem. He just became, in your eyes today, a party problem. We are
He's
not
a
wanting to
factional
deal with
problem.
the scale. He was a national problem last month. He was a national problem last year. He was a national problem 5 years ago. National problem. He just entered into a little political party. And you think you can solve him in your little political party? This is when
The
this is
problem
when you
that you
start to
have,
understand
Zeti,
that
is you're trying.
you are
You
starting
think
to
that
understand how
this
small
whole thing
ZANU-PF
with
is.
Elon Musk. Wait, Zeti, Elon Musk,
Political party.
it didn't work.
Yes, it is a little political party, Uncle
And
Jay.
the way you continue to claim
Were
that,
you not here, Uncle Jay? Were you not here last
nah.
week looking at TAGWIREI on a national scale?
No. Yeah, I think we did cover something like that when we started. I think we did cover his rise, where he came from, and how he got to be the player that he is today. But I do agree with the point that you're raising, Kuti. He is now this. I mean, they've created somebody who has become huge. He has become huge, but now and he has been a player in terms of flexing his muscles, money wise. In 2017, he was there. That is not in doubt. He was there. The 2018 election, he was there. I know for a fact. And if you look at the 2023 election again, he was there. But how far in terms of him being a kingmaker? I'm not sure, but given the activities that he has done in terms of donating money and bankrolling some political parties, some political players, etc. The guy has done a lot. He has. We cannot
Uncle,
uh, you know
what can stop ZANU-PF from dissolving his interest and
no,
his
no, no,
assets?
no. This is where I was coming from. I mean, this is where I was coming to say, Kuti, when it comes, when him comes to be a kingmaker or him comes to be this individual that can easily, because what Muchanga alluded to, or what Muchanga pointed out, the direction that he was going with his, responses. He spoke about where he spoke about the entity that generates money. And he said, "Kuti mari inoitwa pano in this building. This is where it happens. We make you here, and we can easily destroy you." That is his message, yesterday. And that message was directed at Kudakwase TAGWIREI. So this is where now, you begin to want to ask my questions over my issues, Ekuti, what is it exactly is a player? I mean, is a play here. When Muchangwa comes out and say those things, is the party, spokesperson. When he go out all local, like that, on the gentleman and says all the things, that he said. I know this. I know Zeti saying with this, he wasn't clear in name, all that, but he was, speaking about him. And the things, that he was saying, he was trying to reduce TAGWIREI to say, we can make you nothing. We can deal with you. We can reduce you. We can make you a nobody because we made you. We born you. We can unborn you. Tinokuita abortion you faster. Ukasana wangu wani TAGWIREI. You understand?
And
Uncle
where
Ted,
was the
culturally is
where was
correct. Culturally is correct. That's what our mothers say. But the reality, Uncle Ted, you understand that
No,
if
I do understand.
There's no reality to
even
talk
when
about.
we given birth to
No,
these children, now
no,
the child,
there's no
now the
reality to talk
child.
about. As long as you don't control the
But I
levers of
told,
power, you
but I
can
told
never
you guys
keep
don't
your
even
money
follow
safe.
something.
Money can that if you don't control the levers of power, if you do not have the authority that is retained by the political authority that the Revolutionary Party has, don't tell us this drama that you're telling us that there's someone who can override and overpower the party. You sound no different from Badari,
Okay.
who makes
Okay.
fictitious claims that is the most important person and untouchable person.
This is why I
He's
move.
not.
This is why
He,
I move with evidence so that I don't get emotional like you. 2020,
I'm not being emotional. It's a fact.
20,
Anyway,
Because we don't want you guys, to be flexing over, over speaking on top of Okay, don't speak on top of each other. If you've got a point, to put across, do so that we hear that. Because it will be meaningless. Everyone here is listening. We've got over 500 people here. People are listening, so they want to hear you, and we want to be clear in that we want that communication to be clear so that you can be heard. Saka chingopanane mukana kuti kana paine point itaurwa, if you want to push back against that, you get the opportunity without the other speaking over you.
All right, Uncle Jet, let me just ask a question. Don't drop us. I'm giving others a
Right.
chance. Zeti, if TAGWIREI is as powerful as we are claiming, why is he failing to get into the Central Committee? Why are they blocking him? He's as powerful. He's got all the powers we are giving him. Why then is he failing to get into the Central Committee?
Okay.
Anyway,
He is not failing to
Thank
get
you.
to the Central Committee. He probably really does not want to do that. TAGWIREI at this moment in time, guys, holds the land redistribution program in his hands. As who? If we know ZANU, if you guys know ZANU PF, one of the most studied political.
What do you mean by
Hold on. Is the most is
I repeat
until we
it,
say
borrowed authority. It's
we
borrowed
said let's
authority.
put the points to
It's not even constitutionalized
we
with the
said
law. There's no law that vests those powers to
okay.
him. So at any given time, he can be removed from there. The same way was Elon Musk holding
Elon Musk
dog
is
or whatever
okay.
it was called. Is the same way Tagwire
Okay.
is. Stop lying to Zimbabweans and making him
I'm
look
not
like he's
okay.
holding land that is his.
Understand.
It's just he is just
Right.
a
Okay.
supervisor.
Okay. Let me finish then.
Okay. I think the question was posed, to him, and let him answer, that question, because the question was posed to him. Let him answer the question, and Zeti, can you just in brief, answer that question in as little time as possible, so that if there's anyone who wants to interact, with you, they will get, the opportunity. And then I also want to get others involved in this conversation. So let us not hog, the thing. Let us get as many voices, as possible. So Zeti, respond to the question that has been, posed to you. And if there's anyone who's disagreeing with what, you have said, I'll give you the opportunity 1 minute to push back, and then we'll move on.
Okay. It probably that even a central committee is not the place that he wants to be at. He holds the land in his hands. The program that people are supposed to pay money to. The borrowing is held. The money, if you cannot afford, you go to his bank, is which one that it is the one that is going to give you money, not any other bank, his bank, of this land program that everyone has. TAGWIREI becomes a national problem. The difference is, while we have been saying that is a problem, you guys have not been listening. Now he has entered into your little party, this friend of yours, and is using the flexibilities that is turned around and we've understood outside here. And he's using the same tactics on you, and you are refusing to see. This is why Chris turns around and points out and says, protocol. But again, protocol died in ZANU-PF in 2017. Now we are dealing with power. TAGWIREI's power is not on positions held. TAGWIREI's power is on finance. Other people have stolen money in Zimbabwe, and they went and bought cars, and they spent it on women, spent it on trips. He has stolen money in Zimbabwe and reinvested it in taking over the country. TAGWIREI, hold on,
Okay, so I think
let me finish. Let me
Right.
finish
If
so
you
I can
can
get
let
back.
Zeti, if you can
Come
let
on.
Zeti, yeah.
You can't look at TAGWIREI.
yeah, because you've
Relax,
answered
why
the
are you
question.
panicking? You're supposed to be defending your
No,
party.
Mira. Zeti, can you
Yes.
land? The question was, why is he not getting in there? And then he said maybe that is not his station of choice.
He's too big, uncles. He's too big.
He's too big to be in the central committee, and yet he went through the process of going through the Arab province, getting that province to overwhelmingly agree to have him co-opted into the central committee. He goes and he attends the central committee, and you say that he might not be interested in that.
Yes, let me explain why.
What was it? What could have been his motivation for going through this whole process?
Because it is the only place, it is the only process that will turn around and put you in if you have got ambitions to turn around and take over the party.
So it means he has the ambitions, hence him going through that process, right?
No. Some people that follow him.
Yeah, but he went through he went through the process.
Yes, he did.
So you're saying that is the process that one has to go through if he has if one has got ambition.
Yes,
he has gone through the process and he failed. So are you now turning around and saying that that is not the
yes.
case?
What I'm trying to explain, Angos, is there's so many ways to skin a cat.
Right.
That is one way. Yes. Now let's look at the other way. That is
you are allowed.
Guys, let's look at the other way.
Wait,
let's
Zeti.
look at the other way that this guy has. Yes.
Wait, Zeti. Wait.
Look at.
Go to the other.
Hey, relax, and told.
What we are
Relax.
asking you
You are dealing with your party here.
Wait, Zeti. What we're asking you is a simple question. You claim that this guy is a larger than life. Hold on, Zeti. You claim this guy is a larger than life.
I don't claim that is a larger
Granted,
than life.
we've listened to you.
I go beyond. I go
in
beyond
the context
that.
of the discussion we are, Zeti, in the context of the discussion we are here, you are saying that where we are situating him in this conversation, he is beyond that. Now, the question that was posed to you is why then would he want to get into the central committee if already he has everything that he wants? Then you turn around and say, no, he doesn't want to get into the central committee. Jed poses to you that why does he then go through the gruesome and tiring enterprise of wanting to do that? Then you say, because in the end, he wants to turn around and get power so that he can control the country and whatever it is that you think he wants to do. The bottom line that I want to state in pushing back on what you're saying, Zeti, is that we can all have conspiracy theories around what we think happens, but power, when it manifests itself, it does not need to be announced or in whatever form. That in 2017 is a typical example. When power manifested itself in the manner that it did, what is happening within the Revolutionary ZANU-PF party is the manifestation of the will of power within the Revolutionary ZANU-PF party. If you claim, Zeti, that, because you said we should talk about reality, if you claim that there is a power greater than that, then what people are asking, people like Jed, people like Magneto, and everyone are asking is, if this power that you talk about actually exists, we would also like to see it manifest and overwhelm the power that is blocking its ambition.
Okay, let me
That's
answer
what
you.
people are simply saying here. We don't need to do. wait, just give me 10 seconds. We don't need to have these theories and conspiracies about what can be and what cannot be. You talked about the land tenure, implementation chairmanship role. There are a lot of legal gray areas around that thing that I will not dabble into. But Tatenda gave you an example of Elon Musk. Elon Musk was the head of Doge. There was a time when there was a heated fight between Elon Musk and the Marco Rubios. What happened when heavyweights, political heavyweights like Marco Rubio? Marco Rubio is like Christopher Mchangwa, if you want to give comparisons, because Marco Rubio is a political heavyweight in the United States of America. He carries the political capital. Marco Rubio had a heated discussion with Elon Musk in the White House to the point that he almost wanted to walk out of the meeting. People thought that Elon Musk would overwhelm the Marco Rubios of the time. It didn't happen. At the end, Elon Musk left Doge. The same place that people like you were claiming that simply because Elon Musk controls Doge, is now sanctioning the Federal Reserve, is now blocking expenditure, is shutting down government departments. But at the end of the day, what happened? He was thrown under the bus by the career politicians, the veteran politicians who know how the game is played, the people who know how to dabble in the game of bureaucracy and politics. Money is not enough, my friend. Now Elon Musk is outside somewhere focusing on his business. He's saying, no, I think I'm going to focus on my businesses and my family and whatnot. He no longer has
Okay.
Doge. But Doge was his
Can
idea.
we reply
The
to you
land
now?
implementation.
Okay, guys. Okay, let me reply to you. Hold on. Let me
The
reply to
land
you first of what you said so that we can give others a chance.
is
Okay. Let me reply to you.
no,
Guys, yeah, I think I need, yeah, if you can quickly
A
do
quick
that, I
one,
need
Uncle
to
Jay.
please 1 minute. I need to bring in others. The people that have been waiting, for a minute now, and I really need them to speak.
Okay. This problem most of you are seeing now. I am using party documentation, a report that was published in 2022 of ZANU PF, where the Commissariat Department warns the party about this person in 2022, saying that when the Second Republic came in, the party as ZANU PF had 40 cars. We ended up finding an influx of 500 cars. This car giving spree has a connection. Let's be warned so that it won't have a personal interest. The report says in 2022 about this same person, but it does not call him by name, but it's the one that donated the cars. So we know that the report is talking about him. With his personal interest, that would disrupt the party. That report, we watched it in 2022 when it was published. Unfortunately, all of you were keeping hands, and with people, because you don't turn around and read your documents. Now, 3 years later, a statement is being said, meaning that whatever mechanisms of the party that they were there to curtail this person, to cut his wings, for 3 years they have not worked. Now it's public. Now they have to say publicly that the report was turned around and published and presented.
Right.
You know who you are dealing with now. For 3 years, they could not do this in their back room. They could not cut his wings.
So now, right. So now it's more or less like, the cat has been let out of the bag. If they want it to play, they want it to play out in the public arena, in the public domain, so that we can have conversations like the conversation that we are having, today. But anyway, I don't have, all the answers, to this. But you know what? Let's try and move on and get, folks, to come through. Can I inquire?
Okay.
Uh, yes, can I inquire? Um, mm, mm, no, 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 no. Okay, Morris, did you speak?
No, not yet.
Right. Please take the mic because you've been here for a minute. After Morrissey has spoken, I want to bring in um Lion King. You come through. Owen has spoken.
Yesterday, yes, I
No,
did.
no, no. Today.
Today.
Why are you bringing about yesterday? You right. Right. Okay, so you come after Lion King and then Tapsanga, you come through. So let us go, with that order.
Thank you, Uncle Jit. I hope my scarable.
Mushe.
Yeah, I would like to acknowledge a contribution yet one. Who is this guy? I contribute after Omet and Tatenda. That was pretty good.
Magneto.
Yes, na Magneto. That was profound. It shows that tine kwatiri kuenda senyika. Now, my contribution is tikada kutarisa ma-power dynamics nema-events azoita kuti the likes of senior people like George Charamba and Chris Mutsvangwa vabuditse ma-press statement between yesterday and today. I think we can trace it back again to 2016. There is this other time during the interface rally Amai Mugabe Kugweruku, in which the following day, I think Jonathan made a serious contribution to the Politburo achitaura kuti the chaos that you are seeing right now is being caused by the current president. And the chaos yaitaura yanga iri nyaya yema-mushrooming of ma-pressure groups. Because back then, kushungo udhundalawo kuti kuite ma-affiliates ari fani ari associated neZANU-PF anenge achitaura party policy and the position of the executive. Zvaingoitwa nechannel 1 yataiziva kuti Kaya Moyo anongouya oita presa yake, then information ministry yosimbisa neuku in that manner. Handiti. So build up to military coup 2017, there was mushrooming of pressure groups. Anata Jamuka, ana this flag. We saw that chaos zvinhu zvinongoerekana zvauya zvisiri kuzikanwa kuti zvabva kupi. And then Jonathan, being a political scientist, pointed kuti aya mabasa aidi aya. He's working towards taking over power through an unconstitutional means. And this is going to be the order of the day if he assumes power. Fast forward, we are having hairdressers for ED, young women for ED, Varakashi for ED, some funny groups are associated ne-party. Ma-affiliates, muchibuda ma-affiliates. And this is the chaos that is happening. And the president strives in chaos. Panenge pachitika zvinhu zvari kuisa chiutsi chikuita kuti vanhu vasaone zvakanaka, ipapo ndo panenge achiita ma-power consolidation moves. He's coming in now, roping in ana TAGWIREI kuti vaite safeguard ma-interest ake. Obviously, vakaita take over power, his interest will be safeguarded because undururani huri pana mudhara hwakawandisa. Zvinhu zvatinogona kuita dzedu kuadmita, be it ma-party members or citizens. But mudhara itori nhubu iri serious. Look at the cabinet setup iripo. Kutourism uko kune mwana wake deputy minister, uku kune mwana wake kufinance kwakati. You see, those things zvekuti tikada kuzvitarisisa as ma-citizens kuti hakuna vamwe vanhu vari competent enough here to fill in such key positions munyika. But inyaya yemonopoly yepower, power retention. He's more concerned about power retention than anything else. So now, TAGWIREI coming into play. Ari kuonekwa namudhara ari yemunhu ari fit to replace him because of my deals and my interests avo vakadaro nehomboy wavo the tribal area or tingati chi zveukaranga zvokudii izvi zvavo zvavanosimbisana izvi. You see that kind of behavior. So now the ruling party is in a default mode. Yakuvhunura manje nekuti prior to this pakabuda mudharageza achitaura zvekuti uyu munhu haadi macomrade, ndobva ataura nyaya dzake dzekuti nei asingadi macomrade, mbaautlaina mareasons ake ekuti named arasingadi macomrade, and Mutsvangwa was implicated nageza pama-issues ekunzi you are also going to be a victim because you are being promised kuti uchawana vice presidency kana chinhu chikabuda. Asi pakazobuda Geza, Mutsvangwa ndo pakaona zveshuwa kuti togona kubata magetsi apa tikaramba tichimhanya necomrade uyu. Handi munoona manje. So mai Mutsvangwa vakabva vanobuda uku kurali uku kwaMutare uku, hapana munhu asina kuiona. Ndokwakatanga nyaya yokuti chi hautengi kuti uwane position party, you don't have to fork out money, you have to work for the party kuti iwewe udiwe nevanhu, vanhu vakupe position wobva wanzi zvekare wakukwanisa kuti uinfluence power within the party. Yadzoka manje nyaya iyi. Nezuro vaMutsvangwa vakabva vaita sei? Varova panongonya ipapo. And if you look into things, tichiuya panyaya yanhasi after yaMutsvangwa, because yaMutsvangwa I think we did much progress on it yesterday. Tichiuya pastatement ranhasi raGeorge Charamba, George ari kubuditsa zvinhu zviri straight kuti Varakashi for ED was meant to portray the positive side of the party and government, ichitora ma-instructions kubva kuna president, ichipusha zvinhu zviri kuitwa nepati zviri positive, handiti? Asi makazonobuda ma-affiliate nekuda kwezvigananda izvi manje, maona. They started pushing sinister agendas, ana Rutendo, Matinyarare, ana Kudzai Mutisi, ana Mfecanya, ana Mvanamuku, disregarding party protocol. They are actually the ones who are feigning factionalism kada kuzvitarisisa, nekuti vari kubuda vachiportray TAGWIREI as a candidate to take over from ED. Now they are coming with some silly theories dzekuti we now need a business person to take over the country, handiti? Asi tichidzoka pa2017 apa, it was made clear by both generals vachiannounce kuya vakataura kuti pasina ma-liberation credentials vakomana panopisira kuti ugare apa.
Right.
So now we have people disregarding that, and the people we call the stockholders of the party, handiti, maovheti, varipo kavari kuona ka uruda kurovera umwe wavo musaga, handiti? Nekuti iwo zvako zvaita, wamhanya pako zvako zvaita, wakuda kuchisinika vanhu nebackdoor manje. Ko isusu takabva newe kure uku, because undururano hwakaonekwa pese pachibviswa vanhu mumilitary vachipiwa magovernment position, vamwe vachizongoenda nenzira dzisina kuita sei kunzwisisika. Even the recent movie yakaitwa pasanyato yekuti pakabva paita marumors ekuti mukuru vari aligned kuna VP, vakabva vatoritaiwa fast mbavanzi kusports.
Right.
Kucontaina kapower uku, ari kucontaina power, asi maovheti ari kuzviona ka, handiti? Mugaka wedeclaration iriko ka, it's still standing, haisati yaexpire. Saka macomrade anobvunzana kuti saka vakomana mati zvoregwa zvakadai izvi zvitoenda zvakadai, zvigananda zvotouya zvoita take over izvizvi, nyika yotoroherwa musaga, vanhu votonzi yo tinokutengera mota, yo tinokutengera chakati. Saka isusu takarwira kuti a few individuals vatengerwe dzimota here at the expense of the whole nation.
Ndinotenda. That is an important question. Thank you very much. I appreciate.
Zvakanaka Uncle Jiji.
Right. Ndinotenda. Can I have the next speaker, please?
Mukoma chetu maswera sei?
Zviri pese.
Tiri kusangana zvakare panyaya iyo iya.
Siyana inini hatambosangana izvo.
Ndini mazvi-announcer, manga muchizvi-announcer ndini.
Aiwa, atasangana zveshuwa. Zvakare.
Mukoma Jeza, aiwa inyaya dzedu, inyika ndeyedu tese. The issue yandoda ngokomera nayo ndeyekuti with regards to nyaya Mutsvangwa. Comrade Mutsvangwa is the party spokesperson. He pronounces the position of the party at that moment, and even the sort of foreseeable future moment of that party. I don't see anything wrong from a pronouncement Ava Mutsvangwa He didn't mention anybody by name, but he mentions my characteristics. Kana wachiti kumupati haupindi neupfumi kana kuti nemari kana kuti nei, he didn't mention any particular individual, but characteristics. So it's up to us nefungwa dzedu kuti do we want to associate those characteristics that define with anybody.
No, he said that after a question was
Mira
asked,
Owen chari mira ndipedze
specifically
mira mukoma chari
for
regai
Tagwirei, so
ndipedze
he
mukoma
was
chari
meaning Tagwirei.
mukoma chari mirai ndipedze. So it's up to us at individual level. We are allowed, it's our right to assume, it's our right to project whatever he might be saying. But then there is an underlying issue actually which is of fundamental importance, yet decision making in the party. Decisions dziri mupati dzinoitiwa, and the final one pronouncement inenge ichibva kuna first secretary. Ndiye munhu ega anogona kutsanangura gwara raakutorwa nomutsangano. Anogona kuseparate kuti no, musangano ngaudai ngausadai. He is the only person who is there angazviita. However, he consults. Consultation yake uko kuti anoconsulta vanhu vaanoshanda naye, vanhu vakamupinza mupower, ma-provincial chairpersons. That becomes an important anchor yekuti province ndiyo inoshanda pakupinza the chief executive mupower. Izvoti zvimwe zvese. And then central committee, ukatarisa formation yacho, it's made up again of those provinces nema-secretaries, administrative structure yeparty, nema-co-opted members. Saka right here, the pronunciation yevamutsvangwa is coming from a party position. The pronunciation yevamutsvangwa is extracted from what transpired in the last central committee meeting. However, pane final pronunciation here from the chief executive. Akauya mangwana akati, okay, well, zvese zvaitwa being done or what has been said is right, but we now want the party to take this direction. We will see back Comrade Mswanga coming again kuya kuzo-announcer and explaining, most probably at most justifying that party position. Saka ndo pandoti mukoma jeri panotaura kuti there is a balance where we need to be on the side of caution, where we can say we cannot blame Comrade Mswangwa for what he said. He was pronouncing a clear party position. Umupati hamupindwi nokuti une ng'ombe kana kuti une mari kana kuti une motikari kana une chii. You can come and play your role mupati. Waplaya role yako mupati, it doesn't mean that you deserve kana kuti you are automatically entitled to this. However, at the same time, the party can recognize your role. Kuti no, uyu aiti ashanda apa, ngaaswedere padhuze auye amira api ashande ari papo. Then you are deployed. They call it deployment. You are deployed. So at the moment, I will actually sort of remain very cautious and understand that the operations ZOMZANU-PF, they are not that complicated as we think, but it's a straightforward operation. Yokuti a decision is made from a certain position, kana kuti any suggestion is actually raised through certain structures. It's Harare province which requested for co-option. Yeah, requester for co-option. Harare province has to be checked. Is your request nomun wenyu? Probably, is it really justifiable? And the work has to be done. A conclusion will be reached, and then a pronouncement will be made. So I don't see any worry pakuti, for example, the first appearance wakanzi the ngavabude as if kutoti he doesn't deserve to be there. He is not a member. So, but it is a request which has been sent. It is a request that has to be worked on, because we will again be here in the future. discussing the same thing kana pane a new pronouncement inenge yaitiwa. You see, ndo pandoti papo mukoma chesi, let's weigh the issues instead of rushing to think that there is division. There is no division at all.
Right. Can I then ask you a question? Right. A
Yes,
question was posed by a journalist. And in that question that was posed by the journalist was clear when it comes to the person that they were referring to. And they even went on to mention him by name, Kudakwashe TAGWIREI. Right? A question was posed about the Central Committee and Kudakwashe TAGWIREI being in the Central Committee or being co-opted into the Central Committee. So this is the journalist asking, are we together there?
yes, Mkoma Charat, I'm with you.
So the journalist asked a question. The journalist mentioned a name that, this is about Kudakwashe TAGWIREI and him being co-opted into the ZANU-PF Central Committee as a member, right? And then Mutsvangwa goes on to respond. Yeah, the constitution is very clear as to how you can become a Central Committee member. And Harare province may have had aspirations for him to be a Central Committee member, but the party has its leadership and the Central Harare province may have aspirations for him to become a Central Committee member. The him is Kudakwashe TAGWIREI. So why are you skating over his name?
No. I'm not skating
No,
over
you
his
are.
name.
Because you are saying,
No.
because your presentation again, just as last
Yeah.
night, you are skating
Yeah.
over the issue of the name. Why?
Because look here, the reason I'm saying that, I'm saying from Comrade Mtswangwa's pronouncement, he didn't mention him by name.
Come on.
Come on. No.
Come on, come on now. Come on now. Ndikafunza inini kuti mofuta ita asimini. Ndina Lion King. Lion King, whenever he comes, on the platform, he says this. What is your take, on that? And then Mofu says, oh, him, when he comes here, who is Mofu are referring to?
You might be referring to me.
No. How can you say he might be referring to me? When I asked him a direct question, he said,
Right.
good, Lion King.
He's referring to me as per the question. Okay.
So,
right. Yanduda utara pandisho kuti apa Mukoma Chere. Look here.
you must pack your bags.
Right.
You must pack your bags on the first thing smoking. Go to Jongwe house. You are a politician, a true politician.
No, Mukoma Chere.
You are a true politician.
No, Mukoma Chere. Look here. It's not about politics. I want to tell you one thing.
Right.
I take issues as they are practically, and it's
right.
Politics, when it comes to actually not to find the meaning of what will have been said. What impact? What is the meaning? Do I generate a political meaning, or I just generate a social meaning out of it? The issue.
So, what meaning are you generating out of this?
From this, I'm generating a political meaning.
Right. A political meaning devoid of explicitly naming the individual.
Not only that, a political meaning whereby he firstly jumps to the constitution. You see, what does the party say? And that is the general direction of the party as per constitution. He had to define which should affect
everybody else. And then he goes on to say Harare province aid.
Right.
Then he says in what they did about him. So who is this him who's been spoken about? Because he's trying, to put into the constitution so that people have a clear understanding of the reasons why this him has not been co-opted into the central, committee. So by giving reference to the ZANU-PF, constitution, is giving supremacy to that document as the document that binds everybody, as the document that gives direction as to what is supposed to be happening when somebody is going to be co-opted into the. So that is, the blanket. This is like, coming from a broader a broader, explanation. And then he zeroes in now on the specific issue, which is an issue that was brought in by Harare province, who was seconding him, who is Kudakwasi Tagwirei, who is the subject of the question that was raised by the journalist. So surely it should then tell you, Kuti, the whole conversation is about Kudakwasi Tagwirei.
Right, very good. Ipapo, I will agree. But then we go back with his citation of the Constitution. The Constitution being the driver here of this organization. And him mentioning with Harare acknowledges the Harare might have wished to co-opt him and everything like that. But if you take these things and actually put them from a constitutional perspective, you discover that and this kuti vakasiya, he left it to those who understand. Kuti Harare wanting to co-opt this other comrade, and then constitution, from our understanding of the constitution, how can a member be co-opted into the central committee?
Right. If you can pause the general right there. Committee is the most important decision-making institution of the party before the Congress, which is in 2027. So the Central Committee was sitting, and the tick box was looked at as to the eligibility of that person to be in the meeting. We assessed as to whether they satisfied, and the recommendations of Harare were assessed as to whether they satisfied the eligibility of that person to be in the meeting. No, wait, sorry. No, for the tick box was looked at as to the eligibility of that person to be in the meeting. And the recommendations of Harare were assessed as to whether they satisfied that eligibility. Sadly, for Harare province, it wasn't the case, so he wasn't successful. Right. So they looked at the procedure. They looked at whether this individual ticks all the boxes, and they looked at the what Harare province did in terms of what they were supposed to have done, and they found that the Harare province did not carry out the due diligence in terms of making sure that the individual possesses the competencies that are required, or the qualifications that are required for that individual to be co-opted. And then after this analysis, it was then concluded that this individual is not supposed to be co-opted. So
no, I will push back.
What did you push back?
Listen carefully. Let's pay attention to what he's saying.
Give me your understanding.
He talks about his eligibility to be in the meeting. In that meeting of that particular day.
Okay, hold on.
Listen
hold on.
again.
No. Wait. Hold on. Their bid to support him wasn't successful. But that is it, May. ZANU-PF is a part of everybody, including business people. You can always go back. Right. I wanted to hear that part. Their bid to support him was not successful.
But he says you can always go back.
Yes. But no. That is the point, that I've always, but that is the point that I raised. I'm quite sure you're following. I'm quite sure you're following when I said, manje Kudakwasi Tagwirei is not eligible to be a central committee member. But that does not rule him out to be eligible for a central committee member position, maybe tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, 3 months, 6 months, or in a year.
But Mukoma Gerald, there's one thing that we might be missing here. His statement of eligibility, does it apply for qualification into co-option to the Central Committee or for his eligibility to be in that meeting of that
No, but
particular day.
no, it is
No, no,
no,
ipapo
it is for everything because
no,
it
no, 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 Mukoma Gerard ataura ipapo kuti eligibility yake to
No,
be
ango
in this
Jedi play the
meeting, in
audio.
this
Yakanzi munhu ngaadzokere
in
kumaseo.
this meeting.
Kunotangira kumaseo.
Akataura kuti his
no, but
eligibility to
no,
be
no.
in this meeting.
I am Lion King. You are intentionally choosing to no, you are intentionally choosing to ignore the
Woman,
rest of this thing, and you are selectively zoning in on certain parts of this conversation you believe will satisfy the argument that you are putting, which support the argument that you are putting. Because if you listen, to this, it is speaking about the criteria. Speaking, he cited the Constitution to begin with, and that Constitution speaks about how somebody becomes a member of the Central Committee if they are going via the route of being co-opted. And he then said, looking at this individual, he did not tick the boxes. And then he goes
All right.
on to the organization, to the branch or to the part of the ZANU PF structure that is responsible for ensuring that co-option happens. And then they said what they did not tick the boxes. So it was from the ZANU PF, it was from Harare Central that made a resolution to say that we want Kudakwasi Tagwirei to be a member of the Central Committee. And if you remember, when he attended that meeting, he attended that meeting as part of the caucus that came from Harare Harare province. This is why you could see him in the company of that guy. Is it good? Masimirembwa. He was in the company of them because they were now coming in as a unity, as an entity. And when he went in there, right, it then now became another issue altogether, in addition to the issue of the Constitution and his eligibility, to say that this individual, right, he is not even supposed to be in here before the Central Committee has verified what has been put forward in terms of supporting his co-option. Remember, the previous day, they had said as the Politburo, and they'd endorsed what had come from Harare province. But that endorsement, right, the final decision was supposed to have been made by the Central Committee. So the Central Committee, in order for them to make that final, decision, they needed to look at the individual. They needed to determine his, eligibility in terms of the set, criteria. They looked at the set criteria. He did not tick all the boxes, and then they said, okay, let us look at what Harare province considered, because they are the sponsoring organization for this individual. They go to Harare province, they look at Harare province, and they say, Harare province, you did not satisfy what it was supposed to be satisfied, including bringing this individual into this committee where he is not supposed to be brought in. Zvafanana nenini kuti izvo kune party iri kufanira kuitwa pati iyoyo iri kubviswa $10 $10 ndotora mumwe munhu osvika ikoko otadza anenge asina $10 yake, and this person is not supposed to be part and parcel of that. Wobva wandizo ngatichiongororai panapa kuti munhu wese ane $10 ake, ane $10 ake, ane $10 ake, wonzwa kuti munhu wese anawo but uyu haamoni, wobva ati aiwa iwe waibva panapa iwe bhoza una $10 yako chimbomira outside. But when we are looking at all these things, we are now looking in the totality of the everything that happened with this guy until the point where he got into the Central Committee prematurely, and before the Central Committee had actually ratified his appointment or his co-option as a member, of that. This is now where Crystal Changwa then goes on to give a recommendation. You need to start this all over again. If it is going to the cell, if it is going to the branches, if it is going to the what, if it is going to the what, you follow what is laid down and you try again. Isn't it what transpired?
Inini, I will still again play on the side of caution. This is how I understand.
Because they are a politician.
No, the audio I'm a player. The audio I'm a player. Iri kutaura about eligibility to be in that meeting.
But it was everything.
Hold on, Komajeri. Eligibility to be in that meeting, if it fails, which means probably it covers Guti. He is not eligible probably for co-option at that particular time because Panama tick boxes as now. If everything has been ticked, he was going to stay in that meeting. But for that particular meeting,
No, it's not about the
what I want you to
meeting.
do is
Lion
actually
King.
Mkomajeri,
No,
if you
it's
listen to
about
that
to
video,
be.
let me just conclude. I'm concluding.
Aiwa
I'm
ningi
concluding.
Akaneta
Regarding conclude. Regarding conclude.
Aiwa
I want to conclude by saying.
right.
I want to conclude.
Ningi conclude ningi by saying, and then I'll give my final conclusion, and then I'll
I want
bring
to
in
conclude by
another.
saying, if we are going to listen to that audio,
Mm-hmm.
let's listen it attentively, listen to it slowly to understand what is being addressed.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Inini, when I looked at is this audio together with the 4-minute, because this one is only 2 minutes 27 seconds. There's a longer one which I didn't want to, which I couldn't play because there's a lot of background noise. So you guys, you were not going to be hearing it properly. But if you look at the 4-minute one, which was posted by ZFM, in that audio, it actually says, or in that video, it actually puts everything together from what the Constitution say, from from what the Constitution say, looking at the eligibility of the individual, looking at how a province behaved, looking at how looking at what transpired during the meeting, and what ended up happening because the individual was then removed from the meeting, and when he was removed from the meeting, he did not participate. So it means there were lingering questions as to what is going to be happening next. So this was the basis of that question. But if we saw this individual, we heard that he was seconded by Harare province. We saw him making his way to the ZANU-PF Central Committee meeting, and we saw him again, or we heard that he was chucked out of that meeting after the VP said, "No, this person is not supposed to be here." So what is going on now? So are we going to see this individual at next Central Committee meeting? And if you look at that in that conversation, it is telling you, Kuti, whatever it is, that went down, and the rambling, that Chris Mtangwa, they put, forward in terms of what he was saying, etc. You could see, you could tell that, a decision probably was made to say that at this point in time he is not eligible. He can't be a member of the Central Committee. So what needs to happen is he needs to go back and restart this process. He needs to go back and satisfy the boxes that he did not meet. He needs to go back and Harare province do what he's supposed to be doing before they put him forward. And Harare province needs to wait for the nod kuti aiwa munhu iye tamubvuma chimuunzai at the next meeting. So when I'm looking at this is my understanding of what has happened with Kudakwashe Tagwirei. What I can conclude with that is to say Kudakwashe Tagwirei at the present moment he was found not to be eligible kuti apinde muZANU-PF Central Committee as a member, but the recommendation that was put forward is to say ngaashandire musangano, ngaaratidze gwara remusangano. Kushandira musangano hakusi kungodhonesa mari chete, kushandira musangano hakusi kungoita card carrying member chete. Pamwe anofanira kuparticipate masale meetings, pamwe anofanira kuparticipate mabranch meetings, pamwe anofanira kuparticipate maprovincial meetings. If indeed he is in the Harare province, you show a track record. What is needed maybe probably is the evidence of your activities outside you just donating money, or outside of you just bringing cars. But there is probably more to it. Maybe bringing in cars is one of those, but there's probably more to it in terms of the activities that one has to do. I'm not saying that is what is exactly is demanded, but I'm just going off out of my own way of thinking vis-a-vis this issue. So when we then look at that, he is at the recommendation yekuti using this co-option method, because we've heard Kudizo, there are more than one method of getting this guy in. But using this co-option method, that co-option method, it has a process that needs to be followed. And he has to satisfy, that process. Zvikazobuda mangwana, Kudizo Ningema Mnangagwa azobuda, aisa a decree as the leader of Ningigud Iowa, inini ndakumpa inini an immunity. Yekuti, you will not be subjected to everything else. But we are now looking at whatever it is that he has done for the party, whatever support that is given, to the party. We want to have him as a member of the ZANU-PF, Central Committee. Then that is another route that he would have chosen. It means with using that route, he would have then satisfied, the boxes that speaks to that way of getting him in. So this is why I said, according to this one, eligibility wise, he is not eligible. Maybe tomorrow, I'm going to also via another one, whereby he's ticking all the boxes and he will be the central committee member. And I want to believe that this is where your fellow comrades, Vanazanu patriots, Vanamuku, Vanasindi Shoko, they are coming from to say, I don't want to go via, this way. But zvanasi nezvanezuro and nezve last week or last week but one or nezvedhei rakaenda kucentral kujongwe building, aiwa, eligibility yake is questionable. It was questionable then, and it was said kuti no, he is not eligible. Mangwana anogona hake kuita ningi eligible, to be a different ball game, like what you're saying. Kuti izvo aiwa, mangwana zvinogona zvofuma nezvakachinja, mutsvangwa akuya futi akuti explainira kuti zvazofamba sei. It's still it is not an issue. We can always run with whatever it is that has gone on that day, tozviongorora futi tozvitaura toita sei, but izvezvi zvanhasi nezvakabuda nezuro uya hapo.
Uncle, kwakomana wacho ndaona Zan Patriots naMuku another one vanyora exactly same statement. Vanopiwa chekumhanharaji here kana kuti
vanongonzizwa manyene kuti handizvo very soon is going to be in there. But but I think you do understand, you do get where I am coming from. I'm not discounting what Mkoma has said, and and squish it and put it in the in the bin and say good is Arutara and engage. I acknowledge what he said, but I am just saying kuti, yes, evil neni, we are sitting different sides of the aisle. Ivo semunhu, maybe we don't understand the protocols in party yavo. It's always good to err on side of caution. It's always good because chaitika nhasi hachisicho chinoitika mangwana, and things can change. We have noticed this. Robert Mugabe was saying kuti ndinginokuputsa uyu handinomuputsa mangwanani ano, akaputsa munhu mangwanani ano, asi mangwana Robert Mugabe ndakazofuma akaputswa. Saka these things they do happen in politics, but pari zvino nemamiriro acho azvakaita, vatagwirei vakaonekwa vari not satisfying the boxes. Right, can I go to the next speaker please?
Thank you, Uncle Jeza. Thank you, Varakash Varipano. We are the ones who are celebrating in all this saga that is happening. But my biggest worry and fear is we are getting glued to this saga and we are kind of forgetting what is happening behind the scenes. If you want to understand the history of Zvigananda, it did not start with TAGWIREI. Back in the history, Zvigananda created artificial shortages and they end up controlling products. Like we've seen Philip Chiangwa buying all the stock of cement which was coming from cycle cement, and Zimbabwe was left with no cement. He even bought the future production of that company. Then everything was now being, we're buying cement from him. So we are short-sighted by the Central Committee fights, but the bigger picture, the broader picture of this whole thing is TAGWIREI and Mnangagwa, they want to get hold of all the land in Zimbabwe. They are starting now. If you want to go back to how did Mnangagwa come into power, it was not an overnight thing. He started long back. We even heard when Grace was mentioning these things, she said, iwewe waida kumborwisa kudonhedza vamugabe pakati nepakati, dating back to history. So this that they are doing today, it is a bigger plan for a demise of Zimbabwe in future. The way I'm seeing this whole thing is they want to prop TAGWIREI close to proximity of power and control of everything. Hence, we see that we are talking of land, and then we are talking of TAGWIREI owning banks. Then TAGWIREI, they are talking of giving people title deeds to land, and then that land, you use that land so that you borrow money, and we all know what happens after you borrow money. With the situation that is in Zimbabwe, it is most likely that you fail to pay up the debt, and if you don't pay up the debt, that land automatically is going to be repossessed by a bank. Who is a bank here? A bank is TAGWIREI, and a bank is Mnangagwa. So if Mnangagwa is no longer in power, you will be still in control of the land, which means these people are planning to privatize every square inch of Zimbabwe. That's what is going to happen. But right now, right here, we are just looking at why TAGWIREI cannot go into Central Committee. To me, it's not a problem. Is it important for him to be in the Central Committee? To me, it's not important. Is it a threat when he becomes a Central Committee member? To me, it's not, because it is the same thing. Whether he's into Central Committee, whether he's on the backstage, he's still possessing a very dangerous threat to Zimbabwe. He is one individual who wants to take everything from Zimbabwe to be privatized in his hands or in the hands of the few. This is the deep state that is in existence in ZANU-PF. People vakaita ana Lion King, they are singing for their bread. Hence they don't want to cross the path, because they know that once they do that, they're going to lose. But to people like us, who can still call them into order, here you anonzi tinobire tanzwa tatadzei. He is one individual, KuZANU-PF, who is more than who is dangerous more than those who are abducting and killing people. Because those who abduct activists and kill activists, they are doing it. Yet other activists and other people in opposition, they can still come and occupy those places and replace them. But if Zimbabwe is captured and the land is all taken and privatized, it means our children will not have any land. It means our children will not have anything. So a man who threatens generational future is more dangerous than a man who kills an old man. He is killing our children who are to come. He is killing the children who are to be born. So this guy is a destroyer and he's dangerous. We need to stop him before it is too late. I can leave him to be a central committee member, but block him to control and possess all the land that we have in Zimbabwe. They've taken over national assets. Look at the barrier pipeline, which was owned by the government. He's controlling it. Look at the banks, who is controlling that. That's TAGWIREI there. Who is controlling the army. You heard him saying, I have money and I have soldiers. That's what he said in one of his rallies. He is buying cars. He controls everything. You cannot wake up in Zimbabwe and mention one thing and you don't mention TAGWIREI. Remember, he's also into churches. He's controlling churches as well. It means that he's controlling religion in Zimbabwe. So right now, the biggest enemy we have in Zimbabwe is TAGWIREI, because he's capturing everything. Forget about ZANU-PF. He has captured it long time ago. We haven't seen it. They are waking up today, but he captured it long time, because he did not start with Mnangagwa. He was in existence when Mugabe was there. Even in Weekend 5, we were seeing him buying and having parties with the first family, Grace Mugabe and her children. They were mingling with Weekend 5. TAGWIREI was doing the same. Pai Rana Pepe, Sakunda Yake, Susan and him. They were doing these things even before. Vanamnangagwa vakatouyawo vakatobatana naye and vachiri kukondinya. So this is not the bigger picture. The bigger picture is what is going to before us in future. So that's what we should defend. That's what we should talk about. Zvana varakashi, zvana chi, zvese hazvina kana nebasa, maside shows are kuitika. The big show is, where is our land going to be? Who is going to be controlling our land? Who is going to be controlling our minerals? Who is going to be controlling the economy of Zimbabwe? Who is going to be controlling the money of Zimbabwe?
These questions are for when?
These questions
are for when?
Are for now. Because if you answer these questions, you will realize that TAGWIREI is the person who is controlling all these things.
So why should we ask a question when we know that who is controlling?
Yeah, I'm putting this question to
no, you are saying we should not be discussing this, but we should be asking, these questions. And then you say that, if we ask these questions, we are going to know that TAGWIREI. So why should we ask a question when we know what is, this guy, is all about?
Oh yeah. The reason why I said we should ask this question I'm trying to redirect some of my fellow citizens who are here, who are having a big mouth about TAGWIREI being in central committee
Right.
or in the control helm of the power of ZANU-PF. And I'm saying, guys, he is more than this. He is even a bigger threat than just to be in one single part, central committee and proximity to power. We should see him as a threat to the land of Zimbabwe, to the minds of Zimbabwe, to the banking system of Zimbabwe, to everything that we call Zimbabwe today. That's where my cry is, because that's how I see him. He is a threat in future. He is a killer of unborn babies. He is a threat to education system of those that are still coming behind us. That's TAGWIREI. Thank you, Angojet, as I land.
Right. Thank you very much. Appreciate. Tamsanga, do you want to come in? And
Yeah,
Reynard, get ready.
yeah. Thank you very much, my brother. And again, as always, you guys do a good job and provide a platform. Um, what I want to do is I don't want to talk too much. I just want to maybe avail the little bigger knowledge that I have in answering the what I might call constitutional questions that appear to arise at the back of this topic. But also just to say, because you always do a good job, I think also it becomes unfair for us, me, or anybody to use your platform to call others killers and of the future babies. I think it's not a good political unifying point. We should always try to bring ourselves and each other together as Zimbabweans, regardless of our political affiliations, so that in future, whoever comes to power, whatever party they are coming from, we don't degenerate into civil wars, but we accept the democratic outcome and then wait our turn when the election cycle comes back. So yeah, I thought you normally ask very well. So I'm just going to listen to you and then I can respond. What were the questions of a legal nature with respect to the constitution, both of the party and other things that are implications?
Can I push back Angojet Thompson, because he was pushing me back? Maybe I can engage him with his.
Was he asking you a question? Sorry, I stepped away. Was he
Oh,
asking you a
yes, he
question?
did.
All right,
Yes, he
okay.
did.
Okay.
When I said he killed, he's going to kill the future of unborn, I don't literally, that's figurative. Because if there is no future, as we always say that the education system was killed, we were not meaning that our children were slaughtered, although we have some activists who were killed. So there's no way an unborn child can be killed. But if an unborn child is going to come and be told that so much square hectares belong to a certain company or to a certain individual, then you don't have anywhere to go. That's a future that would have been killed. So that's what I mean. That I don't mean literally killing, or those and PF literally kill people. And this is not a secret. We know it. It happens. So for him to be part of ZANU-PF, he is aiding and abetting of current killing of people who are being killed today. And also he's aiding and abetting with the future killings that are going to happen and all the problems that are going to come with a privatized Zimbabwe in future. Thank you, Mr. Legal Advisor.
No, it's okay, my brother. I don't have any problem with you. or problem with anybody. I just happen to be from a region that understands the meaning of words, especially people who self-proclaim to be very close to presidential candidates and have influence on presidential candidates. So if you or anybody who then claims that they are the closest person and advisor to a presidential candidate, and then start talking about killing, it's just for some of us from the region where we come from, who understand the implication of words. I think it was just a side note. But Uncle Gerard, what I was saying is that I'm happy to address what appear to be constitutional questions.
Especially if you can, I saw your message. So if you can take us back to 2017, please.
So 2017, what you had was the Central Committee of the ruling party sitting down to undertake business with respect to issues that were before it, which was primarily choosing a candidate to replace the president who was stepping down at the time, but also to address the issues of the special Congress that was coming that December. It was a process that was already underway during the transition. But of course, there were those events in November that then sped up the whole thing. But by and large, there was always going to be that Congress. And if you remember very well, even the bishop, when he was talking about the mediation that was done at the time, and there was a phone call between the then president and the successor. The issue was to say, come back home, let's sort this out together as a family, and let's go to the Congress. But of course, that process didn't play out that way. So the ruling party had a mandate, a constitutional mandate, that if your candidate, if you deploy a candidate for president, and that candidate is removed or is no longer in office, then it is you as a party who chooses somebody else to replace them. So that's basically what happened at the time. And historically, what had happened since 1988, when PF ZAPU and ZANU came together to form ZANU PF, traditionally, for balance of power, you had two vice presidents. You had the first secretary of the party and two vice presidents or vice secretaries, deputy secretaries, and the chairperson of the party. So traditionally, the chairperson was almost always held by a member of who was a former member of PFZAP for that presidium balance of power. But that changed after transition when the current chairperson then took over and the balance was now different. And the constitution had also changed. The roles within the Politburo had changed, the complexion, the duties, their mandate, the powers had kind of shifted a bit. But to those who were asking why, like the Honorable VP is a member of the Central Committee. So you have to, maybe let me say a little bit about what the constitution of the ruling party is like with respect to the composition of the Central Committee. So the Central Committee has 300 members. Of those 300 members, 6 are people who hold office. So the president or the first secretary is elected at Congress, and then the first secretary will appoint 2 deputies. So those 2 deputies automatically become members of the Central Committee and the Politburo, which is the kind of secretariat, if you want, or the governing body of the Central Committee. And the chairperson, remember I was talking historically that there was that balance power, somebody coming from PF ZAPU and the other two presidents, one from ZANU, one from PF-ZAP as well. So the chairperson, the president, and the two deputies automatically become members of the Central Committee as per the Constitution. The other two people who are automatic members will be the Secretary for Women and the Secretary for Youth. So you've got those 6 office bearers who are members of the Central Committee by virtue of the offices they hold. So that is those 6. And then there's 94 others who are allocated to the provinces depending on their political performance, usually in the last general election. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because it answers what happened with respect to Harare. Because Harare, Bulawayo, and most of the Matabeleland constituencies, the results of the elections in Harare, in Bulawayo, in Mat North, more or less Mat South, here and there, are the areas where the opposition has traditionally done very well. At least let's only talk about the last election. So the opposition did very well in those provinces. So what it basically means is out of those 94, if you are allocating those seats in proportion to the performance of the ruling party in the general election, the Harare people don't have as many members as much central. And what happened for some, it's actually a good political move for Umzukulu to Dr. KT, because what that does is it just means that he needs to be able to reach out to those provinces who have more members in the central committee rather than his own province only. Because the Matabeleland ones will support him. He's a Umzukulu because of his mother being Ndebele. The Midlands is where he's from, but or most of these areas don't have as many members because the 94 are allocated according to the performance of that province in the last election. And then there's hundreds others that are allocated to all the provinces. And then there are people from the youth wing, and then the women's wing, and then 50 women. And then the president can appoint 10 others to join to make 300. So it's neither here nor there. So what basically happened was it's always a game of numbers. So the province that co-opted Dr. Our brother Umzukulu, basically it's on them to say, because they have lawyers within that committee. Most of those people are actually lawyers. They understand the constitution of the party. They know that there is nothing that stops you from co-opting anybody. In as much as there's nothing that stops the president from electing anyone out of the 10, you don't need to have held a position within the party organ as you grow up. But the Central Committee itself, being the highest decision-making body between congresses, has its own rules, its own criteria, because you can co-opt for any other position at any organ level except the Central Committee, because the Central Committee, you can say we have co-opted as the province, but the decision will then have to come from the Central Committee itself or the Congress. So, but at Congress, it's moot because you're going to be having elections there anyway. But the Central Committee can then decide in its own political wisdom that they are not going to agree to the co-option, or they can agree to the co-option. But it is a game of numbers. So this is actually an advantage to our honorable Mzukulu, because what it basically means is it tells him or the people around him how much support he has So he then can reach out to those people, find out, what the issues are, but also an opportunity to carry political capital. Because what the ruling party does is it believes in a devolution of power. It believes that if you come from your village and you can prove that everyone in the village wants you to be the candidate, or your district, or your province, then you are the one that carries political capital because you are going to win them elections next time. They don't want to deploy you without evidence that the grassroots are with you. We saw some heavyweights, people that were extremely good at cabinet level and for other duties, very senior, serious people, some of whom were war vets, losing primary elections. So the ruling party has learned that you might be very good at your ministerial job, you might be very good at the other things that you do, you might be a very good business person, but they need quantitative and qualitative evidence that you are carrying the grassroots with you, that you are then going to carry the vote with you. But that is just the central committee and the way that they design their own rules. It's not the constitution of the party. The constitution simply says the central committee has a say when you co-opt. But then again, the Congress is not far. So very soon the provinces will be voting for members they want to see in the next central committee. And which is why I think for most, they simply say, you can just go back, get the vote. Once you come back as a voted member rather than co-opted member, then you are adopted as is. So that's that part. I don't know if there's another part you want me to clarify.
No, I think I think yeah, I mean I think it's clear what you've said. I mean, I've understood what you've said. I don't know if there's anyone else who's with a question that they want to pose to you, but I've understood basically what you said. Pane mubvunzo rapo.
Inini ndine mubvunzo kuna Tamsing.
Go on.
He said that the people who are at close proximity with presidential candidates, who are saying killing and all that. I just want him to maybe elaborate on that. If he was referring to me, that I said TAGWIREI is capable of killing the unborn children if he repossesses all the land that is in Zimbabwe. Yes, I said that. If you are a generation that has got no control to your mineral resources, to your education system, to the land, definitely you are dead because there's no future. You'll be like a foreigner in your own land. That's what I meant by that. For you to be reminded of what transpired when people were literally killed, that's not the killing I was talking about. I was not referring to genocide. I was referring to a killed future, to a killed education system, to a killed control of our state resources. So that's what I exactly mean. For you to now say, because, and after all, I'm not at any proximity to any presidential candidate. I'm just me, Owen Chari, who is in support of all Zimbabweans and who stand and believe and defend our own rights as the most disadvantaged. I'm not at close proximity with Shigananda. No, yeah, I'm just this man. So yes, literally, ZANU-PF do kill people, and I know it. I've seen it happening. So I cannot regret that, and I cannot be apologetic about that. That's a fact. Thank you.
Go on, Atopsan.
Yeah, I know. I think he's just trying to help each other, my brother. I'm saying to you, in politics, words have meaning, and they are interpreted by those that listen to you in different ways. Anything that appears to be inciting, for me, I'm just cautioning that I find it to be unfair in the body politic. These are your own words, and I'm saying you can explain them to me and others now, but those that will have heard you in the manner that you described, someone being a threat and a killer, can have a right to interpret them in their own way, and then they take action because you have, in the recent past, gone to extreme length to prove that you're very, very close to one of the presidential candidates. To the extent that you were actually saying, well, we always talk, and you see, his lieutenant was sitting here in my room, and we were doing this, and we were planning together. You know, when you say things like that, you are trying to prove to people that you are very close to this presidential candidate, and then you publicly then say these words. All I'm simply saying is it's useful, it's beneficial for us, and a lot of people who can be triggered by the things that you say, because there are many people who won't get an opportunity to ask you what you mean when you say this person is a threat that will kill our children, and so on and so on. So I'm just cautioning that words
Please,
have
Samson,
meaning.
when I said kill our children, do not cut the sentence short. I said killing our children and our unborn children's future. Future. Do not cut the sentence in between.
It's okay,
That's
my
what I
brother. No,
exactly
no, no.
I said.
It was just a
This
side thing. No, no, no. Don't
this
worry. Don't
space
worry
is
yourself. You know what you
recorded.
meant.
It's recorded.
Yes. No, go back.
I'm not.
Yeah, go back to it. No, don't worry. Go back to
Samson,
it.
I've said
And then no, no, no,
I've
no, no.
said
Go
these
back to it.
things.
You've got my contact. No, no, it's all right. Let's not waste other people's
No, no,
time.
no.
Go back to what you said, and then you can engage me. I'm always available.
No.
I don't have a
This
problem
space
with that.
is
Let's not waste other
no,
people's
I'm not
time,
wasting
and
anybody.
let's not abuse. Let's not abuse this guy's
No.
space. What
We are
is between you
engaging.
and me? Let's
Do not
discuss
refuse
outside.
to engage me.
No, no, we can engage the two
No,
of
I don't
us.
want
I've
to
made my
engage
point.
you on the background. I said this here on public, and I am also engaging you on public, and I am
Okay.
making this clear. If you, in case you didn't understand me,
No, no,
I'm
no.
one
It's fine,
person.
my brother. All I'm
Allow
saying
me
to
to
you is it
engage.
doesn't matter. No,
Samson,
no, no, no. No, I don't want to
okay,
engage in
fine.
this. All I'm
It's
saying
okay.
is
You can close your
there are
mic.
lots of people who can be
Okay,
triggered by
I am
those
pushing
kind
back
of
what you
words.
said. You can close your mic.
That's
Don't
fine.
engage me. You can close your mic. Okay. What I said, I will not regret, and I will not take those words back. If our land is taken by tricks, by whatever, and in future our children are not going to be in control of their land and resources of a state called Zimbabwe, our children and unborn children, they would have killed. That I cannot regret. I will also retaliate by saying, I've seen people and I've heard people who have been killed by ZANU-PF. From where I come from, Pastor Tafumane was killed, literally killed. Not the future, not figuratively. He was killed. Tondera Indira was killed, not figuratively, but physically. He was unalive. I have my cousins in Matabeleland who were killed during Gukra wound, not figuratively, but they were killed. Actually, their life were taken away. So those two killings, I mean those two. I didn't say in future my children are going to be killed, but I said their future would have been killed. That's what I meant by that. But I cannot also mince my word by saying ZANU-PF doesn't kill, because I know it kills. This is something that I know, that I've seen, that I've heard of, that I've personally experienced, because they tried to kill me. They left me for dead. So I cannot apologize for that. I'm sorry, my brother. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Brother Jared. I think there were other guys that wanted to ask
Yes,
things
I
relevant
wanted
to the
I
topic.
wanted to ask on point of that you presented on the constitution of ZANU-PF. Section 43 of ZANU-PF specifically points out who's supposed to preside over Politburo. That becomes the first secretary, supposed to preside over Politburo meetings. In absence of the first secretary in his absence or her absence appoints one of the two vice presidents to sit and presides over. Here's the funny thing about ZANU-PF constitution. It is ideologically structured. And the ideology structure of ZANU-PF constitution is beyond the new concept of today. It has not been amended in terms of its structure. And there is no way in the ZANU-PF constitution, because it is ideologically structured, that turns around and gives a pathway, a protocol on how to remove the first secretary. There is no way. It gives a protocol when the first secretary is dead, taken by God. But it does not give any protocol on how the party itself goes about in removing the first secretary. My question to you is, how was Mugabe as the first secretary of ZANU-PF? I understand the president, leave him there, take him out, don't care about that. As the first secretary of ZANU-PF, how was he removed when the constitution does not give any protocols on how to remove because of its ideological structure?
Yeah, but remember that Uguti, he only stopped being a member. Remember, he was left to remain a member of the
No, no,
party
no, no,
because
no,
of
no.
his
I'm not
constitution.
asking about a member of the party. I'm asking about him being the
No,
first secretary.
no, that whole process only happened at Special Congress.
No, no, no. There is no procedure in the constitution of ZANU-PF that gives a protocol on how to remove the first secretary unless it is dealing with death or Congress. Outside of those two things.
Yeah, we agree. We totally we are on the same page. But then Gucho is Uguti. There was a special. Remember, these were events that happened in November, Ancho. And then what the Central Committee was dealing with and choosing when Umtalumpof was chairing was who was then going to be the president of the country. Because the constitution, yes. So that was a separate process.
No.
Once that happened, the whole thing then went to Special Congress. So the party structure that you are now talking about only happened at Special Congress.
The constitution of ZANU-PF is ideologically structured.
Correct.
Meaning that it follows an ideology of Marxist or communist ideology, whereby in key positions of community Politburo presides president, or presides first secretary.
Yeah.
Committee a member presides the composition of that presides first secretary. And then there is nothing you can do in the absence of the first secretary, meaning that when the first secretary is there, the ability to remove, because you have to first remove the first secretary. You can't sit in a meeting, because you can't sit in a meeting without him. So you have to remove him. And I'm asking you, how did they sit when their own constitution does not allow them to sit without him? Because it is ideologically, it is structured to avoid exactly these things. Because it is a what? It is a first secretary domination. Like we're taking it from the communist one, they took it from the Chinese and the Russians. To avoid all these things that the Russians and the Chinese had played around with ages ago. When they structured their constitution, this is why these two key groups of committee member and Politburo, these powerful organizations, have the first secretary as the presiding according to the ZANU-PF constitution. So how do you sit in a meeting without the person that is first identified in the constitution to be present in that meeting? Is the
Okay. So yes.
By the way, hold on. By the way, he is them three are the only seats that are constitutionally named continuously by name to be present. The rest, as the Titus committee member, the committee can sit even if he's not there. But them ones are specifically named to turn around and sit in that.
Okay. So here's the thing. I totally agree with you. I'm not in disagreement at all. I was just explaining what happened. So what happened was the former president remained at the helm of the party until special Congress. And then Congress is not chaired by the first secretary, it's chaired by the national chairperson. So the chairman or the chairperson of the party is the one who presides over Congress. So what happened in November happened in November. There were other people that were, deployed out of the party.
No, let's deal with November.
But except, no, I'm saying there are other people that were deployed out of the party in November, except the first secretary.
Again,
so the first secretary remained. So what happens? What happened with the central committee meetings? Yeah,
Thompson,
go on.
If we are saying that according to the constitution that you know of, that I know of, that I've got in front of me, yes?
Yes.
These two points that set down to determine the removal of the first secretary. The removal of the first secretary. And I'm saying to you, there is nowhere in the ZANU-PF constitution that they have a protocol or something to follow written down on how to remove the first secretary outside of Congress or them.
Yeah, but there was a special Congress.
Again, the special Congress was set by the special Congress was done after.
No. The special Congress had already been set for December.
By in November.
Before what happened in November happened. Yeah, 1 minute. Before what happened in November happened, the special Congress was already set.
The special Congress, Tamzan,
yes,
is presided.
But the secretary of administration or the secretary general.
No. Tamzan.
Then
again, you are not dealing.
The first secretary was still there.
Tamzan, you are not dealing with the ZANU-PF constitution now. The ZANU-PF constitution, when the special Congress is set, is presided over by the first secretary. He therefore turns around and appoints other people.
No. Once it becomes a Congress, it becomes the chairperson.
Because he's appointed, is given that leeway by the first secretary. That's how it's structured.
No, but that's the constitutional process. Any Congress
gentlemen, can I assist?
Over by the chairperson. Sorry. Okay, let me not hog the whole thing.
Can I please assist? Just briefly. Just briefly to assist.
Quiet.
For the sake of clarity, Mugabe was not ousted by the ZANU-PF constitution. He was ousted by threat of parliamentary impeachment. The constitution, like you rightfully say, is silent. but they did not use the ZANU-PF constitution to remove him. They pressured him under threat of a parliamentary impeachment.
I'm not talking
which
about
would
the president. Listen, guys, I'm not talking about the president of Zimbabwe. That procedure is clear. I am talking about the first secretary of ZANU-PF.
Yes, so if you allow me to answer, then I'll get to your point.
Okay, show me how the first secretary of ZANU-PF was removed.
Let me show you. He resigned. This is so under
he
pressure.
Can't resign.
No. He can resign.
There is
It's
no
very
protocol
clear
of resigning.
Look, it's very clear
No,
that
I'm
he can
telling you,
resign.
I'm looking at the constitution. Direct me to the protocol of resigning of the first secretary.
So are you saying that the only time that a first secretary can be moved out of power is being voted at Congress
or
death,
the first secretary dies
or death?
Yes, because
so there's no way in that constitution that says one can resign. So they are held in that position of servitude until they no longer want him,
because of the how
or nature takes
this is what I'm saying, that the constitution is written based on an ideological baseline, and the ideological baseline, it takes itself from the root of socialism and communism, whereby the leader's dominance is noticed in anything influential. This is why in writing of the constitution, the leader is inserted everything that turns around and what and can create a coup of the leader because of how these guys they turned around and done them in Russia and in China. By the time ZANU-PF writes its constitution, is writing already with these safeguards already in other constitutions, whereby you see committee member, first secretary has to be there. A Politburo presides the first secretary. Why does the first secretary have to preside there? Just in case anyone wants to overvote. You can't overvote someone you are looking straight in the eyes. Now, how do you remove the first secretary? You have to hold a meeting for the meeting to be constitutional. You have to have him there.
Like the first secretary has to call for the meeting.
Yes, and he has to preside over.
And Gabe asked for this, by the way.
No. When Gabe's removal from the party for ED to sit as the first secretary of ZANU-PF, that means the first secretary of Gabe had to be removed from the seat. Yes, first. Then there is no a constitution provision that allows anyone.
So after Mugabe was removed from the seat, who then called for the first secretary? I mean, who then called for the central committee meeting that that said?
No. The question,
okay,
hold on. The question, is who removed him? It is not who called. No. Don't worry about that. Who removed him using what powers?
But if Mugabe resigned as the president of the country,
that's
right?
That's over there.
Okay, fine. If he resigned as the president of the country,
yes,
you are saying
that is no effect.
You still remain the first secretary of ZANU-PF.
100%.
So his removal from the first secretary of ZANU-PF was as a result of.
No. It cannot be a result of living as president. Let's say if Mugabe contested in 20 whatever elections, yes, and he lost the election, he does not automatically lose the first secretary.
No. I'm saying. Yes, you are right to say that the threat. The previous speaker said the threat of impeachment is what made Robert Mugabe to write the resignation letter. If you remember, that letter was read out when these guys on a Tuesday were now prepared. Listen. We're now prepared to move the impeachment, notice.
Yes.
At Rainbow Towers.
Yes, for the president.
And before that was done, then Mudenda, on a point of order, rose up and read, that letter of Mugabe, resigning.
Yes.
So Mugabe has resigned as the president of Zimbabwe.
Yes.
So in that letter, did he also resign as the first secretary of ZANU-PF?
No.
And so how was he removed as the first secretary of ZANU-PF?
But
How did
this
he
is what,
cease
yeah, but
to be the first
this
secretary of
is what I was,
ZANU-PF
no,
so that he could not call for a central committee meeting?
Because he's the one, the central committee meeting, he has to preside over there. He has to be there because it states on the constitution.
Was he there though?
Again, if he's not there, everything is defined.
No. Was he there?
No, he was not.
No,
So what made him not to be there?
No, he was not.
He cannot not be there because
No. Zeti, wait.
Yes.
You are saying that you say that a ZANU-PF central committee meeting is called for by the first secretary, right?
Yes. And he has to be there.
Yes. If the first secretary is incapacitated, who calls for the meeting?
No. He has to appoint now and identify who's going to take over. One of the.
But is there no line of authority within ZANU-PF that stipulates that if the first secretary is not there, maybe the second secretary or maybe the chairman is the one who calls for the meeting?
Yes, but here's the
Can I just explain?
Here's the funny thing, Uncle C. In ZANU-PF, there is two second secretaries, and there's the chair. He therefore picks one of those two first.
Right. So you are saying that this is
no
not
hierarchy
provided for. No. Wait. You are saying this is not provided for in the constitution. It is left to the first secretary to make the choice
100%.
of who he wants to be the person who calls for that meeting and preside over that meeting. So Mugabe was not there. Emerson Mnangagwa had been, fired.
Yes.
Mpoko was
not there.
He was not there. So are you saying Mugabe signaled Simon Kayamoyo to call for that meeting or Obedon for anyone to call for that meeting?
No, he did not signal anyone.
So who called for the meeting?
Meaning that now that
so that we are together.
Right.
The reason why I said I agree with what Zed was saying, but I want to clarify. I want to bring clarity to factual events of what happened. So when the former president resigned as the president of the country, he remained the first secretary of the party in preparation for the special congress that had already been resolved for, which was going to be in December. So he remained the first secretary of the party until the elective special congress that then replaced him, because it was now elective as a special congress. He remained the first secretary of the party.
Right.
But in so doing, because of the events that were going on.
You're moving outside the constitution.
No. Wait. I think he's onto something.
Because of the events that were going on at the time and the political realities. The secretary of administration goes to the first secretary, and say, we need to convene the central committee. What do you suggest? What do we do? Okay. The first secretary then says, I want the person who is the most senior member of these ones that are available and able to walk the streets to chair the central committee. And then that is why Dr. Mpofu ended up chairing that meeting. He was only chairing with authority from the
Mugabe said it. He never gave them.
Right, because
Mugabe never said that.
Because that was hold on. I'm telling you historical facts.
No, Mugabe said it himself.
The facts could be stealing.
No. This is how. But
Mugabe said
it. Wait.
So where are you getting your information from?
No, wait. Even after that central committee meeting.
No, Tamsanga, where are you getting your information from?
No, after.
The purpose of that central committee.
No, Tamsanga, can you please point us to where you're getting the information from?
Ask the person who was secretary of
Mugabe said it. He said it straight in a meeting, in an interview. He said it with his own words.
Said what?
He said that I was waiting for the special congress. I told them, let's do this in the special congress.
Yes, and that's what happened.
You said Mugabe. Come on, Thompson. You said one person approached Mugabe.
Yes.
And Mugabe gave that person power to go and convene.
And convene.
Mugabe never
yes,
said
for the
that.
purposes of no. That's exactly what happened. The reason for convening
Where are you
the
getting
central
it from?
Mugabe did not convene it himself.
The reason for convening that was not about the party.
No.
It was about the presidency of the country because he
Who
had resigned.
convened that special congress?
Hold on. This is where we
He
start to
had
deflate.
resigned. I'm saying.
Asambe step by step. Let's go step by step.
Yes.
Mugabe is a presider. He's supposed to be there.
Yes.
You are saying that this camp comes to Mugabe, using this person as a front, and then Mugabe gives them the right to actually turn around and convene that meeting. And I'm
to
saying that
replace him
Mugabe
as national president,
hold on,
not as the party.
and I'm saying Mugabe, with his own words, refused
to do what?
He said
he had already resigned.
again. He cannot resign. There is no resignation
No.
point.
The Central Committee was for replacing him as for the presidency of the country.
The presidency of the party. Okay.
No, that only happened at Congress. That only happened at Special Congress. He was not replaced before December.
That's good. Uncle Chet. Let me show you what the Constitution says. Yes.
Yeah.
When the president turns around, is not there.
Yeah.
The Central Committee sits in the sitting of the Central Committee. There is three positions. There is three positions that are named. That's supposed to be there. One position is the first secretary. The second positions are the second secretaries. The third position are the chair. What are they sitting to discuss? They are sitting to discuss who they are going to put as a candidate for their party. But because really that has never happened in ZANU-PF, whereby you've had a first secretary, different human being to a sitting president. They never put protocols for that because it never happened. It never happened because the way they are structured does not allow for that to happen. The leader of the party becomes the leader that turns around and becomes the president because their constitution is ideologically written. And the removal of that person is only removed physically by a Congress or by death. But if he's in absence, he is not feeling well, he appoints by verbal appointment. If he goes on holiday and leaves anyone to take care of the party or take care of the country, verbally and written, you cannot remove him. Same as you can't remove ET today. You can only remove ET by death or Congress. Because any meeting you're going to sit on, for it to actually turn around and be constitutional, needs to have the first secretary inside. That's how they designed it.
Okay, so okay, guys. I think we need that to clarity on that, and then move on. Can I get this right? Because I'm trying. I was scrying the internet to see if I can get something on that. But what I have come across, because I've not seen how that meeting came about, but the meeting they set on the 19th of November 2017, and that meeting was chaired by Obed Mpofu, right? And it is in that meeting that Robert Mugabe was replaced as the party chief whip. Our party chief with Emerson Mnangagwa. And it is the meeting that recorded Grace Mugabe and all the other things, that took place in terms of, the decision making. So it is that meeting that then installed. So the meeting installed Emerson Mnangagwa to be the first secretary of, ZANU PF, clearing the path for him to be the president of, ZANU PF. I couldn't find out. I couldn't find information on how exactly that meeting, came about. But it is a meeting that was convened on the 19th, and it resulted in the replacement of Robert Mugabe.
Yes, Uncle Jade. Now you have to go back to the constitution of the NPF. That meeting, for each committee members to sit down, Politburo to sit down, the specific people that are named by the constitution that need to be there. First, it becomes the first secretary. That means if we're going to hold this meeting in any environment, the first person that we need to make sure is here in these meetings is the first secretary. Then the rest of the position and the povos come in. If that first secretary is not there, he has to turn around and put a verbal point to say he is not there. But if we exclude him, that meeting is null and void. Because the constitution states that he is the one position named to be there. The rest of us were not named.
Right.
Meaning that the constitution is trying to do what? It's trying to say that this meeting cannot go, any of these meetings cannot go if Uncle Jade as the co-host, as the host is not here. Why are they doing this? Because of the ideological makeup of the constitution. The constitution ideological makeup is on a socialist communist line, whereby the leader presides over every crucial grouping that can turn around and be able to remove him. It's a safeguard to say, now if you want to remove Uncle Jade, you need to call him in. But the moment you do that, you can't remove him. Because now, even if a vote is taken, in front of him, you can't do it. The constitution is designed that way. Meaning that now, give you a quick example and I finish. If the Politburo, the commitment members of ZANU-PF want to remove ED, they have to call him into the meeting. They have to call him. And they have to turn around and discuss. And unfortunately, this is when you see the power of the first secretary. Because the first secretary can dismiss anyone in that meeting at the drop of a hat. The first secretary can expel, suspend people at a drop of a hat. Meaning that Zeti stands up and says, but I want Uncle Jade to be removed. He says, hold on. Titus as the chair, please remove Zeti, escort Zeti out.
Right. Okay, Zeti, I'm looking at the ZANU-PF constitution, right now. On section 38, which speaks to the sessions of the Central Committee. It says that the president and the first secretary of the party, or in his absence, one of the vice presidents and second secretaries, or the national chairperson shall preside over the meeting of the Central Committee and at such a meeting. So you are saying that in terms of presiding over the meeting, it can be the president, or if the president is not there, it has to be one of the vice presidents.
Yes, announced.
Or
announced by the president himself.
Yeah. So you are saying that this authority to chair that meeting remains vested in the president. So if the president is not going to be available for that meeting, then one of those, can be chairing. So then now, because you are making it appear as if maybe this individual will remain capable of making, that decision. So in the event, Yekuti, the first secretary has been involved in an accident and a sustained head, injuries, and has become, unconscious that he cannot be in a position to communicate any of his wishes, and then he is taken into a coma. Who then calls, for that meeting. If that person is incapacitated, is not there.
Okay, that is when now the second secretary takes over. If the second secretary is not there, as well found in a coma, all of a sudden in Shuruman, same day. Now it becomes the other secretary. Yeah. If unfortunately is found again in a coma in Pulawai, now that turns around and goes to the chair. But if those people are not in comas, then you need now the verbal and written to say,
but what
take over.
But what was the military? What did the military say in terms of 212 and the reasons to why the president had to go?
No, 212 is Zimbabwean constitution. Don't worry about that.
But
We are
I
dealing with the
understand.
constitution.
No. You're not listening to what
No,
I'm saying.
our discussion, our on this one. Don't bring in the that one yet. I need to get clarity on this one. So so we are dealing with the hypothetical situations here. That the first secretary is in a coma, the vice president is in a coma, the second vice president is in a coma, the chairperson is in a coma. So who then makes the decision of having the most senior to be appointed?
That now the line of success in ZANU-PF is there now. It goes all the way down to the random member in a district if it's the last one standing in this world.
Right. So are you saying on that particular day Mugabe was there? He was
not in a coma.
He was okay. He was in a coma. So you are saying that out of the abundance of his generosity and the forgiving of everything that his comrade had done, for him, to him, he then decided to say, "Good, okay, fine, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I am deciding to do." The vice president, I tagged him out. The first one, the second one is out. The chairman probably, I don't think he was there. So I am now making this appointment that Ubet Mpofu was a minister, then takes charge of the central committee, and that is how Obed Mpofu ended up chairing that central committee meeting. This is what
I'm saying that Mugabe never said that.
So what did he say, Mugabe? How did Obed Mpofu ended up being the person presiding over the meeting?
This is when the unconditionality of everything starts there.
No,
because there was no one.
You are somersaulting, you are being all over, on this.
Thank you very much.
I'm not.
No, because you started from the point the quote. There's no way that meeting would have been presided over by the one who presided over it without Mugabe making an appointment
100%.
to say I wanted him to be. So I am saying, are you certain? Right? This is why I've said, given everything, like what I'm saying, it began, to be, telling us to say the volatility of the political atmosphere at that particular, moment, because when Robert Mugabe resigned, Robert Mugabe did not want, to resign, ladies and gentlemen, but his end, was forced. And if his hand was forced, what was his state of mind in terms of his feeling towards his comrades who were prepared to go out there in parliament, to impeach him? Was he that gentleman who did put himself in the position, okay, I am just, following this constitutional mandate, that I have, even though I know that you've backstabbed me, you've done this to me, you've done this to me. I am just saying, okay, let me nominate, this person because I am not prepared, to be there, given everything, that has happened, that's happening to me. Are you saying that Mugabe went through that process of nominating Obed Mpofu to be the person in charge of that central committee meeting that removed Robert Mugabe as the first secretary, that installed Emerson Mnangagwa as the first secretary, that fired Grace Mugabe and the rest of the folks, that were fired in that particular meeting? Is this what happened?
No, okay.
This thing.
Okay, I am saying
because you are coming from a position of wanting me to believe that Robert Mugabe, he just said, okay, fine, I've resigned,
no.
For the sake of sanity and for the sake of my party to not, go into, disarray, I wanted to make sure that I leave this organization in on a stable footing, and I want to preside over my duties that I'm supposed to be presiding over before I step out. So Mugabe nominating Mpofu was his final act before stepping out as ZANU-PF first
No,
secretary.
no, uncles. I started off by pointing out to Tamsan the procedure that he needs to appoint either written or verbal when if he's not in a coma or dead.
Yes.
Yeah, I pointed out the procedure to say here the way the constitution is written, he needs this strong man. It is a strong man constitution.
Right.
He needs to be there every single time. Either he says it from a distance or he's there. I'm pointing out to Tamsan that this thing never happened. I'm using first the baseline. Hold on. Hold on. I'm using the baseline of what the constitution is. Because Tamsana is the one that said that Mkabe appointed. And I'm saying no, because he said it verbally that I never did all these things. I told them. He says, I told them.
All right. Oh no. So I was confused.
So I started off on a. This is how the route is supposed to be according to the constitution of thing. Maybe that's where I missed. I lost people.
So Mugabe did not.
No.
Right.
Meaning that now, whoever convened that meeting, he has to be asked now, how did they convene it? Because let me show you. Because even today, the same constitution has not been amended. You cannot convene a committee meeting, a Politburo meeting without it.
Okay, I think where you are getting
unless hold on.
wait,
Hold on.
we cannot. You've repeated that so many times. We've heard your point. Timbotaura mapoints edu, timbotaura how propagandist you are in taking this. You have refused when Gerard asked you what would have been the situation here which created an abnormal situation for him not to be able to actually get to that position. Because here we are in an abnormal situation where an individual has been told you're being
Your
removed from
constitution
number
does
one
not care of
position.
abnormality.
Mira, constitutions are written by people. Constitutions are not. I don't know. The only thing that doesn't
No,
change,
not your one. Your
the
one
only
is the
constitution, the only
ideological.
constitution that doesn't change, according to what we know, is probably the Bible, because I said about what is change. They where human beings are alive at their present moment, things have to work in order to move on. Here is a president who has been told this person is compromised, right? He being compromised, do you think at any point where he's been resigned as the first secretary, as the commander in chief of a nation, and then he still sits, you are expecting him to sit
We
within
are not talking
his own
about the president.
Mira, because
We're talking about the first
no,
secretary.
no, yes, you are expecting him. Wait. This is your problem, because if you miss the two, then it goes to your narrative, which is just descriptive, and then you to find fault in what you're trying to achieve. It won't work that way. Human beings don't work that way. It does not work as descriptive as you're saying. The mission intent was the man had to go. He's compromised. Then section 1, 2, action that, and he was removed along. He was being pushed from that position. Then they went to the position where he was going to resign. Right, he was forced to resign. Whichever way you want to say, pushed, forced, whatever it is, because he did not want to do it, but he had to go because he's a compromised man. Then that action was actually done. He's being removed from this position of being a president of a nation. He's got a political party that is leading. And this political party it is where the elements of this compromise are. Do you really think Iwewe in your own self, as descriptive as you are, is the way you look at it? Do you think it is humanly possible? Could he was going to go back and sit as a first secretary and look at the people that have resigned him and say, okay, I've been resigned by you people because you thought I was compromised. Here I am as a first secretary. I'm going to sit here and lead you again. It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
It does not make sense.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Can I ask you a question? Right. So when Musengezi mounted a constitutional challenge on the ascendance of Emerson Mnangagwa to be the first secretary of ZANU-PF, alleging that his appointment, or saying that the meeting was unconstitutional in the way it was convened, constituted, and conducted. What was he referring to? To the constitution of ZANU-PF.
Right. Can I quickly answer that? Sorry, I'm so sorry
please.
to the guys in the platform that I dropped off. So again, I just want to emphasize there are two separate things that must not be mixed.
Right.
There is the national presidency where the former president resigned from. Once he resigned from being national president, the party had to convene in order to choose someone to be his replacement as national president, not the party. The party, he remained in his place until Congress, because the Congress was always going to be there. The Congress did not happen because of the events of November. The Congress was already in motion. It's something that the party was always going to do, which is what he was saying, that he wanted everyone to wait until Congress. So he was only replaced as the first secretary of the party at Congress in December. But he was replaced as national president by after he resigned, and the Central Committee had to convene in order to pick someone, because that's the national constitution of the country says if the president resigns or dies or is incapacitated, the party of the president must choose somebody else to take over. So the party was only convening for the purposes of
taking
picking
over the president,
someone to replace him as national president, not the party. The party itself waited until Congress in December.
So the purpose of the Congress, can I ask you, this question here? So the party met for the purposes of satisfying the constitutional requirement that when a president resigns or when a president dies, it is the sponsoring political party that had that president who died that replaces that president. So ZANU-PF met and chose Emerson Mnangagwa to be the replacement of Robert Mugabe.
Correct.
But the decision to have Emerson Mnangagwa being the first secretary, of which by now it was clear that he was going to be occupying that position, and knowing that Central Committee is the second highest decision-making body between Congresses, by having Emerson Mnangagwa being the first secretary and being the president at that, what was simply remaining was for ZANU-PF to go to Congress and to have that decision to have Emerson Mnangagwa be the first secretary ratified at the Congress. Or are you telling me that at the Congress they could have gone on and chosen somebody to be the first secretary of ZANU-PF, and Emerson Mnangagwa will still continue as the president of the country? Are those two positions, tenable
The
in
two
the mix of
positions are totally, yes, you're right.
Right,
The two
okay.
positions are totally separate.
Right, okay.
So when they went to Congress, they could have picked a totally different candidate to be the first secretary of the party. That would not have been a problem at all. What Padare was saying is that usually for the authority of the party, because from this is what Zet was talking to, the constitution of the ruling party comes from a premise of saying the party is above government. So the party comes up with the policies. You go to the Politburo, you go to Congress, or you go to conference or the consultative assembly. This is where the policies are actually done. And when the policies are done, if you are the party in power, then the cabinet or the ministers or the executive is then told, here is the policy on child marriages. Here is the policy on death sentence. Here is the policy on schools and that. This is what we want you guys to implement. Then go to the parliament and go to other places and push for
these laws and these policies because that's what we want as a part. So it is usually the case that they want the first secretary to also be the president, but there is nothing amiss if somebody else becomes the first secretary and somebody else becomes the president. There's
Right.
nothing that
So,
prevents
so now
the
the
constitution from
bone
happening.
of contention then now becomes who because I remember I think you remember this case vividly. I think you citizens had as well, and must see you guys with it. This happened the Musengezi challenge. It happened at the same time when that Mashavira case was ongoing, when this guy was saying Kutizo, the way that that meeting was called for and it was chaired by Obet Mpofu, it was outside of the ZANU-PF constitution, because according to the ZANU-PF constitution, only the first secretary, the second secretary, or the chairperson can preside over a central committee meeting. So what that was a challenge that was going on at that particular moment in time, and I hosted him. Msegezi, he actually came through and he explained his reservations as to the unconstitutionality of everything that happened when that meeting was convened. It was constituted and it was conducted. So we are looking at the various aspects that he was contesting, to say Guti, the way that this meeting was convened. It means the way that this meeting was called for, it was called by a person who had no jurisdiction or who had no authority in terms of calling out for such a meeting. The president was there because Mugabe only resigned on the 21st. He remained head of ZANU-PF until the 21st of November 2017. And this meeting happened on the 19th of November 2017. So if Mugabe remained the head of state, the head of, the leader of ZANU-PF, right, and the head of state until the 21st, who then called for this meeting, Yaka president were over, Muswa 19, that led to the firing of these people and the removal of Robert Mugabe and installing Emerson Mnangagwa as the first secretary of ZANU-PF, because that was where that was where his issue was to say with everything that went down on the 19th. It is unconstitutional because Mugabe was there. He was in his faculties. He was not incapacitated in any way. If there was any need to go for a meeting, and Masi is telling me something is reminding me of something to say during his Asante Sana speech. Mugabe actually said with his latest meeting in Gikwa Congress. So it means, according to the conclusion that Masi is given there, to say he was even willing to go all the way and attend the Congress. And if it was any way of sitting power, you could have done that at that particular event at the Congress. So a lot of aspects to this. There are a lot of questions to this. I know the Msengezi case did not go anywhere because of the politics that ended up happening, but there were genuine questions that were being raised, starting from the convening of this meeting. Who had the authority? Mugabe was still there at that particular arm on the moment. So how do we navigate? So how did
Msegezi's vision was dismissed because
no.
EG did not have the gun. This guy came up,
but it was politics, that was the play. Yes.
Jeda,
there was nothing to prove. Was what I was just saying. You got to remember we discussed
there was
this.
Politics, in play. There was politics in play.
Jeda,
But
please allow
you
me.
even agreed. You even agreed with the arguments that this guy was raised in there.
Yeah, but we
No.
Jeda.
No, but I said it would not come to peace.
We were together at Uncle Jed's place. Uncle Jed, it's totally embarrassing because we were together at his place on Facebook.
Yes,
he was there on our side agreeing. Now he's the this guy.
Uncle Jeda.
All right, go up, come through.
All right. So Uncle Jeza, I think there's an important part we must not lose sight of. We've been talking about this ZANU-PF constitution as if it's a njuzu chisingabatike chinichocho chitoripo. And the one thing Yes. So the problem is we talk of that thing as if it's very specific, yet it is not. And part of the confusion of this conversation is, with all due respect to Zeti, there's been a lot of embellishment of what the Constitution says. So, for example, it says nothing about written or verbal, what Zeti is saying. It simply says, it just envisages an absence of the first secretary. Absolutely. It doesn't say coma. It doesn't say out of the country. It doesn't say locked up at State House. It doesn't say any of those things.
No, I was using, sorry to understand.
Let me finish.
No,
let me finish. Please don't interject. Please don't interject yet. The Constitution says the Central Committee can be convened by the first secretary, in his absence, the second secretary, in his absence, the chairman. And that's all it says. It doesn't talk about the person who convenes must be nominated by. It doesn't say nothing like that. It is just those few words. So anyone can take that statement and say, what does absence mean? Hence, if they had locked him up in State House, he's absent. Handeto Sangano. Secondly, is that he made mention of Article 7. Let me finish.
No, listen. Where I have
no. Give me a chance to finish. We've been listening. Give me a chance to finish.
Where I have a problem, with this issue of absence, it's just a quick one, sorry. Where with a problem with this issue of absence, do you recall Robert Mugabe actually presiding over a graduation, ceremony? And yet, we are being told that he was absent.
Yes, this is my point now. To say when a constitution is vague, right? What then happens is everyone comes with their own interpretation. That whole constitution is 77 pages. It deals with every issue from Central Committee, Politburo, Women's League, Youth in 77 pages. It is very vague, that thing.
It's not.
So
have you ever seen a bigger constitution of a party?
My friend, when you look at it, listen.
A bigger constitution
No. Let's not. Please,
I'm looking at the MDC constitution. It's not even that long.
No.
It's 77 pages.
So hold on, and mind you, if you see the Green Book, I'm not talking 77 pages of A4. It's not even A4. I think it's an A2. So it's not a very detailed thing. This is why I'm wondering, where did Zeti get some of the things he's saying?
Which Green Book are you talking about?
The Constitution, if you know the ZANU-PF Constitution, they actually call it a Green Book.
My friend, is online.
Wait, let me finish, my friend.
Hold on. Let's be very clear.
It was not downloaded. This thing was done in 1980. It was not downloaded. It's called a Green Book because it's bound in a green cover. And that's the Constitution.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I know that.
It is 77
and it's a very small thing.
The rest that you are reading becomes protocols. This is when you don't understand.
No, but Zeti, your problem is you only want to be listened to. You don't want anyone to talk. You must only be listened to. You came here with Article 7. You came here and you started by opening with Article 7. It was you. You came here and you told us about Article 7. And Article 7 simply, you said the Central Committee cannot be formed without the first secretary. And there's nowhere in the whole Constitution that thing says that.
Again,
it does not say that.
Let me do this to you. I am going to quote the Constitution of ZANU-PF, and I'm going to quote Vagueness to reference. Yes? Whereby it states by name the position holders that are supposed to be included.
No. Don't say supposed to be included. No. Listen, read verbatim. Read verbatim. It does not say supposed to be included. Read verbatim.
I am going to
it does not say supposed to be included.
Let's do that.
Okay, yes. Guys, give me, because me, I'm looking at the ZANU-PF Constitution, right now. And the section, that I was listening, to you, under sessions of the Central Committee, that is where it speaks about, the convening of the meeting on 38, right? Where it says the president and the first secretary of the party, or in his absence, one of the vice presidents and second secretaries, or the national chairperson, shall preside over the meeting of the Central Committee, and at such a meeting, decisions of the Central Committee shall be by simple majority, and the majority of the total membership shall form a quorum. That
Sorry,
is
Uncle
that.
Jade.
Simple.
Before you go anyway, Uncle Jade, can you start at the top? Can you start at the top, please? Give me a second.
Because there's
On
powers and
37,
functions.
on 37, where he starts off and he points out the number of members in the Politburo, and it says 4 members, including.
Wait. It's not 37 then, because there's nothing on 37. Maybe I'm
Yes.
looking at the wrong one, but there's it's on 35. So it says there shall be a central committee which shall be the principal organ of the party in between Congress and shall consist of 300 members as follows: 4 members being president and first secretary, nominated by at least 2 provinces and elected nationally by party members for his or her probity, integrity, and commitment to the party, its ideology, values, principles, and policies.
Yeah, hold there, Uncle Jade.
Then,
hold there.
Yeah.
So now we understand how this president, president and the first secretary, how he comes in to be in that position. Yes.
No, Jedza.
It says it on the
This
you don't
is
know how to read the
talking
constitution.
about the constitution of a central committee, not sessions of the central committee.
Can you read
It's
for him
saying
again, Uncle Jade?
the party. Listen, no, let's not be illiterate here. It says there shall be a central committee. ZANU-PF shall have a central committee. And that central committee will consist of these 4 people, 20 people from here, 20 people from here, 20 people from here.
No, it does not
Then
say
the
that.
Constitution,
It does
wait,
not
let me
say that.
finish.
It
Let me
does
finish.
not say
Yes,
that.
it does.
It says that. It says that.
Yes.
It says that.
Then
That
it
is where I was
stops.
reading, Zeti. That is where
Yes.
I was reading.
Yes,
Yeah,
then it
because
stops.
No, Uncle Jade. Uncle Jade.
because
Yes.
wait, guys, wait. On that point, it gives us that ZANU-PF is supposed to have 300 members, and these are the people that constitute the central, committee, 300 members, and then it breaks it down. So the first one is 4 members, right? And these are the ones that sit at the top. So you've got the president nominated by 2 provinces at least. You've got the 2 vice presidents appointed in accordance with the Unitary Code by the president and the first secretary for their skill, whatever. And then you've got the national chairperson. So that makes the 4 people. So the president is 2 vice president and the national, chairperson. So those are the people that sit at the top. And then you've got 94 members who shall be allocated to the provinces in such a way and manner that each province shall have a proportionate quota or or number having regard to the result of the preceding general election and or is may be determined by the central committee. So we've got 94 at number 2. So that takes us to 98. And then you've got 100 members allocated on equal basis to province. And that takes us to 198. And then now, this is where now you've got the secretary for Women's League, and then you've got the secretary for Youth Affairs, right? And then we are going to, so that takes us to 200, right? And then you've got 20 members representing the Women's League, 20 members representing the Youth League. That takes us 40. 10 members nominated by the president, right? And then you've got 50 members who shall be women allocated to provinces, right? So you've got 20, 20, 10 plus 50. That makes, the 100 plus the first secretary for, the secretary for women, the secretary for youth affairs, which is 2 plus the 100, right? So we've got 100, 202 plus 94, that makes it 296 plus 4, that makes it 300. So that is how it is constituted. So those are the 300, members.
Yes, 100% Uncle Jade. But then there's another thing that the constitution does. Now, the constitution, when it's written, it holds a hierarchy. It holds hierarchy in its writing. This is why it says, hold on, guys. This is why it says 300 members. And it starts off now to put in hierarchy of these people.
Yeah, but that is what I've read in there. I said, it starts with 4.
That
so that is the hierarchy.
Yeah, the hierarchy is very important because that's the
Right.
hierarchy we're talking about. The first person who's supposed to be there, the first person, is the president and the first secretary.
Right.
Then it comes in the vices, then the chair.
This is now coming
Hold
from your
on,
head,
hold
not
on,
from the
hold on,
constitution.
hold on, hold on, hold on, so that you understand, so the next time you know how to read the constitution. Then it
Right.
puts
Go
those
on.
four groups of people. Now, if those one of the president or the president and the first secretary is not there, Uncle Jay,
The
and then
constitution
the
is proper.
vice, hold on, the vice is not there, is absent of the country, is outside of the country. The chair was never appointed. Yes? Means now that you cannot hold the meeting because the president is there, but you do not want to include him inside. You cannot not include him. Who are you in this hierarchy? You are down there with the povo. This is why you are not named. You are named in groups, youth groups. They don't care who is. Sort it out yourselves. A province, they don't care. Sort it out yourself. These four people are specifically named. This is why they even turn around and tell you how this person, if there is an emergency to say there is another person that comes in, if the person does not fit how it is pointed out, how this person is is put in, this person should be put in through a congress by at least two. So what is the constitution doing? It is showing you how this party ideologically stands, is protecting itself or protecting the one that is talking about because it's designed that way. This is where we say now in politics that this meeting that you held, as much as you think you follow protocols, it becomes unconstitutional because you did not invite Uncle Jade in. Because why? Because Uncle Jade is named to be present there. You cannot take him out. You can't take Uncle Jade out. We're using Uncle Jade here as the president and the first secretary. Now, if Uncle Jade is incapacitated, there is therefore a verbal protocol. This is how the two prime ministers know who takes over. There is a verbal protocol written and verbal sometimes to say you are holding. The party is notified. Yeah, everyone
Guys,
knows.
guys, there is an amendment that came through in 2005, which says now there shall be a central committee which shall be by the principal organ of Congress and shall consist of 245. So there's another one, that is existing that is speaking of 245 people.
Yes, but the structure is still the same.
Yeah, the structure, is still, the same, but there's, this one now, which now speaks of 245. I don't know, because it is saying that we still have got, the four, and then we've got 130 allocated to the provinces, and then we've got the secretary for women's affairs, the secretary for youth affairs, and then now the numbers for the women's league were reduced by to 17. The numbers for youth was you reduced 17, etc. So it seemed as if it went through so many amendments, this thing. But anyway, the thing, still, remains, the same anyway. Because when I'm looking at that, it is speaking of the same thing, that we were talking about, earlier on.
Yes, because what these guys are saying, let me give you the implications of what they're saying. They are saying that today, as we speak, Central Committee meeting can be held today by anyone of the member of the Central Committee to determine the removal from power of ED. And that Uncle Ted is unconstitutional in ZANU-PF. Unless they are coming here to say that, let them say it with their words today. To say a Central Committee meeting can be called in without it knowing, or it knowing without it being given the blessing by it. And it can sit in Marondera today and determine the removal of ED as the first as the first secretary of ZANU-PF. And this is when they say no, that committee cannot sit. Then we take them back to say, then how can your committee sit in 2017? If this one cannot sit using the same constitution, how can your community sit?
Again, can I quickly come in, Andrew Tate?
Okay.
Can I quickly come in?
All right.
And
Come through,
again,
and
I've
then
tried to.
let's get others, to speak.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
I
That's
am
okay.
tired.
That's okay. But I was trying to explain earlier that the Central Committee only set to choose the replacement for national presidency, not the party.
Right.
And that's set because Dr. Mpofu at the time was the acting chair. He was the highest member available in the absence of the president and the two vices. So that's why he was the one convening and chairing in consultation, by the way, with the first secretary. And which is why they decided it was going to be Congress, continue until Congress time, which was in December. But the national presidency is the reason they were meeting to replace, not to replace the secretary of the party. The party secretary was only replaced in December.
Right.
So that, because everything else that we are discussing is just mute.
Yeah.
Because that's not what happened. The secretary of the party was only replaced in December, which is when new people were then picked up, and Maim Chinguri then became the chairperson, and so on and so on. Only at Congress. There was nothing that was replaced in November. The only person that was replaced was the national presidency.
And how did the Congress? How did the Congress get established without the blessing of the first secretary?
The Congress had already the party.
No. You're not hearing me.
What happened
I'm not talking
November,
about. I'm talking about the Congress. The Congress day. The Congress day.
Yeah.
You need the first secretary sitting.
No.
Hold on.
No. No, Zeti. The Constitution says the Congress is presided over by the chairperson.
This is why, if you've ever been to ZANU-PF Congress, yeah, the chairperson comes up, yes, and takes the mantle from the president, addresses the sitting first secretary.
No, the president.
Hold on, so that you understand. Hold on, guys.
No.
He's called.
No.
Hold on, let me show you. He is called the first secretary for a reason. He controls all protocols.
The one who presides over the Congress is the chairperson.
Listen to what I'm saying. He is called the first secretary not for a joke. He controls all protocols.
The secretary of administration.
He controls everything. He's the first secretary of the party. There is no other secretary.
Right.
Because we are still being subjected to Zeti's interpretation of a thing we have just read. Why? Why are we being subjected to this?
Maybe we need to open
a 3 hours munhu waana achiexplaina zvinhu komana 3 hours wani munhu achiexplaina.
I am actually there in my can we just cane this thing, guys?
Do you know? We are canning it. Do you know what we are discussing here? Everyone, we are discussing here. How can Auntie Jenny say she's married? She's now married to Titus when she's not divorced to Uncle Jade. That's what we're discussing in principle here. They have to be divorced so that Titus can be married.
Yeah,
sorry Nyamashisha, ndangokwira ndingobatsira one thing and then ndobva ndadzokera pasi. Ndangocorrecta Zeti when you asking my brother.
Is that not going to generate another conversation?
No. Ndobva ndatodzika ndinoda kutora time. So what my brother Tamsanga was explaining is 100% correct. And Zeti, what he's questioning about the Congress, vamugabe takazoenda kucongress vabviswa mupati nemusangano vabviswa paposeni yavo.
Now you tell the truth.
how we had the senior executive member, and in this case, it was Comrade Oben, was the party, the leadership of the party was no longer in the office. And
Okay.
Mugabe had to be recalled from the party position as the first secretary and the party president to the government.
No, using which
or to the national
protocol? Now
government.
you're coming correct. Using which protocol in the party?
Yeah. The protocol ndo yangu achedza kutsanangurwa namukoma Tamsanga.
Just give us a section. Just give us a section of the constitution.
Section
a section of the constitution that gives you the right.
We've gone over the constitution, guys. Guys, I've read, I've read 35. I've read 37. Those are the ones, that speaks to the composition of the Central Committee and the sessions of the Central Committee. I don't know if there's anything else. Yeah. I don't know, if there's anything else, that we can adjudicate, on this, on this aspect pertaining, to that thing. Because when I'm looking at this thing, right here, it seems pretty clear and straightforward. And I'm not sure if they envisage a day whereby they would, get themselves involved in the events of 2017. Because if you're looking at the events of 2017, something was out. It was not normal. We all saw, what happened at that particular, moment in time. And if we want to be looking at this thing and interpret it and look at the events, that took place, we are going to be forever having this conversation back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And ZANU-PF itself, members have tried, to have the courts, to come through and adjudicate, over this thing, because there are some who believe that it was illegally done. There's some who believe that it was not done according, to the protocol or, to the processes. And we all know how, that, turned out. But in as far as this issue is concerned, because we are back to the Azeti and Badari, we are back to the argument that we used to have when we were discussing the Mashavira case, because we went back and forth, so many sessions, different players trying to come in and explain to us to have an understanding of what happened. With that constitution.
Our discussion in 2018.
Exactly. This is exactly what we had. So
kept on arguing this. He is now bringing in that
argument. So me, that's anyway. Another deja vu scenario whereby I am reliving this.
But the funny thing about the deja vu situation is in 2017 we did not know that seeds were being planted. Now we've got this situation now. Hold on, let me show you. We've got this situation now whereby you are defending the constitution about other people coming in and wanting to surpass to grab power unconstitutionally. So the same seeds that were planted in 2017, now we're experiencing here with cars being given. You guys are shouting out constitution.
Right. Okay, Zeti. I think we can say to another space where we can talk about this thing. But
Mukoma Zeti kana achida kuita nharo ngaadzokere kumarecording emalive Facebook a2018 aya ndokwatinodzokera tunotangira ikoko.
Mazosvika sei ipapa inini Mazeti? Masvika sei pabani yaini? How did you get here?
Right. Anyway, thank you very much. You know what? I want to bring in, Patrick. Patrick, apart from the interjections and the intervention that you try to do, please take the mic and give us your presentation pertaining to the topic that we have today.
Thanks, Jedza. I won't say an awful lot, but I think we must stop being overly academic about what's happening. Let's start with Chinjonzi ZANU-PF. Vanhu havasi kutorespecta constitution yeZimbabwe. And yeZimbabwe jeje havasi kuda kuirespecta kuti that election tichaita in 2028, never mind the constitution says we have to in 2030, never mind the constitution says we have to have it in 2028. Saka, we can sit here debating the constitution of ZANU-PF, going back and forth, debating what central committee members, how they should be made central committee members. But once they just make their minds up, there's no constitution that's going to stop them. There's no procedure. There's no history. There's no nothing. Kanavango decided the reason they are just toying with us now is because Mdaro is undecided. He hasn't made his mind up. So he's just undecided, and he's allowing, therefore, people to cite the constitution and cite willy-nilly reasons. But once his mind is made up with, this is what I want, no constitution will stop him. No central committee will stop him. No politburo will stop him. Saka, we must not spin our wheels too much over TAGWIREI. In fact, if we cast our minds back, it was not too far ago, there was speculation about other people being presidents, but they come and go. So it might be him, it might not be him. There might be another name that pops up 2 weeks from now. So we must not take like TAGWIREI is the last person on earth or the last person in Zimbabwe, and that something very special is happening around him. Even some of the people who are very much for TAGWIREI, should a new person arise, they will be as what's the word I'm looking for? Is fanatical about that person. Case in point, if you recall the footage from what was then the Sheraton, what's it called now? Rainbow Towers, whatever they call it now. Vamgabe vadzinga Mnangagwa, people are up screaming, cheering in their heads over. Vamnangagwa vadzoka vadzinga Vamgabe, people are screaming their heads. So it's that thing is not a principled the organization that we must lose sleep over how succession is going to happen. In fact, that entity doesn't even entertain succession. We must pretend and we must call it something else first. If the vice president is not allowed to let his aspirations surface, if he just says, but Inini, I want to succeed, Mnangagwa, a crime has been committed. So what more of TAGWIREI and what more of whoever? That thing, they call it democratic, they call it lots of things, but it's the furthest thing from that. And it's all clothed in the name of unity. But that's all pretending it kuwirirana. Because they vachiwirirana the way they purport. Factions anozobva kupi. Why is there a general faction, a what faction, this one? Sukubva kupi kuvanhu varungoti tinowirirana and we're
Do you
unified.
understand? Do you understand factions? Kana mbamako chaimo imwe faction. Vana vako ivi vanotokwanisa kutosaidirana namo
No.
but
Listen.
something.
But
It's
no.
not a bad
Faction.
thing.
Listen. No. Listen. Let me finish. A faction. The issue of factions is not a de facto position. But because you think with the factions is normal. You think it's normal.
Ngati kana mumba mako ivi
Yes. No. Iwewe kana kumba kwako kune factions. Don't assume kuti kwangu ariko. You understand?
wakushatirwa. What we are trying,
No.
I'm trying to engage.
Mira kandipedza kutaura.
No, let me
Ukuita
engage
chita
you.
ndichiri
Let me
kutaura.
engage with you,
Unofana
Richard.
kuzondipindura.
No,
Mirai
let me
murambe
engage.
kutaura kane. Mirai murambe kutaura.
Uchazondipindura. Mira nditaure.
Kana mukazoda kuposa ma questions. You know what?
Yes.
Can you make it habit yekuti if somebody is provided with the opportunity to make their presentation, give them that opportunity. And then if you then want to engage them in further conversation, we'll allow that. Mkoma Patrick, please go
Thanks,
ahead.
Jedza. So you see, Jedza, part of the problem we have is people think Zimbabwe is the center of the universe, and by extension, they think we are the standard bearer. Whenever we want to copy something good, copy something, we'll only cite other people if we are wanting to do a bad thing. Look at somewhere like China, for example, right? They've got one party, and they then have a contestation, an open contestation. Then they have a contestation. And for that period, yes, you will see, and I don't think you can call them factions, but you will see people backing who they want. And then once contestation is over, we get on with the business of governance. But because in ZANU-PF people don't allow open and honest conversation, people gather somewhere outside of ZANU-PF, and that automatically forms a faction. Because we can't discuss it Mbamedu. So the moment we meet outside of our house, we are now a faction. Avasangana uku. But when we come together, the only thing we can say is unity, we are in agreement, tirikuirana, hapana rupuka na mumwe, no vacancy, and it's nonsensical. But everyone knows the game being played, Pepe. Even here we are panapau. He knows kuti kuna vamwe vada kurambidza ava kupinda, ava vada kupinda, ende avanosangana uko, but because they don't want kuti kana vasvika mumba mavo vataurirane. Saka if that is how you are running your household, including your wife and children, kuti let's pretend to be in agreement, then yes, your children and your wife are going to meet in your absence and form a faction. Because you are kuteerera, haudzike. But ukangobvuma chete kuti right, chii chikunetsa mumba muno ngatitaurirane, you become one big faction. Hapasina mapato. But because hamudi kutaura chokwadi hamuchide, hamudi kuudzana chokwadi, munenge muchingovanzirana. That's why factions form. Kana muchikopera zvinhu mudi mbokopera zvakanaka. Why muchida kukopera zvakaipa chete? Anytime they want to do a bad thing, vakada kutaura kuti we want to climb down on NGOs, they'll be quick to say kuti honai kunyika kwakati zviriko, kunyika yakati zviriko, kunyika yakati zviriko. Why musingade kukopera ma-freedoms? Why muchida kukopera zvinhu zvakaipa? And the only time you cite other things is kana muchisaita zvinhu zvakaipa. Why? Dzidzai kutaurana chokwadi. And you still haven't even started kutaurana chokwadi, muchiri ngonyeperana. I don't know if I went off track, but that's it for now, my submission.
Right. Thank you very much for that. Mofum, did you want to say something?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just an interesting submission from Patrick.
Right, okay. Renat, come through.
Yeah, thanks Mukoma Jets. Ndatomborara kana kazomuka unoziya. Wakavita ngati pamuda muri kuhepe tichitepo school of
Inini
ideology.
ndatoenda kushopu ka. Ndikanonetsana. Ndatoenda kushopu ndikanetsana navafana vemabhasikoro vanga vavhara entrance. Vakandivhurira. Vafana vemabhasikoro vakandivhurira ndikapinda mushopu ndikadzoka. Okay, Renat, take the mic.
Kana padare nhasi kari kufara nhasi hamusukaona nhasi akabve panapa.
Aiwa, but vanhu ivava tikabatsira kuita nhingirikini kuita propaganda dzavo. Munofanira kudoneta kuti wango JDs ane grofund uku. Imimi vanhu imimi varakashi imimi. Donetai kwanguro JD ningini grofund uku. Because platform ino haisi yenyu varakasi.
Matendora zvazvatapinda.
Right. Ngoma Jets. Munhu anyanya kuudza ichokwadi kandi Patrick. Muzanu PF kune zvinhu zvamunoverenga zvakanyorwa apa.
Ndikanobva tine munemo.
Unoona? Tererenda iyo zeti nemi ndakutumirai nevamwe ndakutumirai mukaclip kamwe katagona manhiza papa. Nyaya iri papa haisi yatagwirei kana. Tikutaura nyaya yemunhu mukuru panapa papa. Tererai zvatagona manhiza pana kaninga ndakutumirai kaclip kandakutumirai papa. Unoona? Achitaura zvekupropa vanhu kuti hazvishandi kwatiri kuno kuZANU PF kunoku. These are daggers being drawn in. This is the top fight iri kutambwa kumusoro uku. Madaggers aitwa drawn papa.
Mudzokora zvawataura watichi haasi kutaura arikutarani.
Mnangagwa. Koma kunyare kuti Mnangagwa. Akafanana newe kapadare. Inoyedza kukuudza Mnangagwa is drawn daggers na Chiwenga. It's open, it's not an open secret. Ndo matambire power renyu that is the way that you play your power. You throw it into the public.
So you think I'm not going to
thinking zvauzoshamari ngonyarara nditaure wakwacha dzako
Matskoma
mbonyarara
Amane kwa munhu mukana ataure kani. Mirai mukoma simbarasha
Matskoma.
Mukoma simbarasha.
Handisi munhu ndiri munhu arida kutozovhotawo nekuchuza party andoda, but what I think the only reason why I will support ZANU PF or I will join
Chimomirai before you give us your reason for supporting ZANU PF.
Support your party.
Yeah, I want to give my reasons now.
No, I'll demand Shamari. Ukadizo, you give your reason now. And then what I'll simply do is I'll kick you to the curb, like what I've just done now. Because you don't tell me what is, I'll give my reason now. Never. Let the person who's speaking, speak. You can't come here and try to bully me and try to give me an ultimatum.
Mkomani ngorini tuma followers.
No. Yes, you can't give me an ultimatum. You do that at your house.
These are
not here.
these are the little
you see now they
Sakunda
are
gang.
pissing on us now. All of them are reasons why they support ZANU-PF. We don't care. Support ZANU-PF at your own peril, man. Where
It's fine for people to give me, their reasons, but you don't just come here and impose.
Oh,
no.
Uncle, you have to say your statement correct. You can't just come here and impose like TAGWIREI.
Yeah, you can't come here and try to say, I'll give them now. Who the F are you to tell people this, you give them now? I want to give Reynard, please take the mic. Let's go.
All right. TAGWIREI kanongori kaponi kari kushandiswa papower play hombe chete inongori poni TAGWIREI hapana zvaanotombori munhu yake nyange even ukamuteerera haana kana substance yekuti akamira pane weight irrespective of the money yaanayo. Tarisai kana even vana Bill Gates vazvipinza papositions of power internationally vari kuita zvavari kuda mavaccines whatever running a parallel nana United Nations motanga kutaura TAGWIREI his man is not even putting any weight to this nhingirire, but it's the man who is behind it actually. Because to understand what is actually happening in ZANU-PF, tarisai munhu ari kupa TAGWIREI authority yekuita zvinhu zvese zvari kuita izvizvi. Where is that power coming from? Because TAGWIREI, money doesn't translate into powers automatically unless if you are given that power by somebody. Nezuro chaizeti chaichaya taitotaura nyaya yekuti how Mnangagwa was very vital for Mugabe's survival until Mnangagwa withdrew his power. But iko zvino Mnangagwa haana munhu ari kumupa power. But he has created one person to, okay, nyange ndikaenda zvinhu zvangu zvosara zvakabata susu, nyaya dzangu dzinosara dzakamira susu. This is what we are seeing there. Tarisa history yaMnangagwa chaiyo kuti how did Mnangagwa decimate manhingire ma-industries anga akabatwa neZANU-PF. Kubva iye dzaigadzirana Bedford, I can't remember, was it Zideco, vana Zisco, vana Fabrolite, mabanks aitwa kulutiwa. Mari dzachona dzakaenda kupa hapana anomboziva kuti mari dzakaenda kusvika kutanga kutenga goridhe, kuestablisha goridhe, kusvika panana devolution mamakampani akaya akatora vana Gaika vana Mudha vakamakanzura. Who is running all those things akutenga goridhe rese ro ndiani? NdiTAGWIREI. Kana gomo richidisappear munzvimbo yakafanana nekwekwe gomo rinodisappear. Maklasi anochirwa kusvika kusaidi ukoko, ndiani ari kuzviita zvese izvezvi?